So I flew here from Brussels. I flew here from Brussels, actually, from rainy Brussels to sunny Kiev, to moderate this wonderful panel with the distinguished speakers. So we are the umbrella panel. We are opening up the event. We're going to discuss different aspects that you will hear and discuss in details with other panelists throughout this 2 days of marathon, where we are here to praise the democracy in action. Our panel specifically is about the threats, the hybrid threats to democracy. So here we're going to discuss disinformation, lawfare, and strategic corruption. In this 1 hour, we're going to discuss how hybrid threats work, how can we resist them, and for most, our aim is to find together the solution on this issue. So I would like to start with the video statement by the Acting Assistant Secretary of the United States of America, Philip Rieker. Please.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It really is such an honor to be part of an esteemed panel and to join Senator Coons in pre-recording a message for you. I would like especially to acknowledge my fellow panelist, Jamie Fly. Jamie leads Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, which recently celebrated its 70th year of providing independent news and information, including being at the forefront of efforts to expose corruption and getting objective news to people in places where freedom of expression is restricted to varying degrees. RFE-RL's service in Ukraine is a prime example of these efforts. So in this spirit, I want to take a moment to recognize the incredibly important role that civil society plays in Ukraine and the broader region in strengthening democratic institutions, promoting human rights, advancing necessary reforms, and furthering your country's Euro-Atlantic integration. The work you do is vital, and it takes courage. We know that civil society activists and independent journalists are under threat across the region, whether from disinformation narratives that aim to undermine your work, from malign actors who seek to shake your resolve, or from authorities who seek to silence you through harassment, intimidation, arrests, or prosecution. The United States of America stands with civil society activists and journalists in the region, whose voices drive your communities forward towards a brighter future. As Secretary of State Blinken has said, the fight against corruption is just as crucial to Ukraine's future as its fight against Russian aggression. Ukraine has made commendable progress to cement reforms following the 2014 Revolution of Dignity, which serve as an example for the region and beyond. I was pleased to join Secretary Blinken on his visit to Kyiv in April, my first time back in Ukraine since January 2020, and it inevitably reminds me of my very first visit in May of 1995. And I must commend the progress Ukraine has made in recent years, which includes implementing decentralization policies that will empower citizens at the local level, passing land reform legislation that will unleash Ukraine's vast agricultural potential, and taking steps to reform and modernize Ukraine's prosecutorial service. We hope to see further steps to protect the independence and integrity of Ukraine's justice sector institutions, to ensure international standards of transparency in corporate governance, and pass much-needed legislation to reform law enforcement bodies. We have also seen a wide range of malign actors attempt to undermine reforms to serve not only their own personal financial interests, but broader political agendas. These include pro-Russian and oligarchic interests that spread disinformation and attempt to influence institutions to sway decisions or create chaos. They pose a key strategic challenge for Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic integration. The United States has taken action to sanction or place visa restrictions on corrupt and malign actors who have undermined democratic processes. In March, we publicly designated Ukrainian oligarch Igor Kolomoisky as ineligible for entry to the United States due to his involvement in significant corruption. We welcome steps by the Ukrainian government earlier this year to sanction corrupt actors, and we applaud the work of Ukrainian civil society in exposing corruption. We hope to see further action by the Ukrainian government, including in the courts, to hold these actors accountable in the coming months and years. Countering corruption is a key strategic goal of the United States, globally and in Ukraine. As we have seen in Ukraine, developing strong institutions that can resist corrupt influence is a key to a wide range of broader goals, including creating economic opportunity, protecting human rights and fundamental freedoms, and resisting external aggression. Civil society has a key role to play, and we look forward to continuing to work with you towards a brighter future for Ukraine and for all countries in the region. Thank you for your attention and very best wishes in all that you do to combat corruption.
Thank you very much, dear Ambassador. Indeed, it takes courage to stand up for democracy, and our distinguished panelists are an example for this. I would like to briefly introduce you to the speakers. Oliver Bullough is a well-known investigative journalist who is based in London and author to a recent book called Moneyland. Jerzy Pomianowski is the director of the European Endowment for Democracy, and Jamie Fly, director of the Radio Free Europe, which was just mentioned by the ambassador. I would like to immediately turn to questions. Oliver, I have a question to you. Ambassador Ricker has just mentioned that corruption and fighting corruption is a core priority of the US government. Can you please explain us a bit? I have recently came across a notion which is strategic corruption. In your publications, you discuss different aspects of corruption. Can you please tell us what does that mean and why it is a risk? Thank you.
Well, I mean, corruption happens in many ways, obviously, and it is as old as there has been power. I'm sure as long as people have had power, there has been corruption. But we need to recognize that corruption as it now exists is a new invention. It is not traditional corruption. This is not the kind of corruption that would have been familiar to people in the Middle Ages. The ability to steal billions of dollars and to hide them in the international financial system, to hide them via shell companies, via offshore bank accounts, and then to invest them in foreign countries at the click of a button is a new phenomenon, which allows corrupt officials, corrupt individuals to steal vastly greater sums of money than have ever been possible in the past. Obviously, it's difficult to assess exactly how much money we're talking about, owing to the fact that this money is very well hidden. But, you know, according to sensible conservative estimates, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars a year, if not more than $1 trillion a year. And all of that money is flowing out of countries that desperately need it, like Ukraine, and into countries that frankly don't really need it, like Britain. But the important message to take away from this is that corruption is not something that happens within a country. Corruption in its modern form is inherently international or transnational. The money moves between jurisdictions, taking advantage of differences in legislation and differences in regulation in order to hide, for its owners anyway, to be able to hide it from law enforcement in all those countries, which gives corrupt officials an advantage that honest people do not have, because honest people have to act within a single country, whereas corrupt officials can act transnationally. And so, obviously, this is an opportunity for theft, an opportunity for kleptocracy on the grandest possible scale. Obviously, we saw that in Ukraine with the government of Viktor Yanukovych. We continue to see it in Russia with the people around Vladimir Putin, and many other countries suffer likewise. But it isn't just an opportunity for theft, it's also an opportunity to use that money to interfere with politics in foreign countries in order to prevent them from taking action, in order to crack down on the abuse of the international financial system. And it's quite obvious to see why this is happening. If a friend of Vladimir Putin's is using the British property market to stash their illegal wealth, then naturally they have an interest in that property market not being cracked down on, not being well regulated. So they're going to try and interfere in British politics in order to prevent that happening. The same goes, of course, with Ukraine. or Moldova or any of the other countries of Eastern Europe that have been part of Russia's sphere of interest in the past, but are no longer. So the international financial system, the shadow financial system that I call Moneyland in my book, is not just a network for wealth, it's also a network for influence, for doing anything secretly and in the shadows. And corrupt actors will fight to defend their financial system, their illegal financial system, at least as strongly as we are currently fighting to defend the legal financial system. That's no surprise. So when we talk about strategic corruption, essentially that's what we mean. We're talking about a sphere, a kind of theft, kleptocracy, which is dependent on an unregulated international financial system. And therefore, in order to maintain that system, the corrupt officials will use their wealth to try and prevent anyone from cracking down on their illegal activities. It's happening everywhere all the time, and to be honest, it's probably growing rather than shrinking. And governments all over the world, from the United States downwards, are not paying this nearly as much attention as they should, though it should be said it is heartening to see the efforts that Joe Biden's administration is putting into thinking about this, which makes a nice change.
Oh, thank you. Interesting. Also, would you classify the Nord Stream as such an example?
Well, yes. I think that there's no doubt that Nord Stream is a tool of Russian state interests, which they are using in order to advance their interests, in order to make money for the elite around Vladimir Putin, which tends to privatize the profits of Gazprom for itself. And this is one of the examples of why strategic corruption is so intractable, because the Russian elite is able to offer the German government something the German government desperately wants, which is reliable energy supplies coming directly to their door. What country wouldn't want that? So it is this ability to control the resources of a state as wealthy as Russia. And obviously Russia isn't the only place that does this, but it's the most pressing for the purposes of this conference. Their ability to use the resources of the state to reward foreigners, to reward foreign decision makers, makes them a very persuasive partner. And it's very difficult to do anything about that, because how can you say to German manufacturers that you're going to cut them off from a reliable source of energy if you're the German government? It's a very difficult issue to address.
Oliver, a slightly different question. We know that Great Britain has a very strong laws on defamation. Oligarchs are hiring lawyers who are actually here to prevent investigative journalists to do your job. So how are you actually working in this type of space?
Well, it's true. Britain does have very strong, strict laws on defamation, which does make journalists' jobs very difficult. I have a good friend called Catherine Belton, who published a very good book about Vladimir Putin, Putin's people, which received excellent reviews in all over the world, actually. She is currently being targeted by 4 different billionaires because of what she wrote about them. And in fact, it's not just the oligarchs have got very good, not just at using defamation laws against journalists, but also using data protection laws, which are created at the European level, and essentially repurposing them to attack journalists with. And this is a very worrying phenomenon, but essentially it's something that oligarchs who have a global view, they can see, look all over the world, they're able to pick which countries are most attractive for them for furthering whatever wishes of which they have to do. So the UK is sadly a very good place to bring defamation proceedings, and this is happening still, despite the fact that the government supposedly solved this a decade ago. It persists, and sadly I don't think it's likely to change.
Thank you. Now a question to Jerzy. The ED was established in 2013 actually to protect the unprotected, so to say, for example, like journalists like Oliver. And we can agree that our neighborhood, eastern neighborhood, has changed significantly since. Do you see that that this society has become more robust, and that the society can actually stand against the new phenomena of hybrid threats?
Thanks, Bogdana. This is Very good question. Thank you also for this invitation. I was dreaming to be in Kiev with you, not in this hybrid format, but still June turns to be too early to go from Brussels to, you are in Brussels actually, but to be in Kiev with others that are now enjoying also the beauty of the city. So hopefully next time we are back to normal, but this time still online. Let me address your question. This is quite important to understand the role of society. But before that, let me make 3 points about what exactly we're talking about. I would focus on 3 elements: hybrid, threats, and society. Hybrid means, because not every threat is hybrid. Hybrid means there is element of intention. There is a state structure behind it. There is someone who deliberately applies certain measures to achieve certain results. Threats to democracies are various. You have populism, you have a lot of, poverty, you have a lot of other issues that are obvious direct threats to democracy that are not intentional, that are just subject of historic situations, trends, as well as consequences of bad governance. And finally, you have a society. Society or organized society or civil society. These are all terms that can be seen today in parallel, because actually the concept of civil society is fading out. Now, I would say we have a whole of the society, because what is important within this whole of the society is that it's organized. And this is definitely something that is changing among Eastern Partnership countries, not just because EED started to work in 2013, but because societies are getting more and more mature, because we have internet, because we have exchange of information, and because society is always fastest to react to threats and changes, because the society see them from the close distance. So let me go back to this element of hybrid, where you have this intention. In case of Ukraine, in case of countries of Eastern Partnership, often issue is whether our revolution is geopolitical. It's a choice between West and East. And this is very false choice. I once talked to activists, not from Ukraine, but from another country, and they were trying to convince me that their revolution is not geopolitical. And then I asked, will you fight corruption? Yes, of course we will. So when you start fighting corruption, you are becoming geopolitical. When you fight corruption, you are immediately called by Russia geopolitical. When you fight a disinformation campaign or you protect media freedom, you are immediately becoming geopolitical, because it's not in interest of Russia to have a free debate, to have exchange of information, to have a truth-based information and media and journalism. So this can explain where EED see its role. We simply want to protect those values and give societies chances to pursue those values and protect them, not to be just geopolitical, because geopolitical today has no meaning in that sense, because we are talking only value-based societies, systems, or not value-based, or basically value-denied societies. Then second point is a general threat to democracy. We see trends that are present in mature democracies. These are not always part of hybrid type of threats, so we have to be aware also about them. Amplifying them is often caused by some deliberate actors, but they do exist and we have to be aware of it. And finally, organized society. In every country where revolution were more successful, we can easily measure that organized society, that the level people can organize themselves, is the best protection and the best weapon against hybrid and general threats to democracy. I will stop here because I'm sure you have many other questions.
Yes, thank you, Jerzy. I would like to ask you the following question. The other geopolitical aspect that we are currently discussing on different forums is actually the situation in Belarus. And this country was in attention of the international organizations, donors, for many years. Do you believe that the society can actually win the fight against the regime? And what is the difference between Ukraine and today's situation in Belarus?
Well, society always wins. Only question when and what price. And that is always the sad news, because there is a price to pay, like Roman Protasevich, like others are paying today, many hundreds of people in prisons, and those who are scared by aggressivity of Lukashenko. So, of course, society will win sooner or later, but it's not an optimistic. It is optimistic in a deep sense, but of course, it does not mean that there will be no sacrifices and price for it. So from that point of view, I would like to simply bring back our memory before August 2020. Every seminar about Belarus among experts were ending up with the comment, well, Belarus is not like Ukraine, the society is apathetic, the people are in inertia, they are not willing to fight for change, they are having different state of mind, they are scared about Maidan and all happens in Ukraine. And then in August, everyone was surprised, even those scientists who were making those analyses. So society always surprises us. And that's why we at EED, we believe we should never stop. Whether general analysis and think tanks' opinions are saying no chances for change, no chances for new energy, let's keep working with the societies, because the energy is always there and the people will and believe in values is always there. We need to just help them. And in case of Belarus, we have this wonderful moment of awakening where people simply said enough is enough. And I remember this beautiful picture in August when the old lady was crying in front of protesting young people and saying them, please forgive me that for so long I did nothing and now I'm joining you. A very senior 60 years old lady who remembers communism, who remembers Brezhnev and not just Lukashenko, how the young generation only remembers Lukashenko, or knows only Lukashenko. So I would say that the element of geopolitical dimension, of course, is there because I explain why. When you protect values, you automatically are geopolitical in this part of the world. But I would definitely say that in every society, there is a will and a dream of a better future. And one day, this dream coming true in a form of protest and then eventually of change.
Thank you so much for this introductive comments. Gianni, I have a question to you, because your organization that we all praise and cherish for already so many years has actually this institutional memory. And I would, so you were acting and, well, not you personally, you're very young, but the organization was there to actually bring the light and the true news and truth from the West to the East. There were hopes with the collapse of the Soviet Union that now everywhere will have truth. And now we have a new phenomenon, which is disinformation. Would you say that disinformation is actually more dangerous than Soviet propaganda?
Thanks, Bogdana. It's great to be with you and my panelists. I do information in its modern incarnation in many ways is even more dangerous than state-sponsored propaganda that we saw throughout Cold War from the communist regimes, from the Soviet Union and its client states. Part of that reason I feel it's even more dangerous right now is because our information environments are saturated more than ever than they were during the Cold War period. People are bombarded by information on a daily basis. And that, unfortunately, I think, has given people the sense that they have ultimate choice over how they access information, over what types of information they can gain access to on a daily basis. But that's really a false sense of independence and freedom that is created in our societies, because we know that there are many interests behind the information that we are consuming on a daily basis. And that's the case even in the most advanced democracies, like the United States or parts of Western Europe, And it's even more so the case than in democracies that are still struggling with the broader challenges that my fellow panelists have already described. Disinformation, ultimately, the information space, it makes it harder for people to have access to objective, unbiased information. And so in many cases, the work that Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty is doing across all of our 23 countries across Eurasia now, I'd say, is just as, if not even more important than the work we were doing during the Cold War, when people were drawn to us because they maybe had one other information source, state-run media outlets. Now people are drawn to us because, quite frankly, they feel lost and they're confused by all of the information that they're being bombarded with on a regular basis, and know they can turn to it that is trusted, does not represent particular interest, that's editorially dependent, that they know will present the truth and ultimately advance their broader interest, whether it's exposing corruption by private interests, whether it's highlighting mismanagement by the government that often frustrates them. They want to turn to outlets like Radio Europe, Radio Liberty to break through the disinformation conspiracy theories that they're receiving on a regular basis, especially as they go online to get information.
Gianni, I have a question then. Who is benefiting from disinformation? Who is financing? What is the aim behind?
Variety of actors. Certainly, I was struck by Oliver's discussion about kleptocracy and corruption, which ultimately, in part, is about self-preservation of the corrupt actors, especially when it's authoritarian regimes. And it's by they want to control. They want to control power. They want to control society, ultimately. So in many cases, you still have governments who have adapted the old tools, state-run propaganda, into a modern incarnation. Sometimes they can't get their citizens to actually consume information from outlets that are directly state-run, turn to disinformation, to cloud the information, make it harder for their citizens to objective information. Sometimes it's just private interest with a quit agenda arcs. We see in many fledgling democracies that are supporting the outlets, sometimes to advance their own private interests, other times to support a political ally in the government. So it's a variety of different actors who benefit, unfortunately, from information domains where conspiracy theories, disinformation have really festered and created mass confusion about what is objective. And ultimately, it ends up corroding democracy. And again, we've seen this in fledgling democracies as well as some of the challenges that we have in places like the United States right now, where it makes political compromise much more difficult. It makes it difficult for society to function and for people to have an agreed set of facts upon which to base their political decision making.
Thank you. I would like to go back to Oliver, actually, with a question. So recently, in one of the reports, I've read that actually corruption can be healthy. Corruption, especially when it's in small doses, that it helps the society to accelerate. Do you agree with this statement? And at which level corruption becomes actually dangerous?
It's an interesting point. This has been a debate that's been going on for some decades now. Corruption is extremely healthy for corrupt people. As a rule, corrupt people benefit from corruption. Everyone else, however, does not. I think it's proven now beyond any kind of doubt that corruption is harmful to society and to society's development. And I'm going to explain why that is, because that might seem a little bit counterintuitive. You know, if there is a bad rule, you know, surely it's better to pay a bribe rather than go to court to face being punished under a bad rule. But essentially, the problem is that if anyone pays to get around bad rules, that means bad rules become profitable. And essentially, it is not only that there is no reason to get rid of them, but actually there's a reason to bring in new ones. I used to live in Moscow, and we used to joke quite regularly whenever new rules were brought in about traffic, that these essentially were brought in to replace pay rises for the police. I remember one winter when it became compulsory to have a clean car. Obviously, it's impossible to have a clean car when driving around Moscow, but essentially all it meant was that every single car could be targeted for a bribe from police officers, because everyone was essentially breaking the rules. No matter how carefully you drove, you were breaking the rules. So corruption becomes a revenue generating system for state officials, and then that money is passed up the pyramid of power. Each state official pays off their immediate superiors. So everyone is complicit, which then creates a second problem, which is that if everyone is complicit, if every state official, because their salaries are too small, they have to take bribes to supplement their salaries, then essentially everyone is guilty. So if any state official tries to stand up to corruption, they can be dismissed because they're corrupt. So corruption, it might seem in a small way to an individual paying a bribe that it's a harmless activity, that it's just a way of trying to get around an illogical rule. But you need to recognize that corruption never exists in isolation. No one bribe is paid in isolation. It's an entire system, a pyramid of power that is built up to essentially transform the state from a body to make its citizens' lives better into a body to essentially farm its citizens, to use them as a source of profit for public officials who are able to use the power entrusted in them, not for the benefit in which it's supposedly intended, but for the benefit of essentially profiting from it. Public officials become as profit centers. They then go not to the people best suited to holding them, but to the people who are most likely to pay large amounts to their superiors, who are able to maximize the profit available from those positions. So no, I think there was a sort of a debate, certainly back in the 1960s, that perhaps corruption was beneficial. It helped oil the wheels of capitalism and helped remove illogical obstacles in the path of business development. But I think it is now accepted as fact by pretty much any reputable researcher that corruption is only harmful. It does no good at all. It is much better to have rational rules and essentially allow them to be obeyed easily by everyone, rather than to pay bribes to get around irrational rules. I think it's really important to make that point quite clearly, because this idea that corruption can be beneficial is essentially only to the benefit of corrupt people. If you say corruption can be beneficial, then essentially it's just a way of saying let's not change anything. So no, I'm afraid I don't agree with you, essentially, in short.
Thank you, Oliver. Jerzy, coming back to your geopolitical scope, actually, of the discussion, Ukraine is often quoted as the Putin's laboratory of hybrid threat and hybrid warfare. So what is the role, according to you, of the civil society in this process? Is it the civil society who has to fight them, or the state, or all together? How do you see that?
That's a very good and unfortunately very difficult question. If we have a democratic state and we have authorities that we have elected, we do expect from them that they will protect us, not harass us, that they will invent solutions for the problems that we're facing. And this is a very legitimate claim. Unfortunately, weak democracies, weak states, or states under attack from different sides cannot always deliver on this. And definitely civil society in such a moment of weakness of state is best positioned and fastest and most sensitive to react. Media, independent media, journalists, and organized society, free organized society. And that is what we see in Ukraine. And that is what I saw after Maidan, where like reanimation package reform group was preparing legal new laws to be voted by Rada. But that was a way the society was substituting certain functions of state. And if it is happening for 1, 2, 3, 4 years, it's good. But if it stays and continue and the only fight against corruption relies on organized society, this is something wrong. And what we see today in Ukraine, and I must say that I'm not saying this with the pleasure, that this civil society that is so well organized is more and more harassed, not just by mafia or leaders, local mafia leaders who are afraid of being exposed, but also they are using the state system, prosecution, some kind of, tax control systems and others to harass civil society activists. And this is repeating, and this is now growing, and we are receiving many signals from the civil society that this situation is getting worse now in Ukraine than it was before. This is discredit, this is intimidate, this is threaten on personal basis, but using also state structures, prosecutors, local police, and that is very worrying signal. And here, civil society alone cannot fight it successfully back, because that shows that this level of state capture is growing, especially on this local levels. So here it's a very strong warning signal, and I hope that Ukraine civil society, there are many new initiatives who are exposing this type of practices, that they will be given proper attention at the center of the country, at the president level, and they will find together a way to protect civil society, to do their job, to expose crime, to expose corruption, and to be protected by the state, not harassed.
Thank you, Jerzy. Jamie, a question to you, because Jerzy has mentioned about this, attacks on the civil society. Obviously, disinformation is also a part of these attacks. Would you say that we have some irreparable divisions within our society because of the disinformation? Has it built dividing lines between the countries as well as within the society? How do you see that?
Yeah, disinformation is used by political actors inside democracies to target the other side, to make it more difficult for their competitors to achieve certain objectives in that democracy. It's used especially by authoritarian regimes outside of their own borders. And we need to remember that like corruption, and the way that someone like Vladimir Putin has tried to use corruption and export corruption to advance Russia's security objectives, authoritarian regimes also export and have tested out these disinformation tools on their own societies to preserve their control of power. And they've also started to apply them in their neighborhood, initially in countries like Ukraine, using Ukraine as a testing ground for certain types of campaigns, which then they ended up, in the Russian case, applying to Western democracies in Western Europe and the US and elsewhere, as we've seen with democratic interference from Russia in recent years. We're starting to see China do some of that as well. So this problem never stays within the authoritarian regime's borders, but has clearly been exported. And part of that is not just the disinformation campaigns itself. We've seen a sustained effort from regimes like Russia to then target civil society groups who then are pushing back against these trends, and especially in the information space, targeting independent media. We see right now what Vladimir Putin is doing to independent media inside Russia, designating any independent media outlet that receives foreign assistance as a foreign agent, basically trying to blacklist those media outlets, including Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and our local entity. And trying to do this sort of thing in other countries, including Ukraine, where RFERL has had journalists actually detained in Donbass. We currently have a contributor who was in Crimea, Vladislav Yasipenko, picked up by the FSB, tortured, accused of being a spy. These are the sorts of tactics that we see authoritarian regimes use at home. And unfortunately, they've started to export them to other societies as well, including democracies, ultimately with the goal of driving out independent media outlets, making it easier for them to spread disinformation and to undermine citizens' trust in their government, and really set people against each other within those democratic societies, so that those societies cannot fully function, cannot thrive, and cannot pose a threat ultimately to the authoritarian neighbor.
Indeed. Going back to Jerzy. Jerzy, can the striving democracies in the East specifically do simultaneously what we have just discussed, fight the corruption, fight the hybrid threats, as well as building a democratic state, everything in the same moment? Is it doable?
Yes, it is. The answer is very simple, because there is no other choice. This is the only way they can succeed. So sequencing or excusing themselves because today we are at war, because this or that happens, then we will postpone one or another reform, judiciary, police, or other anti-oligarchic regulations, that is simply wrong. In the moment of change, in a moment of opportunity, we have to grasp the moment. We means the whole of the society, those who we elected and those who are electorate, who are sitting and demanding change. This has to all be done together and by the whole of the society. This is the only recipe to succeed. And you can have from the history many examples where countries were under war, under the pressure from not just one aggressor, but sometimes two, but they managed. And Ukraine can also manage. So in that sense, I strongly believe in the power of people in Ukraine. I strongly believe in a values that are shared by Ukrainian people. And I strongly still believe in a wisdom of those who are in the political positions, that they will not lose this opportunity. But at the same time, you're right. Those threats, those trends, mechanisms they exist, those dramatic choices people have to make, these are all a very, very difficult conditions. But there is no other choice. Everything has to be done at the same time.
Can the West help?
Yes, West should help. And I hope it's helping, maybe not enough, but should. The West problem is, because I was saying some maybe not easy comments to the people in Ukraine about that civil society is not enough protected. I should say also same into our direction. Oliver is in London. How many, and you mentioned this, how many law firms in London are protecting interests of oligarchs? How many real estate companies became rich by selling properties across the Europe to the people who are operating with dirty money? We are not exposing this enough. I mean, not Oliver. Oliver is actually exposing, but we as a Western societies, we are not doing enough to expose. Why Yanukovych's own money in Raiffeisen Bank are safely hidden for so many years, and so on and so on. There is a lot to blame on us as well, but it is not excuse. It is just a joint effort to make sure that when we see the things, we react and we try to change it.
Interesting. Jamie, you have actually this helicopter view on 23 countries, but the question is the West apt actually to stop hybrid threats? Is it up to task?
I'm optimistic like Jerzy, but I think that it's a tall order and we're lagging behind in certain areas. I agree with everything Jerzy said about doing more, especially to counter those in the West who are supporting corruption. In the media space, I think we in countries like the United States and the European Union, we need to set a better example. When Western politicians, which is now routine in the United States, attack the media in the US, it becomes very difficult if you're in Ukraine or another country where RFERL operates, or Russia, to say that certain attacks on journalists are out of bounds, because it's a very thin line between criticizing journalists as fake news, or saying that they're a threat, or saying that they're not objective, to then the much more extreme types of harassment that we routinely see in many of the countries that RFERL operates in, physical threats, harassment by intelligence services. So I think in the media space, we can set a much better example. Obviously, as president of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, I'm a strong supporter of what the West can do in terms of supporting public media, both through funding truly unbiased public broadcasters that provide local reporting in countries, in fledgling democracies that are trying to deal with all of these hybrid threats. I think it's also important that Western donor nations provide additional support to small fledgling outlets that are struggling, that are easily picked off by authoritarian regimes that want to clear out the information space and make it easier for disinformation to be successful. And so I think more financial support for those sorts of outlets and more willingness to by governments to speak out, to take a stand when they see journalists under attack. I think all of those things are already being done to varying extents by a number of governments, but I think those efforts can be expanded significantly so that we can truly rise up and help counter this challenge.
Thank you. Oliver, what would be your solution or advice to the West? How can they help?
Yeah, thanks for that. I'd really like to stress my support for what Jerzy was saying about the complicity of Western countries, Western institutions, Western individuals in corruption, and the way that corruption is able to undermine democracy and spread disinformation. You can't be corrupt in a meaningful sense without the involvement of major Western institutions. Obviously, Jerzy mentioned Raiffeisen Bank, but sadly, Raiffeisen is very much not alone. Major banks from all across the European Union, and of course from the UK, as well as from other Western countries, have been complicit in moving and hiding wealth for corrupt elites for decades. We've seen that Western governments can be quite strict on these banks when their own interests are involved, or the interests of their citizens, but they tend to be very laggardly when it comes to taking action to protect the interests of Eastern European countries. We saw this, it's particularly notable in the UK, as Jerzy mentioned, not just in the real estate sector, that's very important, but also in the shell company sector. The UK likes to offer its very cheap shell companies in order to help grow its economy. But these same shell companies are used by money launderers, have been used in Danske Bank, in Deutsche Bank, Swedbank. Any of the big money laundering scandals of recent times have been used by these same shell companies. And the government here has done precisely nothing about that. The same is true when it comes to misinformation. Obviously, a lot of misinformation is spread, created by governments or government-aligned entities. But then how does it spread further? It spreads obviously via Facebook, via Twitter, via the big Western tech companies. These can be quite proactive when it comes to trying to shut down misinformation in Western countries, such as, of course, the United States, as we've seen recently with its decision to ban the former president from Facebook for 2 years. But they're far, far less proactive when it comes to taking action to stop the spread of misinformation in Eastern European countries or Asian countries like Myanmar, and so on. So really, these countries need to be as forthright in defending democracy abroad as they are at home. And that's something that we all need to get onto them to force them through. I mean, essentially, it's very difficult to expect a country that has been corrupted for decades to be able to act to stop corruption on its own. It needs all the help that it can get. And for me, that means help from Western countries and Western institutions to make sure that our banks, our lawyers, our accountants, our media companies aren't undermining democracy in our allies. We can't profess to be good allies if our own institutions are undermining the values that we profess to support. And that's something that I think everyone in Western countries needs to get better at. I think we're quite good at lecturing foreign countries about improving their act, but not nearly good enough at improving our own act.
Thank you, Oliver. I have a question to three distinguished panelists, a quite personal one, because we are discussing now corruption, big money, defamation laws, disinformation, tortures, very, very difficult subjects. What personally motivates you every day to wake up and to start working and to continue doing amazing job that you are doing? Oliver, let's start with you.
Thanks. I mean, it's it's an interesting question. I worked for many years in the former Soviet Union. Some of my happiest years of my life were based in and around the former Soviet Union. And one of the reasons I first moved to Russia and then to Central Asia and elsewhere was because I really wanted to see democratic transformation. You know, I'd grown up during the Cold War, the dying days of the Cold War, and it really excited me, the prospect of seeing democracy sweeping across a whole half of the continent that had previously been denied it. And the years I've spent living in Russia mainly, but also elsewhere, I didn't really see democratic transformation. In fact, to be honest, I saw rather the opposite. I saw the return of authoritarianism and the gradual suffocation of what civil society had been able to appear. And I suppose for me, the realization, which happened largely after the Ukrainian Revolution in 2014, the Revolution of Dignity, that Western countries were complicit in suffocating democracy, that we had helped to encourage and support not the fighters for democracy, but rather the corrupt and authoritarian leaders by taking their money, by moving their money, by helping them raise funds and so on. To be honest, just disgusts me. It makes me very angry, the degree of hypocrisy involved. So I get up every day and I really hope that I'm going to sort of try and push back against that hypocrisy a bit. And if I can inconvenience some of the corrupt actors or their enablers, then it's a job I'm happy to do in a day well spent. So that's what motivates me. I like to think that, you know, while I'm here doing this, and fortunately I have lots of friends who do the same work, then it means it'd be maybe that little bit harder for corrupt people to be corrupt today.
Exactly. Jerzy, what's your recipe?
Well, I was lucky to live in interesting times. I had two such events in my life. One was when I was 19. It was the first visit of John Paul II to Poland after being elected the Pope. And we gathered together almost like, you know, maybe up to 1 million people in a big square in Warsaw. And at that moment, there was such a moment of feeling for the young person, 19 years old, that understood something about, you know, politics and history, but still very young, immature. But I felt this moment that here, in this moment, in this place, we are independent. No police, no Communist Party, and it was 1979, can come, can do something about us, that we are here just because of this one man with a certain message came. And that strength, that feeling of euphoria, this is something that accompanied all my life. And there was a second such a moment. It was the 4th June of 1989 when we had the first free election, partly actually free election in Poland. And it was a moment when really I felt the communism ends and we start new life for Poland. And that was, again, the same moment of euphoria, because I was much more mature. I understood it's real change. In just 2 years, 3 years before that, I wouldn't even believe that my son or daughter will enjoy a freedom of Poland. But it happens to me just now, and it's happening. And when you have such two moments in your life, I think it is a moral obligation to simply share it and do it, that everyone may have such a happy moment in their society, in their life. That's what motivates me.
Thank you. Gianni, what about you?
Somewhat similar to Jerzy, but from a different vantage point, watching from the US, I saw the events in particular of 1989 and the power of freedom. And so that has always inspired me in my career, and then especially at Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, given that our journalists helped play a small role in providing the news and information that people were able to use then to take power into their own hands. And as president of RFERL, I repeatedly meet people who share their personal experiences with me about how important our work was for them, for their families. It's something that even as many of them are now quite older, remember with tears in their eyes, listening to our broadcasts and how that information that we were able to provide made them feel that they were powerful, that they had the ability to change their societies. And many of them went on to do that. And we've heard Lech Walesa, Václav Havel, and others speak to the importance that outlets like Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty played. The other thing that keeps me going on a daily basis at RFERL are our incredibly brave journalists. And I mentioned already Vladislav Yosipenko. Just 2 weeks ago, actually, in Kyiv, I was able to have dinner with 2 other journalists of ours who suffered immensely for their work. One, Stas Asayev, spent 2.5 years in Donetsk, detained by separatists in horrible conditions, and thankfully was eventually released. And his crime was trying to report on what was going on in Donetsk to his fellow citizens, and also to share information with Ukrainians elsewhere. Mykola Semena, who was detained under house detention in Crimea for several years, basically banned from doing journalism. And as he told me, he endured that period because it was his job. It was his job to report on what was going on in Crimea, despite the challenges of Russian occupation. And he stayed true to that mission throughout, and thankfully now is able to live freely in Kyiv. And then our colleague Ihar Losik, who's been detained for almost a year, a 29-year-old social media consultant for RFERL in Belarus, detained even before the August election, kept away from his wife and young daughter now for almost a year under, again, horrible circumstances, but he's staying true to his commitment and fighting, and we're fighting on his behalf to get him released. So all of those are just 3 individuals that keep me going on a daily basis right now, but RFERL thankfully has thousands of such journalists who are incredibly brave, who take great risks just to provide their fellow citizens with the truth on a daily basis.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the panelists, not only for your amazing contributions and for your ideas, which are very thought-provoking, not only for your recommendations, but also for your daily work, because you are examples of the democracy in action. So here we will conclude this panel, and we'll go now soon to the presidential panel. And let's hope that we are going to stay in great health, inspiration, and lots of enthusiasm to continue the wonderful work that you are all doing. Thank you very much.
Включить.
Bogdana, thank you again for this incredible introduction. So we heard about the daily life of those who fight corruption worldwide, the committed work of journalists. for what motivates them. And probably this created the impetus for many activists in Ukraine that following the revolution of dignity have decided to invest them in the development of this country. We have quite a packed schedule today. 5 more panel discussions are planned. We have discussed the hybrid threats for the democracy. In a few minutes, we will start the high-level discussion with presidents of the countries. Expected contributors: Volodymyr Zelenskyy, President of Ukraine; Maia, Sandu, the President of the Republic of Moldova, will join with an online speech, and Samantha Power, the administrator of the USAID, will also make a key statement. We will hear from Georgia and Moldova how these countries are the regional trendsetters, how their successful reform can impact the development across the region. Apart from that, we shall also discuss the roadmap for NATO membership, and a New Europe Center report will be presented by Alyona Hetmanchuk, which will be followed by the discussion by Olha Stefanishyna, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine. And we will talk about the thorny, albeit important past. We have some musicians here with us today. Goa, the incredible band that has just successfully represented Ukraine at Eurovision Song Contest. We'll talk about cultural diplomacy, its role in countering the threats to democracy. Today we will conclude at 9 p.m. and the final panel will focus on personal sanctions, visa bans and other tools, the effective response of the West to human rights violations and strategic corruption. And now I would like to give the floor to the chairwoman of the conference, Hanna Hopko, who will be the moderator for the high-level discussion. The topic is leadership in times of restoring a power of democracy. Inna, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen,
Дорогі панове, ми хотіли б розпочати нашу міжнародну конференцію, яка є пошуком рішень. Насправді дуже важливо 30-річчя незалежності, що тут в Києві ми проведемо дводенний марафон. Я хотіла б запросити до вітального слова президента України Володимира Зеленського, який виступить із вітальним словом. Я думаю, що напередодні важливого візиту президента США до Європи, зустрічі на саміті НАТО, а також, зокрема, і зустрічі з паном Путіним, дуже важливо, що сьогодні ми обговорюємо ті виклики, загрози, які є для демократії у всьому світі. Отож, шановний пане президенте, вам слово.
Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Шановні присутні, шановні пані та панове,
ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear attendees of this conference.
Ви знаєте, символічно, що ця конференція проходить напередодні дуже важливих міжнародних подій. Це саміт НАТО та саміт США і ЄС, які відбудуться вже наступного тижня. Іде важливе місце, дійсно дуже важливе місце у порядку денному матимуть захист та розвиток демократії, спільного надбання євроатлантичної спільноти. Наші міжнародні друзі
Atlantic community. I see many friends here are distinguished international friendly countries, the countries of the United Europe, the G7 countries, the Venice Commission have been working for many years and have been a part of the process, trying to establish a very important developments in Ukraine. They know very well of different dimensions of the lives of Ukrainians. As Ukraine enters its 30th year of independence, alas, we still have to discuss such things as fighting corruption, as the legal reform or the judiciary reform, or the integrity of the public servants, prosecutors, judges, etc. Much to my chagrin, the society, yes, has not developed the sense of ultimate rejection of corruption across all levels of powers and public life. There is yet no this zero corruption tolerance. We have been working for 2 years. Perhaps we could do more, but we are working our way to change the situation. Therefore, the topic of this discussion really captures the key principle. In a situation that Ukraine finds itself, the power of democracy is not complete without the power of leadership. All change, all reforms that are ongoing in reform, indeed, are facing very strong resistance from many, from politicians, from certain media outlets, from experts, sometimes even from the activists themselves. Leadership is a key role to play in all these dimensions. You can listen to everybody, you can be in doubt and do nothing for decades. But what you could alternatively do is to do something, make mistake, and then correct those mistakes, for sure, acknowledge them, and make progress. When it comes to anti-corruption policy in Ukraine, I would like to underscore several important points. Presently, Ukraine has created and provided the legal basis for a functioning of an anti-corruption system. I believe it is unprecedented. There is no such system in any other country of the world. NACP, NABO, SAPO, State Investigation Bureau, Higher Anti-Corruption Court, the National Agency on Asset Detection and Recovery Agency,
are all involved in that effort. After a change of power in 2019, the anti-corruption authorities have every opportunity to work effectively and consistently. One of my first presidential instructions was the following: to ensure that the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine could work independently with the international counterparts as they investigate corruption. There is now legal framework for NABU to ensure the operative independence, the so-called right to wiretap. In 2019, Higher Anti-Corruption Court, or HACC, was launched. Notably, the competitive selection was conducted by the representatives inter alia of our international partners. We removed the immunity for the members of parliament. We restored liability for illegal enrichment. And we voted, the reform in the first reading. And I know that this reform was commended by our colleagues, by the G7 ambassadors as well. We've also adopted legislation for rewarding the whistleblowers. We've also enshrined civil forfeiture procedure for assets and real estate and property. Definitely, these are important steps on a very correct way towards justice. I absolutely rejected the decision of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, as you know, deeming unconstitutional some of the provisions of anti-corruption legislation in Ukraine that Ukraine as a country has so rigorously developed over the years, supported by our partners from the EU, from the USA, from the Council of Europe, and from the Venice Commission. And therefore, first and foremost, we ensured there's consistent operation of anti-corruption bodies, and we restored the e-asset declaration system. There was an attempt to offset of the balance, the anti-corruption system, and we restored all the legal tools in place that are a prerequisite for independent and effective functioning of our key anti-corruption agencies. This January, I have introduced to the Ukrainian Parliament a draft law on improving the liability for providing false information in asset declarations. And there was significant resistance. It's not that easy. Several political parties were resisting, and the parliament recently passed a law amending my suggestions, something I aim to restore, a fair criminal liability for providing false information in the asset declaration. And I made a public statement straight away that I am going to prepare this draft law. I mean, the criminal liability for providing intentionally false information. It is a must. The punishment must be stricter. It really must provide for such punishment as confinement. Corrupt actors need to be held accountable, as the law of Ukraine provides for. Moreover, I think Parliament should focus on the following. Over the last 4 years in Ukraine, there has been basically no strategic paper, i.e. anti-corruption strategy. I believe the members of Parliament need to expediently adopt the draft law on the principles of state anti-corruption policy for 2020-2024. The strategy needs to be endorsed as fast as possible. It has 5 key principles. namely streamlining the work of government agencies and removing all the redundancy. Second, the digital transformation of the discharge of power for both central government agencies and the local government. All data should become accessible. Furthermore, comfortable and legal services, irreversibility of liability for committing an offence, and zero tolerance towards corruption, and creating integrity culture and the culture of the respect of the rule of law. Over the last 2 years, my legislative initiatives in judiciary were focusing on the challenges, in one way or another, that are adjacent to fighting corruption, such as the judicial integrity. The High Qualification Committee of the Judges and the High Council
відповідних законодавчих змін неодноразово звертала увагу і Венеціанська комісія, зазначаючи у своїх висновках,
its opinion has numerously pointed out that if judicial reforms fails to address the integrity of the members of the higher Council of Justice and of the Qualification Commission is doomed. The corrupt and the corrupt oligarchic system of Ukraine so far does not give in and is continuously resisting. But this is only so far. I underscore that. However, my team and myself are not afraid of that. This will not stop us. Proof. We introduced a bill to the Ukrainian parliament, the so-called bill on oligarchs. It's urgent, by the way, and for the first time, we are making an important, long-awaited step. For the first time in the history of Ukraine, we are talking not only about countering or punishing, but about eradication, one of the root causes that leads to this phenomenon, i.e. the impact of the big business on the policymakers and civil servants. During my election campaign, I announced a very ambitious goal, not fighting corruption, but rather total victory over corruption. We know people who really want to help. And I always say welcome to those people. Unfortunately, there are those who are weary that corruption can be defeated. They only want to see hype, and see continuous undermining, so to say, and they're failing to acknowledge any sort of achievement or progress. But believe me, it really is difficult. All those steps are very difficult indeed. Maybe some people are simply afraid. Maybe they're afraid when all will be well in Ukraine, and in Ukraine one day all will definitely be well, that people will think that they're useless now, nobody needs them. I rest assured that this is the case. We need to make friends, to stay united, and to work together for the benefit of our motherland, for the benefit of Ukraine, because we have no other country, and thank God. Thank you for attention.
Насправді, ми хочемо побажати вам успіху деолігархізації.
We'd like to wish you every success in deoligarchization. This is the first conference of democracy in action. A democracy can protect the values as our servicemen and women do. And we wish you every success in combating the Russian hybrid threat in the East and elsewhere. God be with us, with our partners and organizers, because democracy needs protection in Ukraine and in the West from the corruption, and the Nord Stream 2 is also something for calling our joint effort, and it will be focus of our discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you. You have heard the address of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy about the upcoming steps to tackle the oligarch corruption system, mounting resistance these days, but together we will overcome. We will overcome by pulling ranks of the Ukrainian politicians, Western allies, experts, and all of us. We have one more welcome address before we continue with our leadership panel. We have an address from the US senators that have recently visited Ukraine. They visited the territory of Luhansk and Donetsk regions and for themselves have seen the area of hostilities. Let us hear their advice. The US senators, Gianni, Rob Portman, and Christopher Murphy.
Hello, I'm honored to join you virtually for the Democracy in Action Zero Corruption Conference. I'm also very pleased to be here in Ukraine with my fellow United States Senators, Chris Murphy and Rob Portman. We want to send a resolute bipartisan message that the United States supports the people of Ukraine in fierce rebuke to Russian aggression. Ukraine has every right to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity against an increasingly belligerent Putin. As a senior member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and chair of the European and Regional Cooperation Subcommittee, I will continue to pursue every avenue available to hold Putin to account and to reaffirm U.S. support for Ukraine to that end. We are proud to encourage Ukrainian leaders to continue efforts that will empower your nation's democratic institutions to help Ukraine achieve its goal of joining NATO and the EU. This event and its partnership with the Ukrainian government sends a united message that Ukraine is committed to taking the necessary steps to strengthen its democracy by making a firm commitment to root out corruption.
I joined Senator Shaheen in commending the organizers of the Zero Corruption Conference and the Ukrainian government for taking these important steps together to underscore the importance of addressing corruption. To me, corruption is one of the most serious threats to a democracy. By prioritizing a meaningful response to root out corruption, Ukraine and other countries of the region are setting an important example for other transitional democracies around the world as they work to solidify their institutions. These efforts will not only build a brighter future for the people of Ukraine and other countries involved, but it will further the relationships between our country and your countries. We share a special partnership, and your stability affects the United States' national security. Strengthening that relationship is important for both our countries. It also carries significant implications for our transatlantic community and for the world order. So thank you for what you do, and Godspeed.
I'm glad to have the opportunity to address the Zero Corruption Conference and echo Senator Shaheen and Senator Portman when I say that the United States is a proud partner to Ukraine in its right to self-defense against ongoing Russian aggression, which has frankly escalated in recent months, from its intimidation tactics of increasing troops along the border to continued interference in elections and weaponizing corruption. The U.S. is committed to holding Vladimir Putin accountable for his myriad of transgressions that threaten the U.S., Ukraine, and other partners in the region. The Kremlin is counting on Ukraine to not be able to make progress on corruption reforms. And so that's why our visit here to Ukraine has been dedicated to trying to make sure that Ukraine, as well as partners throughout the region, continue to uphold the rule of law, continue to hold the corrupt accountable, continue to send a message to countries like Russia that the forces of corruption, the forces of malign influence ultimately aren't going to win the day. The United States is going to be a partner in all of these reform efforts, both with government and with civil society, to make sure that we protect and solidify democracies all around the world, and especially in the region. I'm so glad to be able to be a part of this conference.
This was a very open and a very specific address from our American friends and partners. Support has been announced for Ukraine. Will the support of the EU colleague be just as concordant? We have a special guest of our conference in the studio, the head of the Ukrainian service of the Voice of America, Miroslava Honhadze. Greetings, Miroslava. You flew in from Washington just yesterday to moderate this high-level discussion. It's called Leadership in the times of restoration of the power of democracy. What are we to expect? I expected that we would talk to the president of Zelenskyy, frankly speaking, because we have a lot of questions about his leadership in the country. And as the sources say, he has a very important conversation coming up today, and he had to leave the studio. But overall, we will be talking about the key challenges for democracy, as they indeed are similar in the United States, in Europe, as they are in America, yet they differ. There are points we need to highlight. The question of freedom of speech and pressure on the media, the disinformation are among such points. We are working whether Ukraine and the countries of the region can truly integrate into the European countries and Euro-Atlantic space. These are the points we'll be discussing. We'll be talking about NATO, pressure and danger coming from Russia and other states. This is the focus of the discussion. We'll have a president of Moldova with us. We'll have the president of Deputy General of NATO and the representative of the Venice Commission. It's a very ambitious goal for an hourly conversation, but we'll have 2 more days to discuss the keynote remarks of your panelists. You must be following all the news and all the mentions of Ukraine in the American media. And President Trump compared Ukraine and equaled it to corruption. So how deeply rooted is this information and this perception of Ukraine in the American media, or did he fail? I don't think we need to link corruption and the statement made by President Trump, because there is major systemic corruption in Ukraine, which we should not hush up. We should expose it instead and seek ways to tackle it. The President assured us that he spares no effort to the end, but much more can be done, and some of the omissions also need to be exposed. Ukraine, in the overall context, is a country that has not fully unleashed its potential. Ukraine has had a number of opportunities. Ukrainians have died to live a decent life. They gave their lives for justice, and systemic corruption still remains in place, and the people are not enjoying prosperity and well-being, and we need to reverse it. Hopefully, the European partners can tell us what we can do to reverse the situation. That is the mission of a leader that Volodymyr Zelenskyy mentioned, that political leadership is what is needed, and we can look at how other countries are doing in this regard. The United States have a new leader. Joe Biden is heading the country, and democracy is gaining speed for a few months now, and democracy is reviving. So what are the signs of revival of the American democracy under Joe Biden? You see, America is recovering from the coronavirus pandemic, first of all, because the country was in lockdown for quite some time, and in the last few months, most people in the United States have already received their vaccination shots. The economy is growing. The economic growth is roughly 6%. and has good prospects for growth till the end of the year. There are big incentives for the growth of the American economy. The Congress enacted a number of acts to stimulate the economy and to protect the small and medium businesses from losing their opportunities, and these measures are working very effectively. And recently, President Biden announced that corruption is a matter of national security, is a priority for national security for the United States, and that is an important step linking our two countries, and clearly the United States are going to pay a lot of attention to this dimension of the Ukrainian leadership. Sounds like a decisive action plan in action. I hope that we will soon also recover from the coronavirus, overcome it, and then all the processes in the country can pick up. This is a very promising conversation with the country leaders. I will let you moderate your studio, and I know that in the end of the panel, when you complete the conversation with your guests, we'll have a special message from Samantha Powell. Thank you. Thank you.
Joining us online. My name is Miroslava Gongadze, and I'm honored to host this panel with three of leaders and decision makers of this world. We have online today, I hope you would have them on the screen. I'm not sure yet. Are we having them already? I would like to introduce people when they are coming on the screen. Not really. I will then, we are waiting for the, oh, okay, Maia, Sandu is already there. Hello? Unfortunately, I see them only, would they be here or not? Okay, okay. So, she's speaking now. Okay. I couldn't hear her, but it's okay. So we have Maia Sandu, the president of Moldova. We have Věra, Jourová, vice president, European Commission. And we have Mircea Gianni, NATO deputy secretary general. I hope we will have them all here. Welcome, welcome. So, democracy can be challenging. But this is the best way of governance of the people, by the people, and for the people. Democracy works only in fact-based society, where people have free access to information and can make educated decisions. In today's post-truth world, we are facing real threats to democratic governance from bad actors who question the facts, challenging the rule of law, and exporting corruption. We are sitting here today in Ukraine, where we can express our views freely. But in our eastern border, the Kremlin regime is poisoning their opponents and putting them in jail. We have a country on the north that beating, torturing, and murdering activists who are standing up for their rights to choose their leaders and their future. Some of them are here today with us, those who were able to escape.
It is incredibly important that we gathered here today in Kyiv, because today's Kyiv feels like both a promised land and a battlefield for the future of democracy and free society. It didn't feel that way 20 years ago. My husband, Georgy Gongadze, when I left this country, my husband, Georgy Gongadze, was murdered for telling the truth to power. His sacrifice and later protest movement paved the way to two revolutions in Ukraine, Orange Revolution and Revolution of Dignity. Many more people sacrificed their lives for the dedicating to fighting for truth and democracy and European values. However, Ukraine was not able to get rid of systemic corruption. And the President of Ukraine just told us how much he does to deal with corruption. However, it's not enough. Too many people died for that. But it shows that it's easy to make, much more easier to make a revolution, but it's much more difficult to make sustainable change and build sustainable institutions and working democracy. About all these challenges, we would talk with our decision makers and world leaders. I'm so happy they're all on our screen. And so we will kick off this 2 days conference on a high note and listen about the challenges of democracy from the top. One more time, I would introduce our guests that we have President of Moldova, welcome. We have Věra Jourová, Vice President of European Commission, welcome. And we have Mircea Joana, NATO Deputy Secretary General. And I would start, hello, and I would start with President of Moldova. You're a very impressive leader, and you won election in a very, very difficult circumstances. And you were able to beat very, very strong opponent. The Moldovan embassy is down the street from my house in Washington, D.C. And I saw the lines and lines of people trying to come and vote for you. So I would like to turn to you and ask you, how are you doing? How is a progress to prosperity for Moldovians looking today?
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, I'm pleased to address you today at this international conference dedicated to safeguarding democracy and fighting corruption. I am a believer in democracy, and as you saw it in Washington, but also in many places of the world, and especially here in Moldova, I come from a country whose people cherish democracy, fight for democracy, and who want it see work for them. 30 years ago, Moldova decided to build a democratic society. We have approved laws, we created institutions, and we borrowed or tried to learn from the best European and international practices in an attempt to build a strong state which would work for the citizens, which would defend their rights and freedoms, would uphold market economy, and ensure that the rules apply to everyone equally. Unfortunately, many of these reforms were successful only on paper, despite having sophisticated laws in place, which were meant to ensure the independence of the key institutions. Most of the institutions in my country remain weak, corrupt, and prone to external influences. And the Moldovan judiciary is among the worst offenders. It happens today that the corrupt schemes, including the banking sector fraud, but many others about which the entire region or even the world knows about, have happened with the contribution of judges through their illegal decisions. Bad court decisions got Moldova condemned by the European Court of Human Rights and cost our budget tens of millions of euros in damage. Corrupt judges chase our foreign investors away, and even our own citizens who flee the country looking for a better life elsewhere. And courts often fail to punish the most or the biggest corrupt people who are guilty of serious crimes. As a result, public trust in the judiciary, but also in the state, is going down. It's not an easy reform to undertake, and I did win these elections on the anti-corruption agenda, promising that I will fight for the justice sector reform and that I will fight for strengthening the capacity of the anti-corruption institutions. It's a difficult fight, but I do have the support of people. At the same time, the opposition from within the system is very, very, very high. We've been talking about the independence of justice, and this has been a discussion that we're having also with the international partners who are trying to help us. But it looks that we haven't been talking enough about the accountability of judges, because when you provide corrupt judges with independence, this definitely doesn't solve the issue. On the contrary, they just continue to take illegal decisions which are helping the corrupt groups in Moldova. And what happens today in my country is that there is no one person, as it happened in the past with Plahotniuk's regime, who would control the entire system. But there are several corruption clans who just go around and try to buy the decisions of the judges. So judges can choose whom to sell the decision and how much to get for this. And of course, the state cannot compete with such corruption groups, even if the state is ready and is paying relatively good salaries in the system. So it's a difficult reform, despite the fact that, as I said, that in Moldova there is huge support on behalf of the citizens for this reform. What we see now as the next step is the extraordinary external evaluation of judges and prosecutors to eliminate all the corrupt individuals from the system. And then, of course, to strengthen the capacity and to strengthen the independence of both the justice sector and the body of prosecutors. For that, we need a parliament or a majority in the parliament which would support the laws that have to be passed to go through this extraordinary evaluation of judges and prosecutors. And we happen to have snap parliamentary elections in a few weeks. And I very much hope that the Moldovans would continue to support honest people so that we will be able to go on with these important reforms. We are trying to learn from the countries in the region. We know that many of the countries are struggling. And we also know that we need to do this reform as soon as possible, because people in Moldova, many of the people from Moldova have left the country already, and we need to restore people's trust as soon as possible in order not to see the others leaving the country, but also hoping that at least part of the diaspora will come back.
Maia, can I ask you a question in that regard? You were talking about systemic corruption in Moldova. What is the source of that corruption, and how much connection do we have between our countries, Ukraine, Moldova, Russia, in exporting that corruption?
Well, Moldova is not such a rich country, but somehow the crooks find ways to extract huge amounts. For instance, the recent international study showed that the amount of the illegal financial flows in Moldova account for $1 billion annually. Maybe this is not, but I guess this is a big amount even for Ukraine. But if you compare this or put it in the context of the Moldovan size, then you will understand how much this is. And of course, there have been different, and there are different ways the crooks get to extract people from the country. The banking sector fraud, the infamous banking sector fraud, for which, by the way, we haven't seen any results of the investigation because no one has been punished so far. This has happened 6 years ago, and no one single cent has been recovered. You can imagine how people feel here, people, because they do have to repay the hole created in the banking sector by this fraud. The money laundering, the Russian laundromat, I have to remind you that we speak here about tens of billions of dollars of dirty money which have been laundered through the Moldovan banks and courts. And here, our prosecution hasn't even started to investigate such a big corruption scheme. Then, of course, is the procurement, which involves corrupt civil servants who, together with some people from the private sector, manage to get money out of the state more than what their services and goods that they're selling to the state deserve. So, and then we have rider attacks on different sectors. For instance, right now, we're witnessing a rider attack on the insurance system. And things happen in a way which is difficult to imagine when the crooks, the people involved, go to the court, and then the court cancels the decisions of the regulators. It might be the decision of the central bank or the decision of the National Security Commission. So, and these are definitely illegal decisions, but because there hasn't been any punishment for illegal decisions taken towards the judges, because the prosecution is very slow at initiating cases against the judges. This keeps happening. Smuggling is a big issue, and smuggling is an issue which has to be tackled together, as money laundering has to be tackled together, because for this kind of corruption schemes, there are no borders, and we do need the cooperation of the countries in the region. And I have discussed the issue, for instance, the issue of fighting smuggling in the Transnistrian region. I've discussed it with President Zelenskyy, and I do count on Ukraine's support here. But also when we talk about fighting money laundering, we need the involvement of international institutions. We need the involvement of prosecutor offices in some of the European countries, because some of this money ended up there in their countries. Also, when we talk about big corruption schemes, the Moldovan crooks will buy assets again in the developed countries. This is where they like to spend their money, and here we need the assistance, the support of the institutions in the countries where the assets are, in order to trace them and to seize them and to repay the budget.
Maia, thank you so much. I really appreciate your staying with us today, unlike our president, the Ukrainian president, unfortunately. But this is a very good segue to Věra Jourová, because we are talking about support from European Union and European and other institutions. How much support can Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia can rely on from Europe in fighting corruption? Corruption is not the only issue and the only threats to democracy, but is one of the main ones.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam President Sandu, Mr. Deputy Secretary General Joanna. Very happy to be here with you today. Coming to your question, well, of course, I am happy that I can confirm that the EU will continue to assist all the mentioned countries in the fight against corruption and in the fight for strengthening the democratic structures. As Madam President said, this is not only about the laws, it is about the bringing the laws into life, and it is about the sustainable development where you cannot see any hiccups and any reverse processes which are damaging everything which had been done before. And I personally worked in Moldova and Ukraine and also in Georgia in my previous capacity as a private consultant, and I met so many very determined people, not only from public sector, especially the mayors, but also the civil society actors. And in the capacity of the Commissioner for Justice, I met also the judges and the anti-corruption teams. And I have to say that I spoke to determined, again, very determined and courageous people who need to enjoy the sustainable support from the governments, from the parliaments, and from the international community as well. So I am glad that on behalf of the EU, I can confirm today that the EU will continue to assist you. And I would really like to assist the opening and running the projects which make sense, because I remember when I was in Ukraine several years ago, I spoke to the promoters of many projects started and financed by the EU, but also by other international organizations, and it was quite obvious that they are sometimes overlapping in their work. They are sometimes offering something which is not desperately needed in the country. They are sometimes offering something which might be achieved through other ways, and what is needed is practical consultation, technical assistance, and permanent support to be available. As speaking about the international experts, to be available and to be knowledgeable, to understand the situation in the country. So I would like us to continue the practical support through well-targeted projects and well-targeted funding. And today's topic is tackling corruption. I think fight against corruption is absolutely essential, as it corrodes democracy and the rule of law, and as such serves the interests of their enemies too. And the rule of law, functioning democratic institutions, and open civic engagement are key for the democratic transformation of the region and essential for the socio-economic development. And we all know that corruption remains a serious challenge in the public and private sectors. High-level and complex corruption is in particular challenging in the region we speak about. And not only, we have a lot of issues in the EU as well. I am happy that we launched on the 20th of May the EU for Integrity program for the Eastern Partnership, marking the beginning of an important cooperation between the EU, the OECD Anti-Corruption Network, and Open Government Partnership. And I am sure that together we will support the Eastern Partnership countries in their efforts in the areas of anti-corruption, civic engagement, and open development reforms. What is key is building high-quality public administration, because it's the foundation for well-functioning democracies. All state institutions must abide by the law, maintain integrity, and protect citizens, business, and investors from arbitrary decisions to exercise their rights fully. We need to ensure open civic engagement for an enhanced transparency and oversight of anti-corruption reforms implementation. Civil society organizations and independent media are absolutely vital actors in this process. And I know that Ukraine's progress in the fight against corruption was one of the key benchmarks for granting visa-free access to the EU to Ukrainian citizens, and also the plan which is under financial support programs. The right which you will be able to enjoy fully again once we are able to put the pandemic behind us. It is important not to lose your achievements going forward. The Constitutional Court decisions in the end of last year demonstrated how fragile most of the reforms are in an environment where the main court and the key judicial governance bodies remain unreformed. In order to ensure that no reform is cancelled in the future, I would like to stress the need to reform the Constitutional Court and envisage an independent and merit-based selection procedures for its judges. There is also a need to finally complete a comprehensive judicial reform which includes the reform of the judicial governance bodies. The Venice Commission has issued a number of opinions on this, and I would like to encourage you to use them as guidance. Ukraine has managed to build an entirely new anti-corruption architecture from scratch in a very short time. And this is truly impressive. The anti-corruption institutions started delivering tangible results, and corrupt officials started getting real prison sentences. As it could have been expected, as soon as the agencies started being effective, vested interests began fighting back, trying to create obstacles for effective operations. I would take it as a compliment. It means that you managed to build a functioning system. This is why it is crucial to ensure the independence of all anti-corruption agencies, starting with fair and transparent selection process of its leadership and topping with the inadmissibility of politicization and interference into their work. Let me also say a few words, if time allows, about the disinformation issue, because if there is something very strong, relatively new phenomenon which has the potential to sow distrust into our democracies, it's disinformation, which is always well targeted and which is always well designed to influence the people's minds. Disinformation, according to our European surveys and many data which we are collecting, poses a continuous threat to our democracies. It erodes trust in institutions, in governments and the media, and harms our democracies by hampering an ability of citizens to take informed decisions based on reliable information. The threat cuts across different policy areas. Disinformation has been used in the context of migration, to increase divides on the climate change debate, to suppress participation in the electoral process. It has also been a key component of the hybrid warfare that Ukraine is subjected to. Also in the European Union, we see continued pro-Kremlin disinformation that aims to subvert our democratic processes and, in the context of the current pandemic, also our public health efforts. The EU takes the threat posed by foreign information manipulation and interference very seriously. We have for many years increased our efforts to tackle this challenge, which poses a threat to our social cohesion and security.
approach to the challenges that her country is facing in this very important topic. Listen, before answering your question, let me say a little bit where we are coming from in NATO when it comes to the very topic of this very important conference. And I really congratulate President Zelenskyy and all of you for organizing such an important event. I will start with Russia because that's something which is so actual and so persistent. And Russia's pattern of aggressive actions, including its military activity in around Ukraine in the broader region, are deeply concerning. And NATO allies have repeatedly called on Russia to end its military buildup and stop fueling conflict in eastern Ukraine. We do not and will not recognize Russia's illegal occupation of Crimea. Also, allied ministers discussed these challenges posed by Russia when they met virtually last week. This will also be on the agenda of the summit of NATO leaders this 1 week from now, next Monday, and will continue as NATO to provide significant practical support to Ukraine so that it can better provide for its own security. So, of course, we are speaking about strengthening capabilities, training Ukrainian armed forces, stepping up our cooperation in the greater Black Sea region, exercises, sports visits, and of course, supporting, and that's coming closer to the topic of today's conference, supporting Ukraine's wide-ranging reform agenda, which will make Ukraine more resilient and help advance this country's Euro-Atlantic aspirations. I just personally met, I think, a few days ago, Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishina, Deputy Prime Minister Resnikov, Foreign Minister Kuleba was with us just 3 weeks ago. Secretary General Stoltenberg is in regular contact with President Zelenskyy. So our dialogue is very robust and our close partnership and cooperation are more vibrant and getting more vibrant every day. But let me tell you something closer to this topic. I have a personal commitment and interest in this topic because I'm coming from Romania, and I know very well, and I remember vividly the dark days of communism. So cherishing freedom and the right of nations to choose their own destiny is something which is very much embedded in what I believe, and I believe all of us believe in our region. I also know that freedom cannot be taken for granted. That's a struggle that continues every day. Democracy is a perfectible endeavor. And this is why we are determined not to allow anyone under any disguise to disrupt or weaken our democracies and way of life. And here with Věra Jourová and the European Commission, we are doing a lot of work on fighting disinformation together. Our professional colleagues are working together. I know that there is also talk and active cooperation also with a strategic communication group of the G7. By the way, this will be the first big event of the series of high-level engagement that President Biden will be having in the next few days. So we are ready to work with like-minded organizations. EU is our strategic partner to really work on this very important matter. But let me also say something about not only, President Maia Sandu referred to something which is exceptionally important. How can we really build good governance, professional civil servants, well-trained and performant members of our judiciaries, mainly for countries that do not have a great tradition into this? There is a certain embedded weakness, a certain also history and geography are not very generous with the countries in this region. So this is a challenge that sometimes we have to really understand and help these countries much, much better. Because there is no way in which any nation in this world will be ever able to thrive unless we have a good public service, transparent, accountable, public service, until we have credible, effective, and accountable judiciary, until we build, not easy, checks and balances just to make sure that there is mutual control amongst the powers of the state, and more importantly than anything else, that we gain or regain or don't lose the trust of our own citizens. This is why this topic of corruption, of good governance, is such a critically important conversation. In NATO jargon, we call this building integrity. We have a massive program. Ukraine, Georgia, the Republic of Moldova are all part in this conversation, and this because we say as NATO that if we build integrity at the core, at the hard core of a country's system, which is national defense, national security, and related hardcore institutions, at that moment, the foundation of a broader effort to fight corruption, to have good governance, to have accountable public service will become much easier. This is something that we are interested in continuing to engage. We are welcoming the interest of your countries in doing more with us. And I'm convinced that, speaking of the Republic of Moldova is a joint partner of both NATO and the EU. So I think we have so many things we can do together. As some of you have mentioned before, this is also poor governance is not only a major obstacle towards prosperity, democracy, and a better future for our people, but is also, in a way, a huge strategic and national security vulnerability. Because this is something that, on the one side, domestically, internally, is corroding the public trust of people, thus making the reforms of the leaders more difficult to be obtained, but is also used and abused by malign actors from the outside, and I mentioned Russia already, could be others, that are trying to make sure that this kind of discontent, this kind of dysfunction is amplified, becomes a political issue, thus discrediting in their mind the desire of these countries to join the West. So this is, at the same time, a massively important domestic issue. There's no way forward. There is no prosperity. There's no real democracy. There is no real future. There's no real future for our kids and grandkids without a properly run state. That's a domestic issue. And at the other side, this is a massive strategic weakness. It's also a reputational weakness, speaking of foreign investment, speaking of attracting private capital, allowing your domestic SMEs to thrive. It's very difficult to thrive when the reputation of one place is not attractive enough for capital and for investments. So this is where we are coming as an organization. We are fully behind the efforts of President Zelenskyy and his government in taking this issue. I remember visiting Kiev with the Secretary General Stoltenberg and the North Atlantic Council, and Odessa, by the way, how the president was telling us before the pandemic about the turbo reforms. And I'm really heartened, and I can only encourage from here, from the NATO headquarters, we are preparing outside of the studio for the NATO summit next Monday, for you to persevere, for you to have faith, for you to really continue to fight corruption, and thus maximize the chances of Euro-Atlantic integration. This is not about benchmarking or checking boxes in something that some people from Brussels or elsewhere are telling you what to do. This is fundamentally important for your own progress, for your own destiny, and at the same time minimizing a significant strategic and security risk to all of you. So persevere. We are here to be of support. And I'm absolutely convinced that when you have political leadership that is credible, determined, and relentlessly pushing forward this agenda, results would come, and the dreams of your people will become a reality.
Thank you so much. Since you brought the issue of integration, it's a logical question. When Ukraine, Georgia, and those who are inspiring to be in NATO would receive the membership action plan. This was the issue of 2008 when Ukraine was denied that plan or were not ready to do that. And fortunately, we have 2021 today, and we are still on a path to, Ukraine still on a path to receive the plan. Do we have any timeline for this? And is NATO ready to welcome Ukraine and Georgia?
Okay, I'll give you the official answer, which is the same we have been given to President Zelenskyy, to the leadership of Ukraine. This is something we are talking to our Georgian partners. This is basically standard policy here in NATO. The open door policy is solid, it's here, and is real. And our leaders at the summit in 1 week from now will reconfirm the open door policy. I'm also saying that we are an organization of 30 nations working by consensus. So before moving to one decision, we need to have consensus, and today we don't have consensus on this one. Thirdly, it is my strong plea that I'm making every single time. I'm doing this again today. I mentioned my country, Romania. When we were basically trying to find our way as a nation after the fall of communism, in the mid and late 90s, we decided with all of us to join the West, to join NATO, to join the European Union. And I have to say that initially not that many people gave Romania a significant chance to be eventually there. I remember I was ambassador in Washington in 1999. We failed to get an invitation to join the first round of enlargement. And we played, in a way, if you want to, overplayed or misplayed, also public opinion expectations. We built so much expectation for that summit that when it didn't happen, we had to manage domestically a massive public communication problem. So and then look at my country, Romania. Look at where I'm speaking to you now, from what position I'm speaking to you now. The first leader from the new NATO members to have such a big position in NATO. I'm just saying that if you stay the course, if you do your domestic reforms not for the sake of getting into one or another organization, but for the sake of your own people, and you really continue to invest in your Western destiny, what I call the Western Boulevard, this is the only way to move forward. This is something that will bring results. Timetable, now, tomorrow, I don't know. But I know that when a nation is really believing in destiny, and when NATO will never accept the old European curse of spheres of influence and some power denying another European country which destiny one country should choose, this is something that NATO will never accept, will never agree upon, because that's the difference between NATO, I believe it's true for the European Union, I know it's true for the European Union, and the kind of realpolitik and zero-sum game and spheres of influence that others are playing. So stay the course. Continue to reform domestically. Continue to push for your people. Continue to push for Western integration. So if you look to the example of my home country, Romania, keep fighting. Keep moving forward.
Thank you so much. Obviously, Ukraine and other countries have to do their homework. Georgia is already reformed its military and much closer in that reform agenda, and much closer to getting that membership action plan. So it's a call for Ukrainian leadership to do their job today. I would like to address one more precious issue of today. It's Belarus. We saw what President Lukashenko, what we call him president at this point, Lukashenko did to its citizens who are standing up for the right to choose their leaders. EU is reluctant to put stronger sanctions on Lukashenko regime. And still, yes, they closed the airspace after this hijacking of the plane and capturing one of the activists and his partner. However, what is EU and NATO prepared to do to stop this horrible events happening in our neighboring country? Actually, this is a question to all of you, and maybe Maia Sandu would have her idea of what has to be done. Nina, maybe you will start? I'm not sure they're hearing my question. Did you hear my question?
I do hear your question.
Oh,
it was not clear who is expected to answer first. The questions were about the EU. I can tell you that, of course, we're very concerned with what happens in Belarus, and we really hope that the international partners will find a way to get the innocent people released and to stop the actions, the illegal actions that happen. I mean, with the people who are trying to defend their freedom and the democracy. And to us, this is a lesson. This is a lesson that we should work very hard not to allow an authoritarian regime to get deep roots, because then it's very difficult to fight it. And I see as my main task actually to contribute to strengthen the democratic institutions and to strengthen the democratic processes so that the country does never get into such issues. Of course, we don't have full-fledged democracy. We're very far from the Western democratic standards. But the little democracy we have managed to build, we value it, we cherish it. And we have to build those independent and strong institutions and have the proper processes to make sure that human rights will never be attacked, and that people will have their rights and freedoms ensured. And again, we very much share the concerns, and we very much hope that the people will be released and that this bad things won't continue.
Věra, do you have something to say? Except, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, what the president has just said, yes, we have to hope, but we have to push. And you could see a very strong reaction of the leaders, who had the summit just one day after Alexander Lukashenko's regime hijacking the plane. And all the leaders used very strong language. Ursula von der Leyen said that this is the attack against European sovereignty and against the European people and against the freedoms, including the freedom of media, because Roman Protasevich belonged to the courageous Belarusian journalists who were writing critical articles and using the social media to open the eyes of everyone to understand better what kind of regime is Lukashenko's regime. And now we also Roman Protasevich speaking to Belarusian public TV. In my view, he must have been tortured. His declarations are obviously pushed and forced. This is something my country remembers from the 50s. In Czechoslovakia, we had the political prisoners and political executions. So for me, this is really horrible to see such outrageous behavior of the obviously authoritarian regime, which is nowadays Belarus. What can we do? We cannot invade. We cannot use military forces. We can use diplomatic measures and instruments. We can increase the pressure through the sanctions. We can enlarge the sanctions list. We should put on the sanction list everyone influential who is supporting Lukashenko's regime. In my view, we have not exhausted yet the possibility of using economic sanctions, but at the same time, of course, we have to be mindful of not making the life of Belarusian citizens more difficult than it is now by or through the economic sanctions. So this is still the process. I think that EU showed very clearly that the behavior of Lukashenko's regime is intolerable, and that we will use the tools we have in hand and continue the push, continue the funding, which is so difficult to get to the people who need the funding and financial support. We already deployed several tens of millions euro to help the families of the imprisoned Belarusian citizens. We are now pushing on releasing not only those who are the political prisoners, but especially the young people, because there are children also in Belarusian prisons. So coming back to the money, we try to find the best ways and safe ways how to send the money to those who need it. But it's not easy, and I would really like us to do more to help Belarusian people to sustain in their protests and to be strong under very difficult circumstances.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you. Mrs. Gianni.
Listen, NATO is a military defensive alliance, and you have seen, I'm convinced, the very unequivocal statements from the Secretary General, the statement of the North Atlantic Council, and the fact that we are very vigilant to the situation in this country. Also, I have to say that when one is looking for reactions and actions, I think we should look at the political West, not as NATO, EU, but also as what all of us are doing. The statement's very clear from the US administration. The very strong statements and gestures from neighbors of Belarus in Poland or Lithuania and in the region. Anticipating the same strong language when it comes to G7 or the NATO meetings or the EU and so on and so forth. But if we are looking to this issue with condemnation, these are intolerable actions. We're also looking to a smaller portion of the bigger struggle between democracies and authoritarian regimes. That's in fact what's going on right now. And the fact that it's on the very border of both NATO and EU is also something which is very significant to all of us. We're also looking to the way in which the independence and sovereignty of Belarus could be undermined because of the situation that we are now witnessing in Russia and the Union State. So that's a very complex issue that has on the one side a moral dimension. There's democracy, the right of people to peacefully protest, the right of people to speak up their minds, the right of civil aviation to fly in open and safe skies all over the world and all over Europe. But it's also something bigger, which is both strategic and, if you want, ideological, the struggle between our democratic countries and authoritarian regimes. So that's a very important topic for us here at NATO. Of course, we know the division of labor, we are a defensive military alliance, but I know that together, as the political West, we'll be able to really do the right thing and persevere.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this words, and thank you, our panelists. We are summarizing this panel today. It was very important to hear your positions on many topics. We did not touch every topic, obviously. It's almost impossible. Maybe one more. We have like 2 minutes for the finish line. To the finish line. So the Biden-Putin meeting in Geneva on 16. What to expect and what would you like to hear from both leaders?
If I may start.
Yes, we have 3 minutes for all of you. 1 minute.
It's important they will speak to each other, but I will speak on just from my personal point of view. I don't have big expectations.
Thank you.
Sandu, I think.
Yes, well, I mentioned what a challenging agenda we have in Moldova, and what we want is to have peace and a non-conflictual environment around ourselves so that we could focus on our internal reforms, that we could build our strong institutions, which would make the state less vulnerable, including to the external threats. So we live in a very complex and difficult region, and this is very concerning. But what we want peace, and we hope not to have any conflicts around, so that we could focus on building democracy in Moldova.
As you can imagine, I'm looking at this meeting in Geneva from a strategic standpoint. I'm convinced that President Biden will be very direct in naming the destabilizing and aggressive actions of Russia in so many directions, in so many geographies, and in so many domains. At the same time, I know, and this is good for strategic stability, if you want, to also discuss and engage with Russia on arms control, on nuclear strategic balance, on climate change, things that we need to fight together around the world. So I do believe there will be a meeting that will be straightforward, at the same time trying to find the ways in which we can engage Russia more constructively, if they want to engage with us more constructively.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, all of you. And we will move on for our next guest, very, very special guest.
We are back.
We have 1 minute to Samantha Power. Dear guest, we have Samantha Power coming on screen soon, so він забрав послуху. Ну, окей. Oh, Samantha Power is waiting for us. People, come back. Hey, Samantha, if you hear us, we're ready for you. 1 second.
Tell me when you're ready.
Yes, we are almost ready. I don't know what is holding us, but we will be ready in a second. Okay, so I would like to right now introduce to you and welcome to this conference very, very special guest. War correspondent, writer, and freedom fighter. She's the most known to Ukrainians as US Ambassador to UN. I had the privilege to interview Mrs. Power when she was ambassador at UN on one of the anniversary of Crimea occupation and spent time with her at Harvard. Today, Ambassador Power is leading one of the most important arm of US soft power, USAID. Recently, during the budget meeting here on the Hill, Samantha Power declared rooting out corruption and as one of the priorities of her work. She emphasized as well the importance of supporting activists and freedom fighters who often put their lives in harm's way to defend freedom and human rights. Welcome, Mrs. Power. You have a stage.
Thank you so much. It's great to be back with Ukraine, if not in Ukraine. I'm thrilled to be a part of this forum, and I credit the organizers for putting our collective ambition in the conference title, namely Zero Corruption. I want to thank the Ukraine Anti-Corruption Action Center for hosting us, and especially Daria Kalinyuk and Dr. Hanna Hopko for having the vision to bring this conference to life. Vision is such a critical thing. 15 years ago, Hanna was not yet the leading global thinker and anti-corruption force of nature we now know her to be. She was an environmental journalist, and as it happens, she participated in a USAID supported training that was designed to help activists strengthen coalitions, build power, and use the media to broaden their influence. Hanna built her power slowly but very surely. She began training other environmental journalists with the tactics she had learned. Soon, she branched out to become a leading public health advocate, and not long thereafter, she began developing a vision for a democratic Ukraine. Then, during the Euromaidan revolution in Ukraine in 2014, when hundreds of thousands of protesters turned out against the government and nearly 130 people lost their lives, she was ready. She responded rapidly, and with a group of other like-minded advocates and politicians, helped to usher in a wave of anti-corruption legislation to increase transparency, build accountability, and strengthen Ukraine's public institutions. I don't have to tell you that that wave established the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption, the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, the High Anti-Corruption Court, and the Asset Recovery and Management Agency. Together, you have digitized over 30 public services, which cuts off avenues for corrupt officials to extract bribes. You've created a digital procurement system, introducing long overdue transparency to the bidding process on government contracts, saving more than $6 billion over the last 4 years. Over 1/3 of your prosecutors, around 4,000 people, have had to leave the legal system, unable to pass rigorous background checks and professional competence testing. 10 years ago, Transparency International found that nearly 40% of Ukraine's people reported paying bribes. Today, that number, while still high, too high for those of you at the conference, but that number has fallen to 23%, while the country has climbed 35 spots in Transparency International's corruption perception rankings. So that's tangible, it's real. Now, despite the progress, none of us are blind to how difficult the circumstances are in the struggle to expand democracy and root out corruption, not just in Ukraine, but around the world. Malign actors like Russia and China are allying with powerful oligarchs to fight reforms, to twist the law, to rot democracies from within. The incredible gains that have been made over the past several years in Ukraine are under threat. Valuable public investments, as well as deeper integration into European markets and systems, are being undermined, limiting the vital opportunities for all Ukrainians to pursue the future they seek. We are also witnessing just how dangerous it is to be a democratic activist, how shameless illiberal regimes have become in silencing dissent. The Belarusian government's brazen hijacking of a plane is just the latest example of a disturbing trend in impunity demonstrated by autocratic regimes who are increasingly prepared to muzzle and brutalize their critics well beyond their borders. But think back to 15 years ago when Hannah first attended that training. And now look at this conference, which has brought together leading voices in the fight against corruption, together with the president of Ukraine, who has labeled that fight his #1 priority in office. Think of the massive public support for weeding out corruption in Ukraine, where 9 out of every 10 Ukrainians continue to rank a fully functioning democracy as a top priority, despite all that resistance from powerful, entrenched interests. Think about that progress and think about the odds that you have faced in securing it. And think also about the powerful allies you have in this battle. President Biden issued a presidential memorandum last week identifying corruption as a core national security priority. This is the first time a US president has ever elevated this issue in this way. The president's memorandum recognizes what everyone here knows. Corruption cripples societies, it steals from the pockets of taxpaying citizens, it breaks down public trust in governing institutions, and it undercuts the world's decades-long investments to improve lives across every dimension of human society. But make no mistake, the reason that certain leaders and certain individuals are pursuing those who do anti-corruption work in the ways you know that they are, is that corruption is their Achilles heel. Autocrats and oligarchs cannot concentrate power without concentrating wealth through illicit means. So our ability together to identify and expose that behavior needs to be at the heart of our support for democracy around the world. That's why anti-corruption is the core goal of USAID's work in Ukraine, whether that is through programs that support the digitization of key public services, that support decentralization, which puts government resources in the hands of local officials who will have the best sense of how to administer them equitably, or that supports civil society and media reformers, organizations like the Anti-Corruption Action Center, and supports the trainings that we help develop for the next generation of Hannahs and Darias. But I'm pleased to announce that today we're going to go further. In the coming weeks, USAID will stand up an anti-corruption task force that will elevate, strengthen, and integrate anti-corruption work throughout our whole agency, drawing on the knowledge of top internal and external experts to counter corruption in Ukraine and beyond. This task force is going to shape our anti-corruption policy commitments. We will conduct a comprehensive review of our programs to identify how our foreign assistance, whether it is for judicial reform or global health programs, can best be put to use to limit and prevent graft. And most importantly, this task force is going to establish a rapid response mechanism so that we can quickly seize on crucial windows of opportunity for democratic and anti-corruption reform, the way Hannah and Daria did in 2014. President Biden's new budget commits $50 million for this new rapid response effort, and we look forward to expanding on these commitments and encouraging other nations to make their own at an upcoming International Democracy Summit that President Biden himself is going to chair. I want everyone in this forum to know the United States stands with you as you bravely work to build a more honest, just, and democratic world. I want to thank you for your work. I can only imagine how demoralizing it can be sometimes for each of you, as for every 2 steps forward, it can feel like there's another step back. But please know that you are making a profound difference, that your vision of zero corruption in Ukraine and what that will mean concretely for your loved ones, your neighbors, your countrymen, and the inspiration you give the rest of us, that knowledge will sustain you in the toughest moments and will always win you allies to your cause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for standing with Ukraine. So this is concluding our half of the day discussion, and I'm leaving you and welcoming to the new one. And the next one would be even more interesting than this one. Oh, you're here. You're still here. We can talk to you? We were told not to, so...
I hope there's not going to be a more interesting panel just after. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
I stand with you. Thank you.
Okay.
And we continue where we left off with our marathon. Such inspiring words about support for our democracy from our American partners. So fighting democracy that's eroding the society. We also have a recorded message from our friends and partners, from the Prime Minister of Latvia, Mr. Gianni.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in today's panel. As a northern neighbor and a friend of Ukraine, I can only praise the Ukrainian government's plotted course, the democratic course, and the course towards fighting corruption. Corruption for a democracy is maybe comparable to cancer in a patient. It's something that destroys the organism, that simply must be rooted out. In any democracy, corruption is that which stalls reforms. Corruption is that which influences the wrong decision. Corruption is that which can stall the economic development of any country. So the Ukrainian government's charted course is the absolute right course to take. I can say that certainly coming from Latvia, we have gone through quite a number of massive reforms in the past 30 years. It is an ongoing effort. It is not a one-time affair, but it's an effort that needs to be taken. Corruption also has to do with national security. So in Ukraine, you're facing a number of challenges. One is a direct military conflict that you're facing in the southeast of your country, coming from Russia. A second element are the cyber and the disinformation attacks that everyone is facing in the Western world, also a lot of it emanating from Russia. And of course, the third, the corruption, also the goals and the origins of the money are very often in the East. And these monies and these efforts are meant to undermine our country's economic development, undermine our country's democratic development. The Ukraine, Latvia, and the European Union, as the entire Western world, we actually face the same challenges. In all of our societies, to some extent, there's always the threat of corruption. In all of our societies, to some extent, there are ongoing cyber attacks. And in all of our countries, certain to a very visible extent, there are massive disinformation attacks. Whether this is disinformation concerning the coronavirus or the safety of vaccines, or it's disinformation regarding certain policies and economic development the countries need to face, or any number of issues, the disinformation is aimed at dividing our society. And we as politicians and the Ukrainian government is working towards uniting society. So this, as a Latvian politician and a friend of Ukraine, I can say kudos to the course that you're taking. I wish you success and tenacity in holding on to these goals. And it's important that all of us work together, that my country, your country, the European Union, that we work and help each other with expertise, with knowledge, and exchange that. And also, certainly, we in Latvia have a lot to learn from the Ukrainian experience. On many levels, you are literally in the front line, and we're looking for all and any ways in which we can support you. All the best to the discussion today. Thank you very much.
What an impressive level of representation. It's only been half a day of the marathon, but I'm eager for more. The high-level discussion was empowered thanks to the effort of the Ukrainian civil society. I have here next to me the chairwoman, Hanna Hopko. I am invited to anchor. I have nothing to do with organizing, so therefore I can welcome you. I am an unbiased admirer. What you do to raise the profile of anti-corruption work in Ukraine and worldwide. A question: how much time did it take to prepare such a conference? Well, you know, since the Revolution of Dignity, we dreamt of having a zero oligarch conference so that the organizers would actually prepare the agenda and really raise the important questions. Back in 2019, Daria Kaleniuk, the executive director of the Anti-Corruption Action Center, and back in the day, I ceased to be working in the parliament, and we decided to raise the profile of Ukraine internationally. We are at the forefront, not only militarily speaking, but we also have to defend ourselves against cyber attacks and disinformation. And there are major progress that Ukraine needs to be commended on, and Ukraine has the potential to be a leader in the region, and it was important to communicate that. Today, Maia Sandu speaking here today, also the representatives from the European Commission, such as the Vice President, Věra, also NATO Deputy Secretary General Gianni, and currently we see the director of USA. It's a huge American government program. We see that Ukraine has indeed become a trendsetter, that we set the agenda for the most sensitive questions. So we talked about Belarus. What can a civilized world do to stop the assault on human rights? This is our mission. As Ukraine, as a country, it's been 30 years since we acquired independence, and for 8 years we are not only the nation of fighter, we are not only defended by the valiant military, but also the activists on a daily basis that are trying to stop the advance of autocracies. And it's about decisions that need to be created, because corruption found its way also in the Western democracy. We will decide the Nord Stream 2 as the project to export corruption with lawfare, with exported corruption. This is what Maia Sandu was talking about. Oligarchs steal from our societies, and then these money is channeled to the West. And here is the question to the Western government. It's filthy money that infiltrate their society. Why is that allowed? We will have some Czech experts here. They will talk about how the filthy money of Putin's regime undermine stability, where we see storehouses exploded and extremism movements funded across Europe. Samantha Power also announced the following. Biden said that corruption is a top priority for the US, that it's a part of a threat to the national security. Therefore, ahead of the summit that was convened, the Democracy Summit convened by the US President, it's our task to show that Ukraine is a democracy in action, that we walk the talk, that we pay with lives of people who perished in Maidan, because there is no truth. The Russian aggression is ongoing. The troops are still there, and therefore we hope that the leaders who meet in Brussels and the G7 first and later, we want them to make a firm stand. No double standards allowed, no hybrid diplomacy allowed, because it will be paid for by human lives. And we are ready for frank discussion. We, the civil society who work across a number of fields, will present a study specifically focusing on NATO. I believe Ukraine will strengthen NATO, having this unique experience. It's not the issue of internal reform, even though the president of Ukraine emphasized that. It's about geopolitics. It's about how Ukraine is relevant to the regional geopolitics. And it's about the fact that autocracies shouldn't infiltrate the democratic society.
That highlights the relevance of this platform for seeking solutions. We have the most relevant topics that will be mirrored at the G7 and NATO summit. And I have just last question that I would like to pose before the next guest. How do you know that the goals you formulated by organizing this forum have been achieved? How will you know that you have achieved the result you strove for? Since 30 years of independence, Ukraine is holding the conference, Zero Corruption, Zero Oligarchs. Isn't that a success?
Питання політичних в'язнів. У нас є представники, як пан Михайло Гончар, є політичні платформи політичних бранців. Вони будуть озвучувати, наскільки важливо перезустрічу Байдена з Путіним вимагати звільнення українських політв'язнів. Питання
prisoners before Biden meets Putin, the issue of Nord Stream 2, a new European Green Deal will be driving and propelling Europeans to notice these issues, the result of dirty dances of the foreign minister and Putin, and then we see the ammunition depots exploding and secret services leaking key information from the EU, so that it's a measure of success that the conference is happening in Ukraine. Oligarchs don't run the show in Ukraine. It happened through the efforts of the civil society. So, who funded this event? Who made it possible? I'd like to thank Daria Kaleniuk, Anti-Corruption Action Center, and our partners, the USAID, European projects, and other donors. And I hope that in the near future, the Ukrainian businesses will come to an understanding how important it is for oligarchs to have no sway on the foreign policy and help support the forum. Now I have to thank international partners for their support. They are on the website. I'd like to thank the media partners, to the civil society organizations for joining the effort. It's dozens of hours of sleep we've lost and a major team effort to put this conference together. Thank you, Hannah. We'll let you go for the time being. And before I'm joined by the next guest, I'd like to announce the next panel. It will be due with the successes in the transformation of Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, the regional democracy trendsetters, democratic model as an example of transformation in the region. We have a short video. Напади на всі три країни – Абхазія, Південна Осетія, тимчасово окуповані території Донецьк, Луганськ та Кримський півострів, три демократії, реформаторів, які постійно ведуть боротьбу з корупцією, три країни, які прагнуть стати країнами-членами ЄС, підписали угоду про асоціацію з ЄС. The regional trendsetter panel will start in just 5 minutes, and I have a guest, Serhiy Kasenchuk, who represents the World Congress of Ukrainians worldwide, and he represents it in Ukraine. Welcome to the forum. We realize that the international aid Ukraine is getting for its reform and transformation has happened due to the pressure exercised by the Ukrainians from all over the world. What role does the Ukrainian Congress of Ukrainians have to play? How do you influence the governments of other countries to gain political support for Ukraine? Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for partnership. It's very important to be here as the challenges Ukraine is facing cannot be overcome on its own, and it's very important to consolidate the efforts of the entire international community to prevail. Apparently, Ukraine has a colossal resource worldwide. It's the Ukrainian diaspora spread over 64 countries. These are organized communities that live their lives, that influence their governments to support Ukraine and play a very active role. In these uneasy times. So our communities strive to inform their communities and lever their influence on the politicians onto the government. We know that the NATO accession is a paramount issue. All the member states of NATO gathered together and wrote an address to Mr. Stoltenberg outlining our proposed steps. It's very important that they are tangible and realistic. And we are working very closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Presidential Office so that we would work in consort. And it's very important that the message isn't just coming from the government, but from the civic society, both in Ukraine and in the other countries, in the member countries, as though citizens of the countries vote the politicians in and they are better heard. And this is a resource we are leveraging now that these historic decisions are made for Ukraine. We'll have another NATO panel. Today we'll be talking about the roadmap and membership of in the NATO for Ukraine. Going back to the letter you've signed, what steps are you urging the governments to take? It's very important to stay realistic, knowing that Ukraine will not attend the NATO summit. It's very important the Ukrainian question is raised. It's very important that the final communiqué stipulates the key points on Ukraine that we are urging to include, as there will be an assembly of the ministers of foreign affairs of NATO who could review the address. We heard today that the open door policy has to be confirmed at the summit, and by the end of the year, in line with the policy, we'll be expecting some more specific decisions. We have aligned it, and we are looking forward to the outcome of our coordinated action worldwide together with Ukraine. Let me mention another challenge to democracy worldwide, being disinformation. Are there some efforts that you, as the Congress of Ukrainians, would wage abroad to dispel the myths about Ukraine? This is our daily work. For many years, we've done so, as Russia has incessantly been pumping disinformation about Ukraine, presenting Ukraine as a failed state, and it's very important to talk of Ukraine through its history and its present day, so that the society would have greater awareness of Ukraine and be more open to welcoming Ukraine and cooperating with Ukraine. And Euro-Atlantic integration and European integration is our daily effort. We are prohibited in Russia, and we are also fighting for the Ukrainian diaspora in Russia and for the good reputation of the Ukrainians worldwide. We have a lot of daily issues and struggles to do with Russia, and we stand with Ukraine in the endeavor. We thank you for your contribution and wish you every success in this fight. I'd like to give the floor to Nino Yevgenice, who is the Executive Director of the Economic Policy Research Center from Tbilisi. Welcome to Ukraine, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Welcome from Ukraine. I'm very pleased and I'm very happy to welcoming all our distinguished friends and colleagues from the different countries. And I'm really honored to be a part of this Zero Corruption Conference, because I remember 2 years ago we're sitting together with the Daria at Washington, D.C., somewhere in a cafe. And I was telling her that I wish to come one day into the Kiev in a conference which is not organized by oligarchs, you know? And thank you so much, Daria Kaliniuk and Hanna Hopko, that you make my dreams true, because I'm really happy, and one day I'm gonna be very happy again to come in Zero Corruption Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova as well. I'm Nino Evgenidze, an Executive Director of Economic Policy Research Center from Georgia. I'm a founder of the Tbilisi International Conference together with the McCain Institute, and I'm a founder of the Fukuyama Democracy Frontline Center in Georgia. As we know all that the Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine are facing a number of existential challenges, which are often coming from the same root causes, and those are the internal vulnerabilities and external threats. When we're talking about the internal vulnerabilities, of course, where it comes to the issues of the kleptocracy, corruption, weak institutions, and within external threat, of course, I mean the Russia, which encourages the export of the autocratic ways of governance in the neighboring country, and not only in Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, but some other countries as well. And with the separatist proxies or the oligarchs, they're trying to undermine the democracies of these countries. With this distinguished panel, and I'm very happy to present our really great friends of these three countries, Mr. Andrius Kubilius, the president of the Euronest and the former prime minister of the Lithuania, Michael Carpenter, great friend of Georgia and Ukraine, and we know how his heart beats for us, and Nicu Popescu, he is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, and now he is within the Council of Foreign Relations. And last not but least, the
Ms. Katerina Maternova from the European Commission and Ms. Oksana Yurinets, former member of the Parliament of Ukraine, and now she works together with the Daria Kaliniuk and Hanna Hopko on different issues going in Ukraine. Thank you so much for this great panel, and I'm very privileged to be a moderator to this panel. And we have some slight changes in our, the agenda, and maybe later the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dimitro Kuleba, is going to join this discussion as well. We all know that we're facing the different challenges right now, but I would like to ask to Andrius Kubilius that what are the main obstacles which is for main obstacles for democratic transformation for Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova. Andrius, maybe we will start from you and then with the follow-up questions go to the other speakers as well.
Well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, and good afternoon to everybody. Best regards from Strasbourg. We, European Parliament, have the first session now again in Strasbourg after quite a long period of time. And
I cannot hear.
I will try to answer your question in a very brief way. Democratic transformation in Eastern Partnership countries really is one of the very big and important challenges, not only for the countries themselves, especially not only for so-called trio of associated countries like Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, but this is a challenge also for the whole European Union and all European continent. Since really spread of democratic values is one of major directions how stability, security, and peace on the European continent can be established for a long period of time. Of course, all of us, countries of Central and Eastern Europe, we were facing very similar challenges from the very beginning after our transformation to democracy. For us, it was maybe easier. We had a very clear policy from EU side from the very beginning in 1990s. EU offered us membership perspective, and that was keeping us on track. At the same time, back in 90s, Russia was under Yeltsin leadership, was more or less, a democratic country, which was not so very much against of us becoming members of EU and later on, and at the same time, members of NATO. So for Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, of course, the challenges are bigger ones, since they were a little bit more slow at the very beginning. Now, membership perspective in EU is still not very clearly offered from EU side. Russia is also different, and that makes all the situation much more challenging. But I would say that really both Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, all three countries, despite all the problems, despite the corruption, oligarchs, Kremlin influences, even the war in eastern part of Ukraine, those countries are doing good progress. And that is why I believe that they will manage to really to establish themselves as mature democracies. And from that point of view, they are also playing a very important role. They are showing example to other societies, for example, for Belarusian society and even for Russian society, how really move towards democratic development of their countries. So things are in this part of Europe really are very, very, very challenging, sometimes very tragic, but nevertheless, history, I think history is on the side of those who are going for democracy, like three associated countries or Belarusian society, or those who are fighting for democracy also in Russia. So from historical point of view, I am optimistic that we shall see how democracy will spread into all that territory.
Andrews, if I may, just like follow-up questions. In your opinion, what is Russia is trying to achieve in these three different countries? Like, what his main goal on this, in this battle against freedom and democracy?
Well, at least in my understanding, President Putin is very much afraid of integration of Eastern Partnership countries towards EU, because this is the only way how success of Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova can be created, and success of Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova is really an inspiration for Belarusian or Russian people. And that is what President Putin understands as the biggest danger for such a regime like he has in Kremlin, for autocratic regime. So that's why what I see as his strategy or tactics is not so much, to grab new territories, despite the fact that he occupied Crimea and still, part of Eastern Partnership of eastern part of Ukraine. But nevertheless, as a major goal, I see all his attempts to prevent integration of Ukraine, to prevent integration of Georgia and Moldova into EU, because if that integration will go with more ambitious, targets from both sides, from Ukraine, from Georgia and Moldova, and also from EU side, that can create really much stronger, development of success of those countries. And that is what in Kremlin they understand as a danger, for their regime, because that success can inspire Russian people to seek very similar development.
Thank you so much. And just to turn from Andrews, and still we are staying in a European context, that all these three countries are they have their individual context. But what do you think, Katarina, from your standpoint, that what is common that these three countries have to do together in terms of to get their a main goal to be a part one day, the European family?
Well, first, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. First, thank you very much for inviting me, and indeed, it's fantastic to be able to be here and to be at the conference that Hanna and Daria organized. So I share your sentiment very much, and it is in fact surrounded on the topic or focused on the topic that I have spent a big part of my career professionally devoted to. How do you help countries overcome corruption? How do you instill accountable behavior? And so I will get to that, but first to your question, look, we have entered into we as the EU, into very deep and far-reaching, I don't know which camera I should look at. I know that there was a guy ferociously waving at you, so guys, tell me, where do I look at? There? Oh, okay, good. So there is a guy waving at me. Good. Now I know where to look. We have entered into the association agreements and the deep and comprehensive free trade areas with Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, with the two a little bit before Ukraine. And the geopolitical context at that time was very, very different. And all the three countries were really entering with the idea that there perhaps is a membership perspective behind at some point. And unfortunately, and these days, with all the different tectonic shifts in geopolitics, that doesn't seem to be an immediate option. And that's why what I think needs to happen among the three countries, and also doing it together, but also individually vis-à-vis the EU and the entire sort of transatlantic architecture, is to continue on the reform path. Because once there is a window of opportunity to move further, the window of opportunity may be very small, and one needs to
continue the reforms, because ultimately the reforms are not for the benefit of the EU or the US or NATO or anybody else. They are for the benefit of citizens. They are for the benefit of businesses and people in the countries to live in an accountable, just society, prosperous and stable. So I think that what is really important for the three countries is to develop much more of a camaraderie, because the interests are very much joined than we sometimes see. We certainly look at Ukraine as the one that perhaps could be more of a regional leader and certainly of the associate members than has been necessarily the intentions so far. And I think that it's very much in the EU's interest to invest, to display strategic patience, but to invest in the reforms, in the reform dialogue, in the support to the authorities, but also supporting, and this is something that we have really scaled up very, very significantly, supporting the civil society, supporting independent media, and supporting the reform actors that I think this is the strength of this part of the world. Certainly in Kiev, it's a fantastic place. We just talked about Hannah and Daria. I mean, it's amazing that you actually have the capacity in the civil society to put on a conference like this and have the convening power that one has. And I think that's really in the interest of all of us to develop these elements and develop the strength, because just putting support in one direction is not going to work. But at the same time, we also need to help the states, whether it's Ukrainian state, whether it's Georgian state, whether it's Moldovan state, to become stronger and be able to carry out the public service functions and the provision of justice, provision of security, etc., in a non-corrupt and competent way. So I think it's really something that's in the interest both of the EU and of the three countries to work on, and ultimately the final beneficiary of all the efforts are the citizens of the three countries. Thank you so much, Katerina, for your comments and for your reflection on this regard. And you mentioned the geopolitics, and the geopolitics in wider Black Sea region is changing, especially after the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. And the status quo now is totally different, because we have more like a presence of the Russian troops in this region, unfortunately. And what are the compelling like a US and European interest in the region, and what are the tools Washington and Brussels have at hand to maintain or to contain the Russians there?
I will leave Michael to comment on the US tools, if you allow
sure,
me.
Yeah.
I mean, look, yes, we now have a situation that we have Russia much more present than we had before the conflict. And the scenario was very similar to what happened some years ago in Transnistria. And I think that it's not entirely clear that both sides of the conflict realize the impact it's going to have in 5 years and 6 years and 7 years. I mean, I noted very well the comments of a Georgian deputy minister who said, well, wait 5 years and see how it's going to be easy to get the Russians out. Look at Ossetia, look at Abkhazia. So yes, we have much more of their presence, and what is in our interest is to again keep stability, develop and invest in prosperity, and invest in the reform elements in the country. That's one of the reasons why we are rolling out
why we are rolling out as part of Eastern Partnership a big economic investment program for all the countries to really bring and maintain also the economic dynamism, and at the same time engage with the governments on the reform path and invest in the free media and fighting disinformation, hybrid warfare, and support for the civil society.
Thank you so much, Katerina. And just to turn to Mike, just to continue on the same question, what do you think? Is America truly back? And if so, what is next? And how the U.S. policy is going to be after this new reality for these Eastern European countries? And what is your suggestions and recommendations and analysis on this regard?
Well, thank you, Nino, and it's great to be with you. I do think the United States is back. I think it's taken some time for us to get people into various chairs so that they can start making decisions and traveling to the region and engaging. Because ultimately, what we're talking about here as a tool is engagement. This is, as Andrius Kubilius has rightly put it, sort of the region where the two geopolitical tectonic plates of liberal democracy and authoritarian oligarchy are colliding. And they're colliding both in the sense that there are geopolitical eruptions caused by outside actors, such as with Russia's occupation of Georgia, Russia's troop presence in Transnistria, Russia's ongoing war in Donbass and occupation of Crimea, but it's also internal to these societies. And as you see, corrupt oligarchs grabbing onto power and consolidating both political and economic control. And that's why I call this region sort of the place where democracy rubs up against authoritarian oligarchy, because it really is both authoritarian in the sense that political space is being constricted, but it's also oligarchy in the sense that economic competition is being restricted. And so therefore, if that is what is going on, if that is the correct diagnosis, then the tools available to the United States are to engage in order to prevent oligarchization and engage in order to promote political competition and to promote the sovereignty of these countries and their ability to defend their sovereignty against outside actors. And so it's a varied toolkit. It requires, on the one hand, some military elements, some sort of classic deterrence and defense elements to help the countries of the region to defend their territory, their sovereignty. But then it also requires very deep engagement with the governments and the civil societies and the business communities of the region, of these various countries that we're talking about, Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, precisely to keep them from sliding into this oligarchic populism or authoritarian oligarchy. And there, it really requires the United States to be engaged at the day-to-day level. We cannot take our eye off the ball for longer than a few days or a few weeks before bad things start to happen. We have to promote things like corporate governance standards. We have to promote things like politically independent anti-corruption institutions. We have to talk to the governments on an almost daily basis when we see troubling aspects of their behavior that could lead to greater influence for oligarchs and for oligarchization. So really, this all boils down to, Nino, the need for the United States and the EU to work in tandem, but to remain engaged, to push the governments, to work with civil society actors, and to make sure that the reform process has momentum. Because when we turn our eyes away from the region, when we don't stay engaged, we see that there is almost inevitably each and every time some form of backsliding.
Thank you so much, Mike, for this always supportive position. But, we will following the Georgia's backsliding for their democracy, unfortunately. And I'm from Georgia. I will talk about my own country, not our neighboring and the friend countries, but the situation almost the same in every country, all these three countries, yes? And that how the civil society alone can fight against this kind of like a big oligarchs whose wealth is exceeding like a Georgian budget or Ukrainian budget or Moldovan budget. You know, it should be joint battle together with the European Union and United States on this regard. And you will hear a lot of discussions about the sanctions, personal sanctions, ban, and so. Is it really works, or it just like, you know, the formal tools just to make them worry about their assets and the corrupt, like, you know, the activities?
Well, you know, I think sanctions can be a part of the toolkit, but clearly alone they're insufficient to achieve anything. And so by the same token that the US and the EU need to be working and engaged in the region, the US and the EU are not going to be the actors that lead to the democratization and the consolidation of democracy in these countries. It's only going to be the actors inside these countries themselves, the political elite and civil society, that are able to achieve those changes. But what we can do is we can shape the incentive structure. We can both apply negative sanctions, which in some cases may be necessary with particularly corrupt actors, but we can also provide positive incentives in terms of security assistance, in terms of reform assistance. And you know, I think it's unfortunate that we've seen with some of the openings, say in Armenia after the Velvet Revolution, and other countries, that we have not engaged as we could have when countries were willing to make the changes themselves. That I think is crucial.
Thank you so much. We were talking about the, like, you know, the US and Europe, like a joint engagement, more engagement in this 3 different countries. And we have a, like, an honor and the pleasure to read the letter of the US Senator, Mr. Christopher Coons, who just wrote this letter to the organizers of the Zero Corruption Conference, that the democratic and independent Ukraine with strong rule of law and respect for fundamental rights and freedom is an existential threat to Vladimir Putin's government and the many corrupt and authoritarian regimes that rely on its support. I'm proud to support Ukraine's sovereignty and democratic journey. My Senate colleagues and I have worked to facilitate foreign assistance that bolstered Ukrainian civil society, began needed police reforms, and supported efforts to weed out corruption in the judiciary and elsewhere. I think it's a very strong support from the US Senator, and we hope that the real, like, you know, the measures is going to be coming soon. Just to turn to the, like, Ukrainian context, I would like to ask Oksana Yurinets to tell us what is going here, really. I mean, from the civil society organizations to see real, pictures. Are Ukraine, Georgia, or Moldova are really trendsetters in this region for freedom fight and a democratic transformation? Or how looks it from your standpoint?
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking our colleagues, Mr. Kubilius, Mrs. Maternova, Mr. Carpenter, who are always giving unwavering support to Ukraine. But this conference, this event organized by Hanna Hopko and Daria Kaleniuk, is a vivid example of the civil society pooling ranks and taking a stance on what's happening in the country. During the 8th convocation in Parliament, we tried to raise the Ukrainian agenda, knowing that Eastern Partnership isn't an alternative. We knew that we had to take the lead, and in the context of these 3 countries, there's no clear statement of Moldova about Euro-Atlantic integration. It's only Ukraine and Georgia. As for the 6 countries, there are some that have shown their inefficiency institution-wise. But today, protecting the national interest is a top priority. And We do it through liaising with universities, supporting the Erasmus program, Eastern Partnership programs by educating the young people. They shouldn't only know what European integration is about, but being aware that they need to be the diplomats to promote the efforts. There are a lot of civil activists here attending Democracy in Action conference, and to be open, the analytical note that we produce and share with our partners on the matters of corruption and reform in Ukraine, we see that for this mission to happen in Ukraine, it has to be a joint effort of the Parliament, President, civil society, and everyone involved. Only standing together we will prevent. Considering the soft annexation of Belarus, Ukraine finds itself in a vacuum. As a head of the parliamentary delegation to NATO, I can tell you that some drastic moves towards Euro-Atlantic integration have been met with the annexation of Crimea and the Ukrainian territories. When we make it openly and decisively, we are repelled with aggression. So to overcome these strengths, we need support. Apart from Eastern Partnership format, Ukraine should be promoting its agenda by joining ranks with the Baltic states and Polish, with our near partners who know how to act together. Far too often we face these challenges alone, and we don't just need to change to join NATO or the EU. We come closer to have a better chance, knowing that we can be leaders and we can offer support to Georgia and Moldova and other countries seeking reform. It's very important that this Democracy in Action conference is happening today. I will recall the words of the newly elected president, who said that that was democracy in action. But it's important that we don't give up and persevere. It's very important the reforms initiated to the dignity revolution are realized. And this conference, organized by the civil activists and international players, is a showcase that it's far more important to act in the national interest than to engage in electoral processes. We know that information space has become hybrid, and often the meaning is distorted or malign meaning is invested in words. But this event speaks for itself. It says that you cannot give up on your country, your neighbors, or the world. We have to act in the interest of our country and serve it with its knowledge and heart. After leaving our parliamentary service, we went on to share the information and knowledge with our partners so that they would be better vested in what's happening in Ukraine, and our strive for sustainable democracy will reap results. I can assure you that the experts who've joined us, like the New Europe Center, we often see some studies showing the way ahead, exposing our weaknesses, calling for remedies. Ukraine has to continue evolving. That's a major undertaking, and we wouldn't do it alone. But today, to address the issue with Belarus. We know that the issue of Armenia, Azerbaijan was solved without European partnership, and Armenia and others are a threat that will also affect Ukraine. So by bringing civil activists and EU experts, the US representatives around this conference, it's important to define the roadmap that is to be defined. And we have to do our part for ourselves, and I'm sure we will succeed if we stand united.
Thank you so much, Oksana. It's going to be a good example for our Belarusian friends, but I think we have to perform better to be a trendsetters and be an example for the other countries and other freedom fighters in Belarus, in Armenia, or some other Azerbaijan. That you know, it's really, they really mean to follow our path. And to turn to the democratic transformation, and you know, this is very dynamic process. And I just want to ask to Nicu Popescu that what you think that what you and the West, how they can help to consolidation of the democracy in these three different countries, in Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. You are sitting in Berlin, I guess, and how, not anymore? Okay, last time when I saw before pandemic, you were in Berlin. And how you see this, how you see this, you know, the consolidation of democracy here?
Thank you, Nino. I am based in Paris, actually. But, listen, I think that these countries are finding themselves in a very difficult situation still. We're too early to talk about Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia as showing an example when it comes to the anti-corruption agenda. They have definitely managed to semi-consolidate a functioning, semi-functioning democratic systems. But on the corruption front, things are quite bad. Especially for Georgia and Moldova. If you go to check the corruption perception index from the last year, you would see that Moldova and Ukraine are on the 115th and the 100th.
Just to mention that you remember a few years ago that Georgia was the #1 performer country against the corruption. And this example shows again that it's not irreversible, you know. Whenever it comes to defend or to contain the Russian oligarchic and the kleptocratic expert, we have to do more to strengthening the institutions. Sorry for interrupting.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Nino, and that was to a degree my next point. And that point was to say that normally when you talk about corruption in Europe, in most of the European countries or in most consolidated democracies, you talk of corruption as an economic and political program. Corruption undermines economic growth, or it can undermine trust in the democratic system. And that is all true for Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, but corruption is also a major security problem. In the case of our countries, you know very well, and you know, in Ukraine in recent months, you have seen how there have been pretty straight attempts to close off some channels through which corruption was used as a conduit to destabilize the Ukrainian political system. But there are many more conduits, both in Ukraine, in Moldova, and in Georgia, whereby corruption is that channel which is used for security purposes. And for our countries, corruption is not just an economic or political problem, but it's also a major security problem. And that is why I think there are some important takeaways, especially for the international partners of Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine that are trying to support the democratic consolidation of Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia. And here, I think one of the most important things is to note, and Katarina has spent much of the last 10 years trying to improve and contribute to strengthening of the political and economic performances of Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine. But as the European Union is talking these days and months about what next for the Eastern Partnership, I think it's very important to realize that the Eastern Partnership has played a good and positive role in economic transition when it comes to boosting free trade, when it comes to saving or creating jobs in the free associated countries. The Eastern Partnership has had a pretty good impact on the energy security of Moldova and Ukraine, primarily, less so on Georgia. But at the same time, we know that the Eastern Partnership has been very shy when it comes to dealing and helping countries like Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia from strengthening their security sectors and institutions. And to me, it is absolutely clear that if you want to consolidate democracies, it's absolutely imperative to do it by strengthening civil society and the media, but you cannot achieve a fundamental democratic consolidation only by working to strengthen civil society and the media. You also need to strengthen the security sectors of these countries. There are no consolidated democracies which have corrupt, penetrated, dysfunctional security and defense system, police, army, intelligence services, especially in this part of the world when we talk about hybrid threats, which has been clearly, openly, a major concern for the European Union, for Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia. We should also realize that the way to combat hybrid threats is, again, to try and limit disinformation. But when it comes to illegal party finance, of which we already know, we even know numbers of some of these cash flows that go into are injected into the Ukrainian, Moldovan and Georgian political system. When these kind of threats to democracy, they cannot be combated and constrained without functional security apparatuses, police, courts, intelligence services, prosecutors. And that is why it's absolutely imperative for the Eastern Partnership to start also trying to consolidate democracy and the transition and the functionality of the economies of the associated states, not only through a socio-economic means, but also through greater engagement, greater capacity building, and greater effort to try and consolidate the security sectors of the associated countries. Perhaps, and that is why some of you might have heard, and Katarina and Andrews and Mike, you've all heard me speaking about this idea that we have been promoting, but approximately a year ago with Pavlo Klimkin and Ekat Keshelashvili, we launched this idea for an Eastern Partnership Security Compact, where we call on the European Union to play up its game when it comes to strengthening and consolidating the security sectors of Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, because fundamentally you cannot build functional democracies, functional economies without a functioning security sector that is much more immune both to corruption but also to external attempts to destabilize these countries.
Thank you so much, Nico. And I see that Katarina just wanted to follow up on this regard, to reflect.
If I may very quickly,
go ahead,
and I think that Nico knows that there is a number of us very sympathetic to this notion of working with the security systems in broad sense. We certainly are engaged with the prosecutors' offices. We are engaged in judicial reform very, I would even say, too deeply. And that now we are in fact via NATO and funding for NATO engaged also in the security service. We have in Ukraine the EU that is very intensely working on the whole area of security sector reform. But I completely agree there is huge scope to build on it, and we are not there yet. But I think it's an important area. But one thing that has not been mentioned here, and I really want to take the opportunity to do it now, is to go back to the question you gave to Mike, Nino, and saying, is it only to us, the civil society, to fight the oligarchic regimes? And the answer I would have is no, it's not only to the civil society. The civil society is extremely important, so is independent media, so are the fact checkers that sort through the disinformation. We have the security sector angle, but the one angle that has not been mentioned here is economic competition. And Ukraine is a fantastic example. Georgia was a fantastic example of when you open up sectors of the economy to competition, the corruption goes down immediately. Chatham House even did quantification that it's 6% of GDP in Ukraine every year that is saved by having closed the space to corruption. And I am not saying that there is not an undue influence of oligarchs in Ukraine now, but what I do say, and there are studies that show that as a class, they are much poorer than they were before because they have to go and find room in sectors, and some of them have been really closed. There has been reform of procurement. One example for all is when Hryvnia was let float, all the fabulous riches that were made by manipulating the fixed exchange rate disappeared overnight. In other words, there are ways of, in institutionally weak environments, which all post-communist countries are, including those that are already inside the EU, in institutionally weak environments, it's much more productive and effective to fight corruption before it occurs than try to punish it once it already happens. Because for that, you need the courts, you need the police troops, you need the prosecutors, you need the entire system that takes time to build. So, and this is country after country, one can see that the easiest way, or the safest and the quickest way, is to keep closing the space for corruption to occur. And you know, in Slovakia, getting a loan from a bank, you had to give a bribe. And then we restructured, privatized, have good corporate governance in the banking system, and that corruption simply disappeared. And I think that's why it's important to also look at the reform support from the angle of pushing for reforms that will close space for corrupt behavior. You know, you can take on licenses, you know, every little official was taking bribes for registering hypothecary rights. Well, you know, we increased the price and you could pay for having a quicker service, and suddenly there was no more corruption. So this was what Georgia has done very effectively. So I think this is really an important area to look at as well. And this is where we've been trying to reorient the EU assistance not to individual projects, but to systemic interventions, sector by sector, to try to reform the sector, but in a way that will make it harder for the oligarchic structures to feel at home in a specific area. So just wanted to
Thank you so much for your reflection. And just to continue on this regard, you know that I am again bringing the example of my own country, not to offend my friends and Ukraine or Moldova, that, for example, in Georgia, you mentioned truly that we were defeating the corruption, petty corruption very well, and still it's no such kind of big petty corruption in our country, but we're facing now the new reality, elite corruption in a very high level. And if you look the figures, I'm an economist, you know, and we love to say that only God we trust, all other bring a data. And since 2013, the Georgia's GDP per capita in US dollars is the same as it was in end of 2019, before pandemic. I'm bringing this data just to realize when it's something wrong, and you have this picture that for 8 years, not single a cent was increased, by single cent was increased the GDP per capita in the country. And you are investing a lot from US and from European side, you know. it's something wrong is going there. It should be some conditionality, or we're not discussing these issues because I don't know what should be like, you know, the diplomatic way to explain to this, to the different, like a Georgian or Ukrainian or Moldovan government that they have to fulfill their exercise, homework. Mike or Andrews, you want to reflect? Mike, maybe you?
Well, yeah, thanks, Nino. I mean, I think that this issue of crony capitalism eventually leading down a path towards state capture is one that requires a variety of different remedies. I mean, once the state has been fully captured, it becomes very difficult to then implement these sort of market type reforms that will incentivize a reduction in corruption. Precisely, you can do what you've said was accomplished in Georgia, which is to reduce petty corruption, but still maintain large-scale elite corruption that fundamentally impacts the country's geopolitical trajectory. And so it's a very complex set of challenges that you have before you in each of these countries, because precisely there is widespread corruption, widespread crony capitalism that has sort of pervaded the entire system. And it just takes a lot of work, a lot of attention to reforms in different sectors. And it takes the international community's steadfast determination to press the governments. So, for example, you know, in Ukraine, we've recently been talking about corporate governance with regards to the Naftogaz supervisory board, which was suspended for a period of a couple days in order for the CEO of the company to be changed. Well, that's not just a blip on the radar screen. You can't just pass over that and pretend that that's just one little event that happened. That fundamentally impacts the entire system of corporate governance, because if you don't have trust that basic standards of corporate governance and transparency are being followed, that supervisory boards, for example, are truly independent and able to make decisions, then the system does not function as it was intended to. And you have at least the possibility that political interests can influence economic outcomes and use state-owned corporations or other corporations to their advantage. And so it really sort of behooves the international community, civil society, but also the business community to stay on each one of these cases and really make it, you know, work together to ensure that standards are being followed and that this corruption doesn't result in this gradual corrosion of the institutions of rule of law.
Thank you so much, Mike. Andrews, if you want to reflect on that.
Well, I agree with Mike, and simply maybe I will add a few words in addition. Really, I remember, well, a very good statement was by Mike earlier, you know, about two tectonic plates which are colliding, and that's what we need to face. That there are three major players, I would say. You know, on one side, autocratic Russia; on another side, democratic EU, and in between of that, you know, Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. And sometimes, you know, we are trying to forget about this elephant in the room. What is really Moscow strategy or Kremlin strategy towards all that region? And it's very clear. I was speaking before, you know, that this Kremlin strategy is very simple: not to allow those countries to reform themselves, to keep them in some kind of gray zone, you know. And they're using all the hybrid or even military, you know, methods to stop reforms in those countries, because, as I said, you know, a reformed and successful Ukraine is the biggest danger to Kremlin regime. And here I think EU is for different reasons, but EU is still not using its soft power, huge soft power, which EU has in its you know, capacity, in its hands, in order to, from one side, you know, to assist Ukraine and Georgia and Moldova with their reforms, and in such a way to stop implementation of Putin strategy. And I think that one of the reasons why EU is not using its soft power, at least in such a way as EU is using soft power, for example, in Western Balkans. It's totally wrong, attitude towards, this elephant in the room, what I call, Moscow goals and Moscow targets. Unfortunately, in EU, still there is prevalence of, in some way, of wrong attitude. Let's not provoke Putin. It's in such a way. I see that in some big capitals or institutions there is an attitude towards more ambitious policy or assistance towards Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova integration. I think that if we should look more deep historical point of view, the best Russian people, the Russian society would be success of Ukraine, because that is really what moves the same direction. So that is where I see that we can, of course, we can give a lot of critical remarks about how Moldova are not making needed reforms, how they are backsliding with corruption, with erosion of democracy. That is true. We need also to see that there are any single example that any post-Soviet country, either from Central Europe or from former Soviet Union, including Baltic states, would be able to make needed reforms, to build their own success. If not, EU would use back in 1990s its soft power with all the force, giving those countries real integration and membership perspective. For time being, unfortunately, trio countries, who really were fighting for association agreement, who were fighting for visa-free agreement, and were doing quite a lot of different reforms and steps forward. For time being, they lack simply what is next in their in their way, in their what is next target, what they can achieve. Since, as I said before, still EU is not overcoming this wrong perception that offering those countries more clear and more ambitious integration paths or even membership perspective, that will provoke Putin, and that is why EU is not able to speak an open language. I think that we need to find a way how to overcome this problem. If for time being EU is not able to speak full-scale language about membership, let's talk about some kind of intermediate status. What we are trying to speak about Romano Prodi formula, everything but institutions, just in order really to bring again very clear goals and targets to those countries in order to keep their motivation for reforms. If we shall continue as we did during the last several years, motivation for reforms in those countries can really only diminish, and that will be the reason why those countries will backslide, and that will be the reason why Putin will be quite happy when he will see that oligarchs and all other backwards-looking influences will strengthen those countries.
Thank you, Andrews. You mentioned that the EU is not using their soft power on this regard. Katarina, what do you think? Why they're not using this soft power?
Well, it's much easier for Andrews from the European Parliament to expose weaknesses than somebody who works in the European Commission. So I would reflect on it the following way. We operate in a geopolitical context with which we operate, and it's not a surprise to anybody when I say that the European foreign policy is being shaped by a unanimity. In other words, every single member state having a veto power over decisions. And that's, there are books and articles written on this. And this is a defining parameter of how we operate. But That's on the pessimistic side. But on the optimistic side, actually, what has happened in 2012 and 13 and 14 and the development of the agreements and the signature, again, they were drafted and negotiated in a very different geopolitical situation. So they were written in an incredibly ambitious way. And the association agreements and the deep and comprehensive free trade areas, it's a mouthful, in fact offer a much higher degree of integration than we currently have with any of the three countries. So what we have been concentrating on internally, and now that I'm also the head of the support group for Ukraine, this is something that I've been spending personally a lot of time on, is to really push the agenda and the integration in the sectors that's already foreseen in the agreements, rather than saying what next. Because the next is difficult, and I leave that to Andrius and others and Nico to come up with important ideas, but I don't think that we should be doing it at the cost of saying, okay, what's next, without really exploiting what we have now. On the 19th of May, I have opened, together with Deputy Prime Minister Olga Stefanishina, a regular Green Deal dialogue between Ukraine and the EU, which in my view is extremely important to bring into one debate, and we'll have it every quarter, all the issues that Ukraine needs to do and where we can support and where we can bring others to support, all the elements that are going in the important green transformation this country needs to do. And it's going to be a very difficult one because of the structure of the economy and the legacy industries, etc. So that's just one example of a number of areas where we are trying to push the envelope and really use the full potential. I mean, it sounds like a slogan, but really use the agreements that we have on the table. Because if we just go for the next one, we risk actually not doing the homework, both on the side of the EU and on the side of the associate countries, to really reap the full benefits of them.
Thank you. And you mentioned the what next, and maybe Nico, you're going to reflect on this regard. What do you think, what is next for these three like Eastern Partnership countries in a way to their Euro-Atlantic integration?
Well, that's a difficult moment to give a positive answer to this, but the answer to this will still, I think, come in the domestic capacity of the states to reform. These societies, we see, especially in Ukraine and Moldova, have recently expressed in the last couple of years a very strong desire to be governed differently. You have two new presidents whose arrival to power is basically based on the promise of fighting and defeating corruption. So on a popular level, we have a clear desire in these countries to be governed differently. And that's not the first time. So far, the failure has been more at the political elite level rather than at the popular level. And I have all the hope and confidence that this time, the leadership in these two countries will be able to push the cart forward, so to say. But also the international community can do a lot to help that. And here I'll make a kind of one macro point and one micro point. The macro point would be that we talk a lot about the need for a new burden sharing on European security between the United States and the European Union, and now the UK. But very often that conversation is mostly focused on the 2% defense spending in NATO. But of course, the security of the Euro-Atlantic area is not only ensured through defense spending in NATO, but also through what the United States and most European states do in their own neighborhood. And here, I think it's very important when we talk about burden sharing is for the United States and Canada and Britain, who do much more when it comes to security engagement with a country like Ukraine or Georgia, to also make the case that the burden sharing means that most of the EU member states should play a bigger role in trying to anchor states like Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia in the Euro-Atlantic community, not just of values, but when it comes to the functionality of institutions. And the second, a very kind of focused and zoomed in point is that if I look at especially Moldova, and here I will use the proviso that Katerina said in talking about her own country, I would only refer to Moldova and would not try to make a bigger point. But what we have seen in recent years in Moldova was the fact that on paper, there have been created very strong provisions protecting the justice system, the judiciary and the prosecutors. But this was done without strengthening the formal independence of these institutions, without fighting corruption. So what happened is that a super corrupt, rotten system was offered European levels of protection of their independence. So basically the best European standards of independence have been hijacked in the case of Moldova to protect a very corrupt system, which was used to perpetuate oligarchic rule, to perpetuate anti-democratic abuses. So that is a problem that I have, that is widely discussed in Moldova. And of course, the takeaway from the case of Moldova is that it's very good to apply the best standards of protection of the judiciary and the justice systems when it comes to independence. But it has to be done in parallel with a strong fight against corruption and a strong cleaning up of the system. Because if you don't do them simultaneously, these best international practices in the case of Moldova have been hijacked for purposes which basically weakened democracy and weakened the capacity of societies to reduce corruption. So that is a situation that we face in Moldova. Now, I know how tricky this is because a lot of other states make somewhat similarly sounding arguments for rather nefarious purposes in an attempt to centralize power. But nonetheless, that's something which happened in Moldova. So whenever we go down the route of conditionality and applying best practices is very important to get the whole package of best European practices and not selectively, because once this is done selectively, it might not solve the problem. It's a bit like antibiotics. If you do antibiotics, you have to take the full course, because if you only take it for 2-3 days, you end up strengthening the capacity of
Thank
you. Yes, you understood my point.
I think Katerina wants to
Just one comment. I would take this much beyond Moldova and much beyond the 3 countries we are talking about. And in fact, it's something that my friend Jana, who's standing there, heard me today say in 3 different occasions. It was well-meant and completely misguided advice. Right at the end of communism, you need to create independent judiciaries. Both the US and the EU are equally guilty of this, because what happened is that we created these nominally independent of other powers judiciaries without reforming them, without filling them with competent people who are not corrupt. And by definition, it's not a surprise that they then became protected professions, behaving like a medieval guild, protecting themselves. And we have this country by country, not only Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia, we have it in Slovakia and Bulgaria and Poland and Hungary and Czech Republic, you name it. Because independence was misunderstood as lack of accountability. And that's what we have. And we are now trying to retrofit and trying to find ways how to help reform institutions who say, yeah, but I'm independent. And this is the dilemma that we are fighting and dealing with in this country, in the other 2 countries we discuss, in all of the Western Balkans, and in fact, in a number of the member states of the European Union. In my home country, it took, for this cleansing process to happen, it took a murder of a journalist and his fiancée 3 years ago to actually start a process that led to sort of putting the judiciary on different footing. So I think that we cannot reverse, we don't have a time machine to change that, but we need to understand that the very notion of independence, if it's mentioned without accountability, creates this vicious circle. And that's why we need to now go methodically into re-establishing an equilibrium where the judges are accountable to the notion of justice, as well as accountable within their profession and impartial in a judgment. But I think we should have been talking about impartiality and accountability. And I agree with Niku that the notion of independence has actually been used to circumvent the very idea of it.
Thank you so much, Katerina. And you know, we just 10 minutes left, and I don't want to leave the stage without asking you, all of you, about the Belarus, because I think that yesterday I met my classmate from Belarus. She is a journalist, and she is hiding here in Ukraine. And all during the dinner time, all 2 hours, she was all the time when she was telling the stories, she were in tears, full of tears in her eyes, you know. And Mike, I just want to address this question to you. Do you think that the West and the world is adequately answering to this, I don't know what to call to this man who is running this country? He's a dictator. He's you know, I don't know, he was unprecedentedly piercing you know, the flight from one European country to flight to another one. And is world is adequate responding on this kind of actions from dictator's side?
So, Nino, I think the short answer is no. We've seen a dictator who has gone far beyond any red lines that we would have set just a few weeks ago or a few months ago, not to mention a few years ago. The level of torture and repression is really off the charts. I mean, we're seeing essentially what is similar to a North Korean style regime being installed, being created in front of our eyes. And so the level of response has not been adequate yet, but I do sense that there is movement afoot. The EU Council has clearly stated that they have tasked the development of further sanctions, and I think the US will also match them and is looking at other ways to impose sanctions. I was very happy to see that the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced a $3 billion or maybe it's euro package in the event that there is a democratic transition in Belarus, to put something on the table that is positive as well. But the short answer to your question, is no. There's not enough is being done to change what is truly an appalling, disgusting level of repression. I mean, really, you have to go back to the deep, dark periods of the Soviet past to find something analogous. And it really should be met with a concerted, much more forceful response than we've seen to date.
Andrews, you want?
Yeah, I agree with Mike. Really, again, I can be self-critical that, we in the West, we are not still not able to do what was needed to be done. Of course, the question is what can be done with such an, dictatorial regime. So still, I think that democracies need to look, even looking into the future, what kind of instruments we need to have. Unfortunately, even, some kind of international tribunals, according to regulations and traditions of today, are not able to be established so easily as we would like to see when we see some kind of those crimes which are committed by such a regime like Lukashenko. Second, I think that what we need to also to look that Lukashenko regime is surviving simply because he has the support of Mr. Putin. And that support really allows Lukashenko, both to be very brutal against his own people, and also to move into some kind of this, terrorist actions when he landed the civilian plane. I would say that really we need to raise a very simple question. What price Mr. Putin needs to pay, if he is continuing to support such a regime in the center of Europe? And well, we hope that during the meeting of President Biden with President Putin, that question could be asked, and could be raised. That's our hope. And the last point, what I see a problem really is that if you look into some other stories, terrible stories and tragic stories which had happened, for example, on European continent earlier, during the last 30 years, like, all the atrocities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo story, or some other stories like, or Libyan, tragedies back in 2011. Always you could see that from the West side, here was somebody from the leadership, either, State Secretary Madam Albright with Kosovo story, or now I'm reading David Cameron memoirs. At least he is saying that he was very, very instrumental to start to resolve, Libya tragedies. So, but in any case, all the time we could see that somebody was taking real personal leadership. I don't know who is from the West for time being is really could play similar role, or who is trying to play similar role. And that lack of leadership from the Western community side, I am not blaming only EU, I'm talking about the whole Western community, I think is one of the problems which we need to find a way how to resolve, because that is why from our side, there is not enough, it was not enough done to resolve this Belarusian crisis. We saw some sort of leadership, what Charles Michel have shown, in resolving much smaller political crisis of, Georgia, a recent one. So I wrote him an open letter that, really congratulating him with that leadership, resolving Georgian crisis, and I said, you should show the same leadership in trying to be, to try to find a way how to resolve Belarusian crisis. But for time being, I see really this lack of the leadership as one of the problems.
Katerina, Oksana, and Nico wants to reflect on that, and we have to wrap up because only 3 minutes left. Nico, you want some, like a 1 minute, very short? No? Okay. Oksana, you want to? Okay. Just very short, okay? Otherwise, we're in time.
In the Belarusian case, we realized that in 2010, since 2010, destroying the opposition, even with the EU supporting Belarus and young people growing free and democratic, we still have the predicament that Belarus is in. One country is no longer able to cope with its challenges, and the security and success of Ukraine is a success and security for EU and America, and we can produce and scale democracy to Belarus, where human rights are so brutally violated.
Okay, I think on Belarus also, because the downing of the plane happened just the day before the European Council. Actually, the reaction was very quick. The sanctions are under preparation. They are going to be much broader than it would have happened without. We have completely cancelled all the financing of the government. We have doubled our money for the civil society, for independent media, for psychological support for victims, etc. Most importantly, as Mike already mentioned, we have prepared a plan, very robust plan for a democratic Belarus. But going back to what Andrew said, frankly, I'm not sure whether this is going to be enough, since Mr. Lukashenko has the backstop. He has the backstop of the Kremlin, and unless that issue is addressed, I'm not sure whether ratcheting up sanctions and on the other hand, supporting the the freedom fighters is going to really be enough.
Thank you so much, Katerina. And just to wrap up, we have only 1 minute, and I have to express my sincere gratitude to all panelists. And listening to the panelists, I gathered the 4 main vital components to receive of the successful transformation of these countries. The number 1 is a high-level, meaningful and consolidated engagement from the US and the European side. And the second is the further consolidation of the civil society and free media, which is combination with the international support toward consolidating the democratic process. And in order to support the democratic developments in the front line, Western countries need to take decisive actions towards the regulating the oligarchs' money in the financial systems in Europe and the United States. The lack of political will in this regard has been resulted in the fact that many oligarchs have found ways to launder their money in the West. And last but not least, it's time to act. It's time to West to act to contain the Russia. Because what is going in Georgia and what is going in Ukraine right now, the creeping occupation of Georgia and the annexation of the Crimea and the Donbass war, a ceasefire there, is undermining the national security of these countries. And we have a short video since 2008, how many villages was taken by creeping occupation by Russian sides. It's already 200 villages. And if we're not going to stop Vladimir Putin right now in this region, then I'm pretty sure that world going to be very difficult, because one day they're going to knock some other country's door as well. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you, and I hope to see you all in person in Ukraine or in Georgia or in Moldova very soon. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. It was a great pleasure. Sorry, I was a bit confused.
No, thank you so much. Hi there. Of course, of course.
В ту камеру, так? Будь-яку з них.
Та, яка червоним горить, та працює. Яка червоним горить, та працює. Тобто той план зараз виводить.
Let's have a closer look at the data from the recent anti-corruption poll to find the answers. For 75% of Ukrainians, corruption remains one of the top concerns, while 63% believe it is highly prevalent in society. Simultaneously, Ukrainians are intolerable of corruption. The share of those who think it should not be justified hits 75%. When asked about corruption, most of Ukrainians think first of all grand and political corruption, hidden in the offices of the deputies and top officials. Still, the share of those who think that the prevalence of corruption throughout governmental bodies, with the exception of police, has dropped. But in real life, the share of those who admitted to have faced corruption personally during the previous 12 months fell to 16%. COVID and less contact among people oust traditional person-official interactions. Across the country, experiences of corruption differ from oblast to oblast. Only in 7 oblasts, respondents reported increased levels of corruption, while the rest claimed the same or lower levels. Who has the will to overcome corruption? Citizens, media, and NGOs. However, many are discouraged as they feel anti-corruption fatigue and think their efforts are futile. More than a half vest responsibility for countering corruption in the president and his office. Ukrainians are increasingly confident that this is the responsibility of the specialized anti-corruption bodies like the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, National Agency for Prevention of Corruption, or the Higher Anti-Corruption Court. Feel this is incomplete? Get a bigger picture at engage.org.ua.
гостям за таку надважливу дискусію, яка у нас щойно була. І хочу запросити
just recently. And now I would like to invite to the floor Darina Kaleniuk, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Prevention of Corruption. It is thanks to her efforts that such conversation at the highest level has become possible for the first time in Ukraine. Good afternoon, greetings. Could you please tell us, when you were thinking about this conference, about hybrid challenge democracy, how did you manage to convince people that Ukraine is the platform for such discussion? Well, you know, Ukraine is actually a country where various authoritarian regimes test their hybrid instruments to undermine our development. Well, first of all, I'm talking about the Russian Federation and the Kremlin. For them, Ukraine is a sort of a lab to test how to undermine the attempts of Ukrainian people to live in a worthy, dignified and prosperous way. But at the same time, as we have all these instruments tested, we also have answers, reactions to this challenge answer. The reaction to disinformation, to corruption, to various legal wars. And we were creating this forum so that our partners in the West, we could explain them that Ukraine's success in countering this threat is actually the success of democracy in general, and democracy in the West, in the country of the Western Europe and also the States, because in the beginning they test various disinformation narratives, and tomorrow the same disinformation narratives are going to be in Germany, are going to be in the UK, in the United States. For now, they don't see it yet, how they are intervening in the elections, but here we see that. Still in the election, in Yanukovych's elections, we saw how various propaganda companies simply moved the country in the wrong direction, in the direction that the Ukrainian people wanted to. If we're talking about expectations, we actually put it as a goal, and our conversation is now taking place before very important meetings like G7 or the NATO. Could you please tell us, how would you evaluate the success of Kyiv conversation? Well, the President Joe Biden said that in the end of this year he is going to have Democracy Summit. Well, our success is that our summit and our sincere conversation about democracy actually is now happening here in Kyiv. Kyiv is ready for this open conversation about democracy, about the challenges we have before us. Kyiv is also ready to provide solutions to these global challenges. These solutions are interesting here in Ukraine. They are also interesting in our partners in Georgia and Moldova. They are also interesting for the countries of developed Europe. And I believe that such things as declarations, as selection of judges with the participation of international experts, purification of the court system using innovative models, all this has to later be transformed and used in other countries. Just so all those open registers also something that we can boast in Ukraine. And actually, marathon is just the start to that. After that, there's going to be a whole range of other informal media, so that such instruments actually were introduced in other countries, right? Yes, and for us, this is also very important to talk about these things which are like, you know, an elephant in the room that nobody talks about. Because the Nord Stream 2 is a classic example of strategic corruption. This is a project which undermines not only the Ukrainian economy, not only the possibility of Ukraine as a state to counter the Kremlin, it's also the project that undermines the whole foundation of single united Europe. It divides European countries. This is a project which also undermines, you know, this value calls for in the United States. So on the one hand, President Biden announces that corruption is the foundation, one of the main threats to the national security. But on the other hand, suddenly sanctions are lifted off companies which build Nord Stream 2, even though such company, this Nord Stream 2, is actually a great example of corruption. That is why I want to openly ask this question. elections. We invited the representatives from the US and also from the European Union, from Germany, to talk about it. We agree that in Ukraine there are a lot of things to work on. You have to do the court reform. We are working on that hard, but not only Ukraine has to work. Also, democracies in the West have to do and work something. Democracy in action also has to be there in the countries of developing democracy, the so-called West, because I mean they can lose these values that they are used to, and Ukraine is a reminder for the countries of developed West that democracy cannot stand. This is constant more, constant more. These are the values that we should actually stand for, and sometimes we have to pay gas a lot. Thanks for raising these questions. Thanks during our marathon and everything. But I know that after working in this studio, there was also work for many months before you actually had this event. In particular, I would like to tell you about one more project in the framework of Democracy in Action Forum. This is called Youth Vision. The team, the organizer of the conferences, actually understands very well that not a single development of fair and democratic society is possible without the voice of future generations, those in the interest of whom we all doing that, and who very soon is going to approve very important decisions soon enough. That's why we ask young people all around the world, what do they think about democracy, about values, and how they, young people, can now influence the governments of their countries. And now the video follows.
One of the most important causes of the revolution of witnesses that erupted after producing of students was the demand for justice. Ukrainians have managed to...
Unfortunately, I do not have the sound available, so I cannot interpret.
After the revolution, we have achieved certain victories, such as healthcare reform, new anti-corruption institutions, and visa-free travel. But to achieve justice in our society, we should continue fighting for the rule of law. And we, as a young generation, are ready to stand for democracy in action.
Good evening, distinguished guests. Allow me to make 3 suggestions on this topic of how we respond to human rights violations and strategic corruption. I think it would be wonderful if states could rethink the policies around tax havens, why we have them, and what sort of illicit financial flows they enable. Because what I know about my region, in Southern Africa, in Sub-Saharan Africa, is that a lot of the money that's needed to develop our communities, our countries, our regions, is sitting in offshore banks. Another thing is to help countries that have less power to name and shame individuals who are acting from outside the country to influence not only policies but decisions, and to the point of which minister should sit in which seat. And the UK has recently done that in their integrated review by identifying the family that is responsible for widespread corruption in the South African state in recent times. And finally, help to establish solid norms, new norms that create a fairer environment for all states to inhabit. Those are the things that we can do. Thank you.
Our following panel is going to be dedicated to Ukraine's plans to become integrated in the North Atlantic Alliance. So what have we done? What challenges remain? We have a special survey done by New Europe Center. It includes, among other things, questions not just why NATO is an attractive option for Ukraine, but also why Ukraine is important for North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Alena Hitmanchuk, the director of the center, is going to present the document based on this survey. Thanks a lot, Ina.
Дуже дякую, Інно.
Thanks, Inna, for New Europe Center. It is a great honor to be not just a partner of this conference, but also to make an analytical contribution to this conference in the form of such research. We believe that this study is highly timely because in a week, as has been mentioned many times today, there's going to be a NATO summit in Brussels, and at the summit, among other issues, the discussion is planned for the new strategic concept of the alliance until 2030. For Ukraine, it is vital in our opinion, so that during this discussion, there is not just confirmed policy of open doors of the alliance, but also serious discussion about the way this open door policy can be implemented towards Ukraine and Georgia in the following 10 years. Because Ukraine, and we have to remember about that all the time, both in Kyiv and in Brussels, as well as in NATO capitals, is not just the alliance partner, it is also an aspiring country for membership. Please look at our first slide, which actually portrays these two mutually complementing tracks. One of them is Ukraine as the alliance partner, and the second would be Ukraine as an aspiring member. So what do we have now as this aspiring country? We have Bucharest Declaration of 2008, which clearly points out that Ukraine and Georgia are going to become NATO members. That is de facto. We have Euro-Atlantic prospect, which was provided to us in Bucharest. Also, we have the destination point, and this destination point would be membership, and it was determined in Bucharest. But still, we do not have a roadmap to this destination. And in our opinion, and also in our research, we prove why it is important, even today, to determine and to actually move this route towards membership. Our proposal is for this route to go via reforms. This is what NATO constantly talks about, and actually what we constantly talk about. So that this really happens, we propose to develop this very detailed roadmap of the reforms, conditionally calling it as the compatibility plan for Ukraine and NATO. This roadmap implementation will enable Ukraine to get involved in the alliance, and just in one night, as soon as there is a window of opportunity emerging their status. This roadmap is not going to contain any clear time parameters. Also, this roadmap may be based or may include an action plan about membership, but might not be included, but instead be actually based on available instruments like annual programs, Ukraine, NATO, but this is also a condition by strengthening it, as well as through monitoring from NATO. Why this roadmap is important, why it should also be reviewed jointly with NATO. First of all, from the moment of Bucharest summit, at which Ukraine got this Euro-Atlantic prospects, 13 years passed. There is a very serious pause, which has to be filled at this integration track. And into 13 years, is actually the confirmation of our aspiring status. Of course, we should be moving the way we are moving as the alliance partner. Last year, you know, Ukraine managed to get the status of partner, was strengthened. Also, the following slide. Such roadmap was very important in the context of reforms. We believe that it would be an additional and serious motivator for all reforming forces in Ukraine, and actually even this interaction with NATO has already proved that a range of positive transformations and positive changes took place thanks to the interaction with NATO, and also that we hope that closer cooperation with NATO is only going to help further on that these reforms take place at least in a range of fields, starting from democratic and civil control and up to the reform of defense procurement, as well as the launch of renewed special services, in particular National Security Service of Ukraine. Some of these reforms have already been started, but they have to be continued. And along with with NATO at our side is going to be much simpler, similar to the fact how reforms have taken place with the help of action plan on visa regime liberalization with the EU. The following slide, please. The second reason why this is important, because Ukraine made a significant contribution in European Atlantic security, and we are convinced that it is going to continue making it. Starting from Ukraine's adherence to democratic values that NATO as an alliance also adheres to, and which did not allow to establish authoritarian regime in Ukraine twice. It is also about its unprecedented contribution into the nuclear-free world, also help in pandemic times, a totally new case when Ukrainian planes managed to transport 150 tons of medical cargo only in the first half of 2020. It is also a valuable experience in fighting hybrid threats. It's also about our real war experience, the participation in all key operations of NATO, and there are also many other things which are very important and emphasize that Ukraine is capable of making that contribution. The last thing to note is in NATO they are talking a lot about the risks, that if Ukraine and Georgia are invited in the alliance. But in our study we prove and we explain, it is for the first time that we write about it and we analyze it, about the risks of non-inviting Ukraine and Georgia to the alliance, because we believe that these risks are also going to be significant. And quite possibly one of the most significant would be the risk of losing Ukraine's state as such, because pro-Russian forces might win, and for them Ukraine as a nation state is not valuable, and also it is associated with the future aggression of Russia, because Russia has felt very well that it just can create new and new conflicts to block the integration of Ukraine and Georgia into NATO. Summing up, in NATO they constantly say that Ukraine should concentrate on the reforms. We heard that today from Gianni. We believe that, yes, let us jointly concentrate on the reforms. Let us try to agree this roadmap, this plan of compatibility with NATO, who's it is going to be, whether it's not going to include the membership plan is another question. Our final goal is membership, not an action plan about membership. And if NATO still has enough political will after this Bucharest summit, because at that time they recognize that Ukraine and Georgia are going to become members of the alliance, I hope that it's going still to have enough political will so that we could jointly develop a roadmap to our destination, namely membership in the alliance. Thanks a lot for your attention. Alona, thank you and your team for the evaluation of risks. It is extremely important. We continue a conversation about Ukraine's prospects on NATO membership in the format of a panel discussion, and I already have guests. That's Katarzyna Pisarska, who is the co-head of Warsaw Security Forum. Okay, dear Katarzyna.
Thank you so much, Ina. It's great to be here. Let me start with congratulating the organizers. It's an immense event, and Hanna Hopko, Daria Kalesniuk have done an amazing job. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for joining us. And since our next panel will be mostly focused on Ukraine's and Georgia's perspectives of NATO joining, could you, Peter, remind us about the perspectives or the experience of Poland of your integration into NATO?
Yes, I think one of the most important things to remember is that the Polish successful transformation from a central planned economy, communism, to democracy was due to the fact that we decided to join Western institutions, including the EU and NATO. NATO was for us a defense umbrella, while at the same time EU gave the economic opportunities, the amazing economic opportunities that we saw so needed. And it was this perspective, the enlargement perspective, that at the end of the day made us want to do the reform. It was a bipartisan, very strongly pushed from all sides of the political political spectrum effort to join NATO, to join the European Union, and all the painful reforms we had to go through were a huge, one of the huge reasons we were able to implement them was exactly enlargement. And I think when we talk about Ukraine and Georgia and NATO, it's very important to remember that this carrot stick, but also this kind of very clear vision of where Ukraine is heading along with us, the Western Alliance, the transatlantic community, is key for successful Ukrainian reforms. And I hope to speak about this today with our panelists and with our distinguished speakers.
Can't wait this conversation to start. So, Katarzyna, the floor is yours. In a few seconds, we continue.
Thank you so much, Ina. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Katarzyna Pisarska, and I'm the co-founder and co-chair of the Warsaw Security Forum. It's my immense pleasure to be moderating today's session at the Zero Corruption Conference entitled Ukraine and Georgia in NATO 2030, Alliances Open Door Policy as a Tool of Enhancing Democracy and Good Government. We have a distinguished lineup of speakers that will be joining me momentarily. Among others, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine on European and Euro-Atlantic integration, Ms. Olga Stefanishyna, but also Rasa Junkiewicz, the member of European Parliament and also former president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and from Georgia, the co-founder and vice president of the Georgian Institute for Strategic Studies, Irakli which will, again, as I said, be discussing this important issue. But before we start our panel, I want to take us all across the Atlantic for these kind of framing remarks that will be done by another special guest of our today's discussion. I want to welcome here Mrs. Lara Cooper, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Defense in the United States, who will give us, again, framing remarks on a very important aspect of any type of aspirational enlargement, which is the military, the question of reforms of the defense, and that specific agenda. Madam Cooper, it's wonderful to have you with us. As we were told, we are looking forward for short opening remarks, and if you will allow, I will follow that up with a few questions. So, Madam Cooper, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening from the Pentagon. I wish I could be with you in person in Kyiv, but for now, video from the Pentagon will have to do. I'd like to thank the conference organizers for the opportunity to discuss an issue that I think about very frequently, the critical issue of defense reform. And I also want to provide some thoughts on the US-Ukraine defense relationship, particularly in light of Russia's recent saber rattling and its buildup of forces in Crimea and along Ukraine's borders. To begin, I would like to reiterate America's unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Ukraine is a critical partner on the front line of Russian aggression. Russia occupies Crimea and fuels conflict in the Donbass in its attempt to change borders by force. We must not accept this as a fait accompli. Russia's aggression is not only a matter for Ukraine, it is a threat to Europe, to the United States, and to the stability of the international order. The United States has long understood that the projection of strength and unity amongst its NATO allies and partners are vital components to deter Russian aggression and coercion. In that vein, the United States is committed to ensuring that NATO's door remains open to aspirants when they are ready and able to meet the commitments and obligations of membership and to contribute to security in the Euro-Atlantic area. To that end, we continue to work with and urge the government of Ukraine to implement the deep, comprehensive, and timely reforms that are necessary to advance its Euro-Atlantic aspirations in support of a secure, prosperous, democratic, and free Ukraine. Ukraine has made tremendous strides in its 30 years of independence, and in particular, since the 2014 Revolution of Dignity. I'd like to cite just a few examples of progress in reform. First, Ukraine's passage of the Law on National Security in 2018 provided a legislative framework for aligning its national security architecture with Euro-Atlantic principles, and constituted a major step forward toward its goal of achieving NATO interoperability. In March 2020, President Zelenskyy signed an amendment that separates the positions of the Chief of the General Staff from the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. This new system of command and control separates force generation from force employment functions, which is a core feature of Western military structures. Progress on other key legislative actions include the passage of the Law on Defense Procurement and advancing a bill that could remake Ukraine's SBU into a modern security service guided by Western democratic standards. Additionally, this past year, we were encouraged by the adoption of both the National Security Strategy and National Military Strategy, which codify national strategic objectives and set conditions for reform across Ukraine's defense enterprise. While the government of Ukraine has made substantial progress, there are some areas I'd like to touch on that require further attention. The United States encourages Ukraine to pass legislation that clearly delineates the duties of the Ministry of Defense and the Ukrainian Armed Forces. This will better align Ukraine's defense enterprise with the core NATO principles of democratic civilian control of the military. Regarding defense industry, we urge Ukraine to adopt a strategy to better support the needs of the Ukrainian Armed Forces and Ukraine economic objectives, while implementing effective corporate governance and supervisory board principles that are in line with global best practices. Similarly, the United States believes that the adoption of foreign direct investment controls based on national security interests are vital to protecting Ukraine's critical civil and defense infrastructure from foreign exploitation. Effective defense industry processes and institutions will lead to sustained improvement in combat capability, reduce corruption, and open the door to increased Western investments. The Department of Defense also strongly encourages Ukraine to continue to implement its Law on Defense Procurement to create a globally competitive process, increase efficiency, and enhance transparency in the defense procurement cycle. Additionally, while there have been promising human resource management reforms, Ukraine must continue to advance these reforms to truly transform the Ukrainian armed forces and pave the way for a Western-style career management system. The United States is committed to assisting Ukraine with the implementation of these reforms, and we maintain a robust advisory effort to help modernize Ukraine's military in line with NATO principles and standards. The annual national programs under the NATO-Ukraine Commission are an invaluable resource to take forward the reforms that are needed to advance Ukraine's NATO membership aspirations. I encourage Ukraine to make the best use of this dedicated forum, as well as the benefits of capacity building programs through NATO's comprehensive assistance package, and more recently through enhanced opportunities partner status to promote greater interoperability through exercises and training. The United States appreciates contributions to these efforts from like-minded allies through a coordinated, requirements-driven process. There is always room for individual allies to step up bilaterally and do more in terms of resourcing these incredibly important NATO programs. Today, I'd like to close these brief comments by mentioning how much I look forward to seeing continued progress building on what Ukraine has already achieved. It is critical for all of us to work together to maintain the momentum behind the reform effort. And the United States continues to welcome contributions and partnerships from allies and other partners. Finally, I also want to underscore the United States remains committed to continuing our political, economic, and military cooperation with Ukraine in support of an even stronger and more enduring strategic partnership between our two great nations. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much, Lara. As we have just a few minutes more together, let me follow up with one or two questions. But before that, let me also welcome our wonderful guest today, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Olga Stefanishyna, who will be joining us and also following on these discussions. But let me go back to you, Lara, for just a second. You have proposed a number of different steps that Ukraine still needs to take when it comes to the defense reform it's undergoing. And there's, I can assure you here in Kiev, a full understanding of the need of these steps. But we also, as we've seen in the report, have to underline that Ukraine has aligned with NATO with a number of different initiatives. It's not only participating in NATO missions, among others in Afghanistan, it has been spending more than 2% for its defense. And finally, it is closely its interoperability in terms of military with NATO is also quite outstanding. It is said that Ukraine implemented almost 19% of NATO legislature. Some of the new member states in NATO have not attained this kind of level of implementation. Do you think that Ukraine stands a chance to join NATO in the next decade or so?
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to hear you cite some of the strong qualities and capabilities that Ukraine brings as a partner for the United States and for other NATO allies. The United States absolutely stands by the 2008 Bucharest Declaration, which states that one day Ukraine will be a member of NATO. And we are committed to working with Ukraine so that it can progress the reforms that would be required for NATO membership. I will say it again today that no country has a veto, no third-party country has a veto over a country's aspirations to join NATO.
Yet there is political hesitation, isn't there, among a number of NATO countries, whether to continue the expansion of NATO eastward. This is not the case when it comes to Western Balkans, but eastward it is. So don't you think Russia does have this strong feeling it still has a certain veto over the expansion, over the enlargement of NATO in what Russia calls its direct sphere of influence?
Again, I would say Russia absolutely does not have a veto, and we must ensure that Russia does not have a veto over the sovereign choices of nations to be able to determine which alliances, which treaties they want to sign up to. In the case of Ukraine, we still do have a number of reforms that are necessary to ensure that the Ukrainian armed forces would in fact be ready and NATO interoperable. So our focus is on that reform agenda and making sure that Ukraine would be ready to join NATO. And again, no third-party veto.
Thank you so much, Laura, for this very important statement. Thank you for being with us here and for your opening remarks to this panel. We will be coming back to these discussions with our distinguished speakers. And I will start again with welcoming the Deputy Prime Minister who is here with us. And my question goes directly to you. I'm sure that as a person responsible for Ukraine's integration with EU, but also with the transatlantic community, you often get the question, but why should we invite Ukraine? What are the benefits of actually having another member state with a hot conflict on its territory? I'm sure you hear a lot about the question of importing instability into NATO. How do you respond to these arguments, political arguments, when it comes to NATO enlargement?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Laura, for your messages. No surprise to hear very strong messages confirming that Ukraine and Georgia will become NATO members, but also confirming that Russia has no vote in NATO so far, but also reaching back to Ukraine on the reforms agenda. This is well-constituted and placed messages. We heard from many speakers today about what Ukraine is waiting for is the actions and practical steps. In terms of the issue you're raising, of course, there is a number of answers how Ukraine already contributes largely to the collective defense and security policy by strengthening and protecting basically southern flank of NATO, for which NATO so far has no strategy at all, while Ukraine has a strategy of defending its borders by different means. But I would say also that basically it's not about Ukraine answering the questions, it's about the obligations which has 13 years ago has been undertaken by allies. And 13 years after being silent, Ukrainians and Ukrainian president and leadership understand that silence brings no answer from the other side. So basically, the Bucharest summit is undoubtedly a historic event. And now we need historic answers. And the historic answers is what we expect to see, not only in the light of the upcoming summit and events. We want to see the answer and the day which will be feasible for our countries, for Ukraine, to become the member of NATO. And there's no other timeline for where Ukraine can hear this answer, because except of the fact that NATO is in the light of next 10 years strategy for its development, and the open door policy will be the new policy elaborated and presented in this NATO 2030 process. And it's absolutely the biggest mistake which could have ever been done by allies by not giving the answer to Ukraine and Georgia to the question and position already fixed over the Bucharest summit. Of course, what we see and what we hear right now from the principal allies, which are not only the United States, but in many other capitals like France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, and Benelux countries, is that nobody wants to antagonize Russia. Everybody fear of irritating Russians and Russia, and sometimes we often hear that the answer to the question and the implementation of the promise which has been given to our countries back in 2008 will be feasible only after the leadership in Russia will be changed. But our answer is following. We have been afraid to irritate Russia in 2008, but this has not prevented Russia from military interference into the Georgian territory few months after the Bucharest summit. And when we thought that this situation will not change and the world stands resilient towards Russian threat, in 2014, we faced the military aggression of our territory, the annexation of Crimea, and now Ukraine is in a situation where 40,000 of Ukrainian military servicemen without civilian personnel have been murdered by Russian Federation. What answers and how else do we suppose not to irritate Russia? And we should face the reality. It's not about irritating Russia and protecting our country from military aggression. It's about trying to make a deal with Russia, China, and other players. But Ukraine is very strong in its position, saying that we are the players, and we're players on this field, and we are on the agenda. We're not accepting in any way the format of getting no answer to the questions which were discussed back in 2008. And now, the very important issue you've raised about the contribution that Ukraine already gives to the collective security. Today, Ukraine is not only the security recipient, but a security donor in its region. First of all, as the leader in knowing and having the practical experience in tackling hybrid threats, which are not only the military ones. Ukraine has gained invaluable experience deterring Russian aggression on the traditional military battlefield, but also on a hybrid one. And Ukraine's experience has been largely absorbed by allies and NATO. Ukraine remains committed to building global security without nuclear weapons, and it remains the commitment from our side also. Ukraine is the only NATO partner country who have participated in all major allied operations and missions, and it has already been confirmed by many speakers, including the one representing US. Ukrainian combat officers have been recognized one of the most professional, experienced, and well respected by military servicemen of NATO military forces. Ukraine is one of the few countries in the Euro-Atlantic area that, even without being a member of the alliance, adheres to the requirement of the defense spending at the level no less than 2% of GDP. And this year, the legal obligation is to allocate 5% of GDP for security and defense sector. Ukraine has been largely undergoing through the reforms agenda, and hearing the question that reforms are needed, this is what we hear, that what we are committed to and that what we are implementing. The reform of the security and defense sector, civilian control over armed forces, allocation of 5% of GDP to security and defense sector, adoption of the legislation on the military procurement, on the intelligence, on the state secret, based on NATO policy. This is really a historical decision which has been undertaken by this leadership, by this parliament, and implemented by this government. And the commitment is there. The legislation related to the rule of law and anti-corruption, which is essential for triggering the confidence in now stepping back on this agenda from our country, are really on track. What we need right now is not only the recognition of the successes and failures we have in our country, but mobilizing the political unity over bringing the ball back to Ukrainian field, is giving the membership action plan for our country, symbolizing that there is still a transatlantic unity, not only over those issues which are usual suspects and are gaining the unity by default, but to make sure that the transatlantic allies still can get united over complicated questions, playing a bigger political role and showing that the NATO is really ready to play politically. So our message is really very simple. Ukraine remains and have always remained committed to the reforms agenda. There is no way to step back on this agenda. Moreover, this Friday, the Security and Defense Council has adopted the decision on stepping up Ukrainian efforts related to Euro-Atlantic integration. And all of the reforms which were mentioned by previous speaker, they are part of this agenda. They are part of this work which will unite all the politicians and leaders in our country. But what Ukraine and all the region is looking for is the unity outside of our country. The unity on EU and NATO integration is there. Whether there is a transatlantic unity over democratic transformations in our country is the answer we're looking for, and we expect to hear this answer in the next NATO summit, in the Foreign Affairs Council in Riga, which will take place this year already. But also, we really hope that democratic nations, which are members of the NATO, would also be as democratic and as committed to values as Ukrainians are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just ask you about the upcoming NATO summit. What you said your expectations are that somehow there will be a clear political statement, yes, on future enlargements. But what do you think we can realistically expect? I mean, what would you want to see and what do you think we will see next week?
Well, we're all looking forward for this next week's summit, and I want to say that we have so many friends among NATO allies who did their best to step in with giving the answers and stepping up with a clearness on the issue in terms of the open door policy for our country. But still there are a lot of skepticism, and whatever the wording we will hear and see on next Monday, we know that there is still so many work to be done in capitals who are skeptical towards Ukraine, who still believe that they're afraid of Russia. And I believe that enlightening on this issue is even more important on the wording we expect. Of course, we know, and it was already confirmed by Gianni, that there will be a statement on the open door policy for Ukraine and for Georgia, but what is more important for us as a country showing the strategic patience, as NATO love to say, is to show the strategic commitment from the allies. And we, of course, hope to see that the NATO leaders will instruct their Minister of Foreign Affairs to step in with their clarity on the map for Ukraine already in December over the ministerial for NATO. So, so far, we do not see a perspective for this positive wording, but I know that many of the allies are fighting for that, fighting for clarity for our country, and I want to thank them all. You know the capitals I'm reaching to, and I'm really grateful, and I hope that we will keep on building this unity, and this is only the beginning of the step of the way we're going through. And what is more important, that Ukrainians and Ukrainian leadership will not step back with its rhetorics. We really need the answers, and we really need to have and to see the summit where Ukraine will finally get the map.
Thank you. My last question relates a bit to also our Polish experience. So very often it is not realized how much of advocacy and lobbying there has been done by Central Europe in order to attain NATO accession and enlargement. Actually, we not only had a full political commitment, bipartisan commitment of all political parties in Poland, in Hungary, in the Czech Republic, but we've also had huge support of the Polish American community, the Czech American community, the Hungarian American community, and I remember I wrote a book on this. The Ukrainian American community supported in 1990, and before that, the Polish, Hungarian, and Czech accession in 1999. It was a huge help in the Congress to try to convince the senators to vote for that enlargement. And having actually gained the American support, we could then move into other capitals, speak with the Germans, speak with the French, and say, listen, we are fully committed. So today, when many people say that, you know, NATO expanded, yes, I often tell them that's not true. We wanted to be there. It was our effort. We actually knocked on every door, and there was no consensus until actually Madeleine Albright at some point said, okay, let's do this. The United States was even not convinced that NATO enlargement in the 1990s was a good idea. But having said that, that was a different geopolitical context. Yes, we had this wonderful democratic momentum where we could truly feel that, you know, everybody now is going to open up, reform. Russia will no longer be perceived as an enemy. Who knows? Our president Lech Wałęsa at that time even suggested that Russia should join NATO, or maybe we should create a NATO base. Yes, so that was the type of optimism. That was the type of real belief that, you know, the world has changed fundamentally from a win-lose perspective to a truly cooperative format. How, however, do you see this possibility of NATO enlargement today? Because convincing countries who are already under siege in a way, yes, Western democracies feel they're under huge siege with a democratic kind of recession almost in their countries. How do you see that? Doesn't it make you a bit pessimistic?
Well, what makes us pessimistic is understanding that this is not the decisions which are taken overnight. We understand that we're stepping to a very, very long way of advocacy, working with each and every capital, finding the arguments. But the positive thing is that I see the openness, even from the most skeptic countries, to accept the arguments, to step in with the joint work of building the national unity in the specific capitals, but also looking for a political unity. Of course, what makes us feel a bit more pessimistic is that we hear that this is not the right political momentum. And you definitely, and your country and many of the countries heard about that. But we Ukrainians believe that this is exactly the only possible political momentum. As you were referring to the US administration, US president is the only president of the United States, knowing so much about our country, having such a strong sentiment towards our country, that basically this could be the only president who could emotionally and politically support our membership in NATO. And we believe that Ukraine should count on the United States, on its active role in supporting our country, and we see that there is a support to European, Euro-Atlantic ambitions of our country, but we hope that US will step up in a more active role, and we're working on that. And speaking about the momentum, again, this is new 10-year strategy. There are like 14 allies who signed the letter to Secretary General to endorse the open door policy and give Ukraine and Georgia a perspective for membership. So this is the perfect time to start this discussion. 13 years, Ukraine has been quiet about membership action plan and the necessity to step up for that. We're starting this discussion now. We understand that this is a long way to go, but we think that there could not be a better political moment to step up with this discourse now, especially having support of those countries like Poland, Baltics, Romania, Bulgaria, who have undergone this way. They know how to build this unity, how to look for these arguments, and we're happy to be supported by these countries, and together I'm sure we will step in our nearest 10-year future.
Thank you so much, Olga. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. It was a joy to have you here, and I can only assure you that you have full support of Warsaw in this endeavor. We're all looking forward to the summit. Let's hope there will be a recommitment of future and future enlargements of NATO and continuation of the open door policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now we move into our discussion. We have two distinguished guests with us who will be commenting on the report. They will be commenting on the question of future of Ukraine in NATO. Also, I would like to warmly welcome Rasa Junkiewicz, who is the member of European Parliament. She used to be the president of NATO Parliamentary Assembly, but also our Georgian friend, Irakli Podchidze, who is today the co-founder and vice president of the Georgian Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you so much both for being with us, and thank you for your patience. So we had a longer introduction, but now we are all ready to go also in our debate. So let me start right away with a question directed to Rasa. First and foremost, Rasa, I think I wanted to ask you, what, after listening to our discussion, but also, I hope also hearing the report presented before, what do you think are the risks of not inviting Ukraine and Georgia to NATO, especially as you come from a country who has joined NATO in 2004, which has ended for good, let's hope, this kind of sphere of influence of Russia in your region. So what do you think are the risks of not inviting Ukraine and Georgia into NATO?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation. And it was very interesting to listen what was already said, and I agree with almost everything, especially Vice Prime Minister told us. But you know, I will start saying a little bit maybe some words of my upset, because I am a little bit tired to speak the same more than 10 years. Starting from 2008, when Bucharest summit did not provide a membership action plan for Georgia and Ukraine, and it was a huge mistake. I still think, and even the developments in eastern part of European continent only increased my understanding that it was a mistake not to invite. Of course, it was good that the phrase of open doors remains in very important documents, but still, you know, answering your question, what will happen or what's what will happen if Ukraine and Georgia will not be invited. We live in European continent, which is still where is still completion of Europe not yet finished after World War II. We commemorate every year Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact when Europe was divided, but the consequences of Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact still are on the map. I mean that this part, which we call Molotov or Stalin side of that pact, is not yet solved at all. Mm-hmm. And we are the generation which have to do this job. So we talked here about veto right, that we are not acknowledging. NATO says always that no third country has any veto right. Mm-hmm. But so NATO has to go forward with next steps for membership, or more concrete plan for membership of Georgia and Ukraine, to show that really third countries, they don't have veto right. Mm-hmm. Because today, still very many people think that this informal somehow veto right exists, and about the consequences not to be invited. Of course, reforms, despite that Ukraine or Georgia will not be invited, they will bring for sure membership closer in the future, maybe in some years in front. So don't give up, Ukraine and Georgia. Good that at least you are not afraid of Russia. Because for sure, some countries, some politicians in allies in NATO are afraid of Russia. I will be frank and open. We need leadership, very strong leadership, new leaders in NATO and the EU, not to be afraid to go forward with memberships, both, by the way, memberships. But the most important issue, that membership or membership action plan can help Russia to be different in future. The only way, as I understand, the only way to help Russia to be different is Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. It is a little bit different issue because they are not willing to join NATO, maybe willing, but they cannot do this because of their constitution. So this is most important to understand and to help Russia to be different, because without that, Russia will remain imperialistic, and this territorial aspect for current Kremlin regime is very important, and they will act more aggressively if we will not understand that not being afraid Russia and providing memberships, or at least much more clear plan for memberships, both memberships, and especially NATO, first of all, we would be able to help Russia to become different, with different understanding of their role in the eastern part of European continent.
Thank you very much, Rasa. I had a chance to moderate a panel some time ago with you, and I know how outspoken you are, so I'm sure you will not mind my question. When you look today at other NATO members, who do you think is the strongest blocking force of future enlargement? Who is the most afraid? You often say, some countries are afraid of Russia. So who are they, and how can we convince them that actually NATO enlargement is a deterrent to a imperialistic Russia, and not the opposite way around?
I don't know if it would be very good to name the countries with their names, but I think that very many those they are here, they understand this, and discussions in countries like Germany, France, or Netherlands or other countries, we see open debates in their parliaments or open debates among political parties. We see that NATO membership or providing membership action plan for Georgia, Ukraine is not on their agenda. On political parties. In some countries, there is unfortunately quite large agreement among political parties not to provide NATO membership action plan. So, but on the other hand, it was almost the same when we Lithuanians, I mean, were on the path to join NATO. Almost the same situation. But we were knocking, were working, doing a lot, looking for advocates in advocating for other countries. They were members of NATO, for example. Poland did a lot. Nordic countries like Denmark, they did a lot to push forward. Their interest, of course, was not to be the last, I mean, geographically to the east NATO country. But on the other hand, it was also done together with us. So that's why it's so important for Ukraine to be active everywhere, but especially with those countries, they are now more skeptical. They know themselves. It's not necessary to name these countries. And this is, but also on the other hand, leadership of the United States always is very important for those countries as well, to use strong leadership of countries they are most powerful in NATO alliance.
Thank you so much, Rasa. I will come back with other questions to you. Let me move now to Irakli and Georgia, Tbilisi. Wonderful to have you here. Welcome. Irakli, I wanted to start with a question to you in terms of Ukrainian and Georgian contribution to transatlantic security. What would you see? We heard a lot about Ukrainian contribution to this security. How would you define Georgia's contribution to transatlantic security as a strong argument for future NATO enlargement?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I appreciate this. I'm also very sad that I'm not able to join you in Kiev. It would have been great. It's also about talking last. You know, all the good points have already been raised, but I'll try to bolster some of them and give you a perspective from Georgia, from Tbilisi, that will support and advocate for Georgia's inclusion in NATO. Of course, I mean, we've been talking about this contribution for a very, very long time. Let it be about the collective defense efforts of the partners and the aspirants right now, that Georgia has been very active in participating in different formats when it comes to interoperability and then in all other fora that have been extremely important for Georgia as well, for developing its own capabilities, but also the crisis management and the crisis engagement that Georgia was part of. Throughout the last decade and more, Georgia has been at the forefront of this contribution. As a per capita contributor and the highest per capita contributor, with a small nation being so I would say adamantly going forward with this, and then paying a high price vis-a-vis Russia. I mean, it has to be very clear that, I mean, since 2008 and even before, Georgia has been, defending the very values that the NATO has been based on, and the question of what might be coming if Georgia and Ukraine are not included some very, very close future. I mean, I think it's what's happening in the region right now. When we have a general meltdown of democratic tendencies and democracy as a concept in the world, but look at the region. I mean, in the region, we have basically a cleansing out of any free space. I mean, of course, that's partly about Russia, about the internal politics of Russia, but also look at the Belarus. And all the other countries are in the region looking. And if you ask me, and all the elites in the region are looking at Georgia and Ukraine, seeing that these countries have been at the forefront of this fight, have been trying to defend their democracies, albeit sometimes, and sometimes, I mean, the criticism should be taken that they're flawed democracy, but we still have been very much adamant to go the Russian way. So I think it's extremely important to understand that by supporting Georgia and Ukraine, you are directly or indirectly supporting the trends that you want to persist in the region. As time goes by, we'll be seeing that these screws are going to be tighter and tighter on the spaces that still provide this glimmer of hope. So if you ask me, the biggest contribution that Georgia and Ukraine can do right now is to create the arc of stability around the eastern flank of NATO. When we talk about the Black Sea plans of NATO and to be more engaged, it's good that it started to talk about this. And now it has been very much a policy that they started to think about. And Georgia and Ukraine can provide the best of the opportunities in the region when it comes to the capabilities, when it comes to its location, but also the ideational basis of what kind of countries, states, political systems we would like to build and continue to build. So I think these are very important points, especially in this context, because this context is actually telling everyone that if NATO wants to be more relevant, and I have to be loud and speaking about this, because many times the criticism that has been coming to NATO is that the alliance has been becoming obsolete, which I don't agree with, of course, but this has been voiced many, many times. So I think in order to create the relevance and continue to be relevant in this world, in this VUCA world, we have to continue to be strongly supporting and advocating for the instruments which are part of NATO's way of thinking, which is open door policy. Because if NATO doesn't take serious open door policy in the region, which has the biggest relevance now for the world, I think that this relevance will be diminishing. And these are very strong points, considering what is happening once again in the world and what is happening in the region.
Thank you so much, Irakli. I have one more follow-up question to you, but also to Rasa, because our panel today is NATO enlargement as tool for enhancing democracy and good governance. But to tell you the truth, I feel from a perspective of Poland that the true game changer was our preparation to accession to the European Union. The amount of reforms, chapter closed, negotiations that we had to undergo, the extensivity, yes, of that process was so immense. It took almost 10 years, and I think that gave really the foundations for enhancing democracy and good governance. So what would you both, Irakli, I'll start with you, say to those who argue, maybe let's start with EU enlargement and then look at NATO? Of course, knowing that EU enlargement is so much more complicated and it's a process that demands so much more reforms and preparation. So, Irakli, what do you think about this argument?
I do, but just to throw this thesis right up in the air, I don't think that these are not parallel paths. There can be parallel paths for both. And I don't think that they're mutually exclusive, to be very clear, and there shouldn't be any negative dichotomy when it comes to it. I think that from a perspective of our countries, I mean, we are happy that we have the association agreement that we are moving forward with, and with all the perks which are followed with that. I mean, it's definitely a success. Of course, you know, it's a gradual success that, you know, the approximation takes time. You know, it takes a bit more time to reap all the benefits, but we definitely see that there is a positive dynamic. Let it be the trade turnover, let it be the mobility, let it be all dimensions of the mobility, the education of the human mobility, et cetera, which definitely create a very important, very important drivers for Georgia's democratic transformation to continue. And this is definitely the case. But at the same time, as I said, you know, I have to go back to that. I mean, EU can provide a very important soft power element and soft power element that can bolster the Georgia's approximation to the West as such. But when it comes to the security umbrella, and we have to be very clear, of course, NATO is the organization that we should aim to continue to embrace, because the hard power element is important. But as I said, it's not, I mean, we don't perceive NATO only as a hard power tool for Georgia or umbrella of security for ourselves, because we do see it as ideational organization which has values, the values that we are aspiring to ingrain in our DNA and continue to do that. So I think that they shouldn't be mutually exclusive, and they can continue hand in hand.
Irakli, but a very short answer to my question. If there was a political consensus in the West that, yes, we have an open door policy, a fast track to EU enlargement, and then we'll make decisions on NATO, would you take such a bargain? Would you take that deal?
Well, if I am in the shoes of ruling a part of the government which makes the decisions, I think that, you know, I would take it, of course, because right now Georgia doesn't have any on the table. I have to be very frank about it. But as someone who is in the shoes of a policymaker, I was also going to be thinking about the security guarantees, because security guarantees are extremely important, because that is the core of how the prosperity can come, how you can secure your democratic future as well. Unfortunately, in our neighborhood, that's how it is.
Rasa, and a short answer from you as well, because you sit in the European Parliament. Do you think this sequence of EU first, NATO is a realistic one, or do you think it's just an argument to get off the table the discussions on potential NATO enlargement?
No, EU memberships are complementary to one another. When we look to Western Balkans, it's opposite. Membership in NATO is more political decision. And I think both, especially Georgia today, is ready for NATO membership from military readiness, because I don't see any difference of those Western Balkan countries. They became members of NATO, and Georgia, which is really today is very important partner of NATO already. So my understanding is that NATO first, EU, and then to prepare for EU membership, which is long distance to go with reforms. But on another hand, of course, both more security assistance through NATO is needed, and greater EU involvement in economic, social, and other affairs. So I think both memberships are so important for all these countries. Like for us, it's like, you know, to say, who is more important for you, mother or father? Both are important in the family, so it's not full family without one or another.
Absolutely. Thank you for that point. We have 25 minutes left, and I would like to leave maybe the question of enlargement for now, because both of you are NATO experts. You both served in the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO. So I wanted to ask you, what are your expectations, again, apart from potential discussions on the open door policy? What are your expectations when it comes to the upcoming summit next week? Joe Biden is coming to Europe. It's a huge trip. He will be in the United Kingdom. He will be in Brussels. He's meeting Putin in Geneva. So what do you think will happen at the NATO summit? And also, do you think that the question of NATO enlargement will be part of his discussions with Vladimir Putin, or you think that will definitely not find its way there? Rasa, if I can start with you.
I would not like to think that Biden will discuss enlargement with Putin if we say that it's up to NATO to decide, and it's not any third country veto can provide for such decision. Of course, it would not. But we of course, it's a very important week. This next week will be with all these important meetings, but I am not expecting that Putin will become different, or China will change their attitudes or understanding. what do we need to have more unity on both shores of both sides of Atlantic? This is what we need on both strategies towards Russia and towards China as well. So here, my expectations are that it would be more common understanding than it was before. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, we need concrete steps, not only just nice photos and smilings and good, nice words for each other. We need a lot to do, including trade agreement, including NATO, I mean enlargement or Eastern Partnership for European Union, especially more leadership. The the world is not easy today. So unity. I mean that for me, most important is unity of Euro-Atlantic bond.
Mm-hmm. And let me follow up on this, Rasa. What do you think are the biggest challenges for that unity at the moment? Because yet again, we have a clear American president commitment to American security guarantees in Europe. The president is a big proponent of NATO and also of the European Union. But where do you think we might see those challenges for unity next week and the months to come?
So the same challenges I already mentioned, Russia and China. Both those challenges are most maybe in some countries in the European Union, some countries have maybe still some different understanding. I don't think that they think that in European, in everywhere in the Western, so-called Western democracies, everybody have much more realistic approach today towards Russia and China. NATO also mentioned China as a rival, as a challenge, as a threat. It was not before some years ago. Today is different situation, of course. Approach is different and much more realistic. But the instruments, how to act, the strategy towards, especially I would say about Russia, is still different. Because if we talked here about that some people are afraid of Russia. So this is number one, to understand that we have a lot of capabilities and possibilities to act and to deal and to use these instruments, and to believe that Russia can be different in the future. If someone, I don't know, in one another capital thinks that Russia forever will be as it is now with autocratic regimes, so of course maybe some will think that it's necessary to have dialogue, to speak with Putin, to have some deals, maybe to discuss some interests, what in their interests to discuss, and so on, and interests around their boundaries or borders. So this is what I would like to see, to speak about the common strategy for the future with leadership and strategy.
Your expectations for next week. What are the expectations also in Georgia?
Definitely. I mean, we want to see more value-based leadership because, I mean, the change in the U.S. administration and with the coming of the Biden administration and Biden himself, who knows the region, there is definitely an expectation here in Tbilisi. I also know that in Kyiv that there is going to be more attention paid to the region as such. Of course, I mean, I have to be very frank once again, because I like to say things how they are perceived, and then perceptions are extremely important. But we have to be very clear that there is a perception that the U.S. has been disengaged from the region for quite some time, and that's definitely not good for us, at least, because we continue to be strategic partners of the U.S. and we continue to espouse and to be aspiring to be part of the world that the majority of the Western countries identify themselves with. So that has been a case. So we want to see kind of a more engagement. Of course, the second point is that we want to see consistency. Let it be in the messaging, of course, but also in the messaging and acts. Those are two very important parts. Why? Because Russia does interpret those things as weaknesses. If they don't see a consistency in messaging, if they see that there is a blurriness, they love the gray zones. They will try to exploit it. That's definitely how they act in major capitals, here in Georgia as well. If they see that, you know, there is a consistency in messaging, but there is definitely not a consistency in messaging plus the actions, they will try to exploit it once again, and they will try to create this very clear messages here in Georgia that, yes, you know, it's all about talk, but there is no walk. So I do agree, we need more engagement of the major players here in the region. We definitely do need to see more clarity, more consistency in messaging, but also acts. And those are very important parts. But once again, when we talk about the summit, of course, and when we talk about the open door policy, I think the time has come that, you know, it's not an inertia anymore. And once again, you know, it has been inertia, unfortunately, for quite some time. And there has to be a very clear sense about the resuscitation and revitalizing this policy. For us, for the local opinion makers, to see, can there be any clarity? You know, we talk about the 2030 right now, and NATO is rethinking its future. Where is open door policy there? Where is the NATO expansion and enlargement? Is it happening? What is the expectation that we should have? I think that those are the points that definitely should be understood, that, you know, worries us, and we are pretty much worried about this. But when it comes to Biden-Putin meeting, once again, I don't think that, you know, NATO enlargement as such should be it's not going to be the core discussion. I'm pretty sure it's the case, because there is a different momentum for that, and that's definitely not going to be the key to the conversation. But once again, I think it's extremely important to understand that, you know, whoever talks to Putin, let it be in the solo or let it be in the kind of a different multiplayer formats, you know, it should be a unity in terms of one front. It should be understood in Moscow that, you know, the power projection comes from the unity of the major players, and if they don't communicate it the right way and don't give the proper red lines, whatever that can be, and I think it's clear that, you know, Russia will continue to be what it is. The neighborhood has been ravaged by the Bali for a very long time. So the time comes, you know, to communicate the right way, and I think that there is a high time for that.
Let me build on that question to both of you, because you've spoke extensively also in the past on Russia and Vladimir Putin. What do you think are his calculations when it comes to the Biden administration? I mean, we saw a very clear military buildup a few weeks ago here on the Ukrainian border. Many have interpreted this as a kind of, you know, preparation for political talks with Joe Biden. What do you think on the Kremlin as they prepare for that meeting next week? What are the discussions? What do you think they are expecting, and what can, of course, we expect as well? Ira, maybe I'll start with you this time.
Okay. Well, I definitely think that their strategy has been throughout this time to divide the allies, and they will continue to divide allies as they think it should be done, to create various agendas for different players, to buy time, because they definitely see that as, you know, when the new president comes, you know, there is always a lot of expectations. And oftentimes they know that these expectations can be different from the reality. And buying time can help to create more of a flaws in that expectation game. You know, there is going to be less delivery, more talk, and create this feeling that nothing is going to change. It's still going to be the same, and that's going to be the case. So I think that the divide part is going to be the same, and it's going to continue to be the case. You know, trying to create as many rifts or divisions inside the transatlantic unity.
But
Russia
it
will
might be
continue.
harder with the Biden administration in place. Yes, it will not be that easy to make that rift between the Germans, the French. So do you think our calculations are changing or not really? Is the division, divide and rule, the only policy at the moment?
Thinking, and I want that to be the reality. But let's see. Let's see how things will go. Because we saw. I mean, let's be frank. You know, we saw a very harsh statements. You know, we saw pretty much name calling of Putin, and then suddenly there is an ask for a meeting. I do understand that, you know, it's the big game thing, but still, you know, how do those two things rhyme together? And once again, you know, I mean, we do a lot of thinking about this, but once again, it's about the reality that we create, and the perceptions form the reality. I think we have to remember that. So whatever the perceptions are going to be there, at a certain point, it will form the reality. And after it's been framed, it's very difficult to get out of it. Most of the time. So I hope once again that the talk is also coupled with the walk, and we have the harmony between the two.
Thank you so much. Rasa, again to you. The Kremlin's calculations today, what are they? And also, how would you interpret that military buildup we were experiencing a few weeks ago?
Kremlin is playing their playbook. Their playbook is hybrid warfare, to divide, to split, to organize their politics, to show for their own people and to the world that this guy who was named as killer, that he is part of political system, global political system. And we are in a very, very difficult situation. Of course, I mean democracies. I understand that the only politician can try to speak with Putin is, of course, the President of the United States. We saw what Mr. Borrell, when he came to Moscow with the really open heart, maybe I would say, and was trying to build up some kind of new bridges, but it didn't happen. So we will see. But until today, I think that Putin needs more than Biden this common photo on all newspapers all over the world, and to have this approval of his regime, that they are part of this global game. I understand that it's very complicated because we have a problem with nuclear country, and this build-up you mentioned was exactly to show, to frighten, to show to European part of our democracies and to the United States that, look, we can do everything we want, and nobody wants war, of course. No one wants the war. And it's complicated for democracies because when such kind of politicians, I don't want to say politicians, sorry for that, dictators, they are playing these games and playing hybrid warfare against democracies. It's not easy for democracies because we have election every 4 years and people are exhausted, are afraid, of course, also. They are, not everyone maybe is able to understand, and they are pushing their governments to try to speak, to have a dialogue with such dictators. But some people in Lithuania started to speak about 1939, what we see now, on our agenda today. But maybe not. Maybe we will avoid such situation. But for me, my last sentence is as I understand, the only right way to change the situation is containment. Containment of both dictators. Today we are 2 in 1, Lukashenko and Putin. They are 2 in 1. There's no separate dictators. They are doing everything together. So containment would be the right politics. But unfortunately, maybe not everybody today are ready for that in Western countries.
Thank you, Rasa, for that point. I think that the only upside of the current situation in Belarus is that we know now very clearly who is who. Yes, there has been some denial for some time. I don't have to remind the audience here that Lukashenko was the honest broker of the Minsk agreements just a few years ago, seen as a kind of, you know, even some sanctions have been lifted against him back in 2015. And now it is clear that, as Rasa said, we have 2 dictators in this part of Europe working hand in hand. And it is a major challenge, if not the challenge for NATO. And now, as we have just a few minutes left, I want to go back to this big question of strategy for NATO, NATO 2030. There has been a report, a very extensive report prepared by a number of advisors to the Secretary General of NATO, which clearly states in the 40 pages or so what are the biggest challenges to come in the next 10 years for NATO. And it is no surprise, but that Russia is, of course, the first major challenge that we face. But there's also so many other things in that report. There is China, there is hybrid warfare, there is emerging new disruptive technologies, there is climate change, there is the southern neighborhood, the Middle East, and so on and so forth. And the big question to you, because naturally the report was a kind of consensus-based document where we brought together all 30 member states and asked them, you know, what's important for you? What do you think we should be focusing on as NATO? But having so many different, you know, potential threats and challenges, are you not afraid of this kind of, you know, lack of focus of NATO? As we had NATO during the Cold War, the focus was very clear, to contain the Soviet Union. Now, with the number of different threats coming from different directions, that might no longer be clear, and of course at the expense of other challenges. So you are not afraid of this kind of, again, this kind of too many focuses of NATO in the future. Irakli, if I can ask you first.
Well, definitely. I mean, the conventional threats should continue to be the major focus of NATO, because that's why it was created. And I'm pretty sure that that is going to be the case. But I think no less important should be the hybrid threats, because Russia has made it very clear that it's going to be using this playbook in the years to come. It has been very successful, you know. I mean, in many of the countries that we could never think of. I mean, look at the United States, Germany, France. It has been on an offensive there as well. So once and for all, I think we have to understand that the hybrid threats is going to be here and is going to stay here. And then definitely that thinking shouldn't disappear. Of course, I definitely think that in the years to come, we will see more of that and not less of that. And the thinking should definitely be there. I think that there are a few points to be made about how NATO should see itself. And I think that adaptability is going to be one of the things. It should. I mean, I understand that it's an alliance. It brings together with member states with desperate resource base, understanding sometimes. But I think that the key should be the adaptability, because the next decade or so and beyond is going to be a very uncertain time. We saw with COVID what is happening. Things have been turned upside down. And I think that the biggest thing is going to be the adaptability. So the way the resource planning is going to be there, the defense capabilities and the reactive mode that can be activated should be based on that. I mean, I'm trying to kind of go beyond that, because your question was broad. So I just don't, I want to go beyond the concrete instruments. And of course, the agility. That's definitely going to be something to be aiming at. But I I personally think that perceptions matter, as I have said, and most often we don't. I mean, sometimes the way we project ourselves is more important than who we are. Let's be very frank. So I think that on that part there is the work which should be done, and the unity and the commitment to the shared values and those policy instruments which are part of this document and the future thinking should be also defended, and defended very, very forcefully. And here are Georgia and Ukraine who are ready to be there. Of course, and there are different types of contributions we can have. Resources, thinking, let it be, but also the ideational, the value-based unity, which we can provide and can be role models here in the region.
Thank you so much, Irakli. And Rasa, the last word goes to you because we have 3.5 minutes. So again, the question of how should we focus more on the more defense type of threats? How should NATO look like in 2030?
You know, it's much better document than I expected. I will be frank and open. And going back to the years before 2014, it is huge step forward. I remember very well the year 2008, 2012, when I was a Minister of Defense in Lithuania. You know, today is totally different NATO, with the totally different understanding, and NATO is back to its roots, I would say, for collective defense of NATO territory, first of all. And remember strategy 2010, adopted in Lisbon, where Russia was at that time a strategic partner of NATO. So today, really, it's a realistic approach. Maybe every region, each NATO country has different understanding on threats, but it's understandable, of course. Threats in the south of Europe are different than threats here in the region we live, Poland, Lithuania, and other countries. So I think it's comprehensive, and NATO is on good track, I would say, because NATO is back on the track.
Thank you so much, Rasa. I think that's a very good point at the end. We tend to forget that Russia's actions here in Ukraine, the annexation of Crimea, the war in Donbass, but also now from a perspective 2008 and the war in Georgia, has built more unity than we've ever had on the question of Russia. You could see that in EU foreign policy very much. I think the Borrell trip you talked about was just another kind of wake up also of EU institutions of what is possible and what is not possible in relations with Russia. But more importantly in NATO, yes, it's enhanced forward presence, the fact that we see both NATO and American troops in Central Europe enhanced. That is all a consequence of Russian actions, but also a big call of unity. So as we conclude this panel, a panel discussion on Ukraine and Georgia in NATO 2030, I would like to thank very warmly our speakers. Rasa, Irakli, thank you so much for being here with us from Brussels and Tbilisi. I also thank the Deputy Prime Minister. I also thank Lara Cooper, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, for today's discussion. And we hope to see you soon, not only today, but also tomorrow as we continue the conference. Thank you very much.
So please look in
Besides joining NATO, another security issue for Ukraine, that's Nord Stream 2. And today, I'm talking to my guest, Johann Sadhoff. He is the member of Bundestag in Germany, and he is also a coordinator of Partnership of Russia, Central Asia.
Thank you for having me.
So thank you very much for joining me.
as I know, you are an energy expert and you are also care about foreign affairs. So until today, a majority of German politicians, including your party, Social Democrats, support Nord Stream 2. You think, these politicians claim that this project is just the economical cooperation between Germany and Russia. And in these conditions, geopolitical, economical consequences for other states like Ukraine, they are secondary. As you understand, in Ukraine, we have a little bit another view on this question, and we consider more Nord Stream 2 as another weapon of Russia against democracies and not only Ukrainian. For example, recently in St. Petersburg, so during the Economic Forum, Vladimir Putin said, literally, that Ukraine must show goodwill if it wants Russian gas transit. So Russia conditions continued gas flow on political behavior. And here is the question. Given this reckless Russian behavior on international stage, what does it take for the German government to hold gas flow through Nord Stream 2, or even maybe introduce a moratorium?
Now I want to emphasize and I want to address that the future of gas in the energy system in the whole European Union will be a completely different one in 2030, 2035 and so on. So we have a completely different situation in my opinion, and as an energy spokesman for the Social Democrats in Germany, I would like to emphasize that we have to focus on renewable energies, and the oil of the future will be hydrogen, green hydrogen, hydrogen which is produced from renewable energies. And I would like to address the idea to have an fully alternative to Nord Stream 1 and 2 as well, an alternative which is renewable, and there are huge resources in Ukraine. And adding a point to that, there is a big democratization of the energy sector when lots of people can produce their energy by themselves. So I'm quite convinced that it makes sense not only to look on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, it makes sense to look on the change of energy system as a whole.
Taking a look on both parts of this sentence, so what about Nord Stream 2?
Yes, Nord Stream 2 is a pipeline which was decided years before, not only in Germany, it's not a point of view, from my perspective, it's a consortium of more than 100 companies in lots of European countries, and I'm quite convinced that in the next year we will need the methane from these pipelines to make sure that we can succeed in our energy shift system.
Okay, quite diplomatic answer, but we will continue the topic of Nord Stream 2 tomorrow. Nord Stream 2 and the new Green Deal. What is the relations between these two terms? It will be the highlight of tomorrow. Meanwhile, we are moving to another question, and it will be on arms deliveries. So, while strongly supporting the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, again, the vast majority of German politicians absolutely opposes any military assistance to Ukraine. Of course, like fearing the Kremlin's reaction. And yes, we do understand that war can only be solved through diplomatic negotiations, but meantime, why does Germany categorically refuses to provide Ukraine with any means to better protect our serving men, protect our civilians?
Now, we're strongly convinced that negotiation is the right way, and to make support in other ways than delivering weapons. And we have some very strong economic action plans where we foster renewables, where we foster energy efficiency. And I'm responsible in the German in the German government for the inter-societal connection between Germany and the Ukraine and other countries. And on that basis, I want to emphasize that negotiations, that understanding is, in my point of view, the most important way to change the things, and we're not the weapon dealers. We're the ones who want to make sure that there is a possibility for negotiation and for getting out of this conflict.
Without underestimating intersocietal connection, but unfortunately cultural dialogue and other democratic support will just not help us to demine the territory of Ukraine. And you know that now it will be the huge issue for the next 30 years if we start it right now. So what actually stops maybe Germany from providing us with just armed medical vehicles, or equipment for demining Ukrainian territory?
Now, we are not accepting the situation in Donbass, and in every speech in the German Bundestag, I emphasize that it's a big issue that the Crimea is illegal, the annexion of the Crimea is illegal, and beside these facts, we have to find a basis for negotiation and for peacekeeping methods in the next decades. It's my responsibility to bring people together to make sure that they trust each other. And I know it's a big thing, it's a thick wood to drill through it, but it's the only way to have a peacekeeping situation in Europe.
Negotiations is the way, but negotiation position is much stronger when you are just protected or when you have something to act their attacks. Okay, then third question, Mr. Sadhov, is about fighting corruption, because it's one of the main topics of our conference. And recently, the Biden administration has announced that the fight against corruption and kleptocracy will be the major priority of their team. How far could Germany contribute to this global fight against corruption when a lot of this actually corrupt wealth is parked in Europe?
Mm-hmm. I think fight of corruption is essential to build up a community, a country which is able to do their connection to the Eastern Partnership and more than that. And I see some first movements of the Ukrainian country against corruption, and I think it's the right way, and we would like to support that. It's the rule of law. Always I'm asked, how is it possible to get some foreign investors in the Ukrainian country? And one of the major points is to set up a rule of law which is reliable for the investors, where the investors can say, okay, it makes sense, and I know that my invest is not a stranded one. And that is rule of law and fighting against corruption, which I think you are in a good way.
Okay, but what about the Germany itself? Does Germany has efficient legislative, administrative means for you as like to counter kleptocracy?
You mean we
inside the country?
We work against the we work for the corrupt.
No, I don't mean it.
Okay,
I hope you are not.
just explain it again.
Yes, sorry, English is not my mother tongue, but I would like maybe to ask you, tell us more about internal German instruments to fight kleptocracy.
I see. Okay. Then I understood you right, thanks. Okay, we have a very complicated system to fight against corruption. I think one of the major tasks is to pay the public officers well, so that they don't need to find other solutions to feed their family. And of course, we have an organization fighting against corruption, and we have some regulations. I was a mayor before I became a member of the parliament, and I had to obey these rules. I had to give more than one offer, and I had to find a transparent project to tell the people in a transparent way why I was deciding this company or that company. And this is the basis for fighting against corruption.
Yeah, transparency at every level. And tomorrow, actually, we will continue to talk about level of city administrations with the city mayor of Kiev.
Yes, I read in the program.
I invite you to join this conversation as a participant. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you for supporting Ukrainian democratic development. And we hope for better in our Nord Stream 2 conversations with Germany.
All the best for you, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you. А від розмов політичних хочеться перейти нарешті до м'якої сили мистецтва. І в сусідній студії зі мною вже розташувався легендарний гурт Гоа, який нещодавно дуже успішно представив нашу країну на міжнародному пісенному конкурсі Євробачення. Хоча за голосуванням це не була перемога, але це перемога принаймні для наших сердець, це перемога в глядацькому голосуванні. Друге місце це і вже після конкурсу пісня українського гурту Гоа зайняла перше місце в рейтингу світових трендів Spotify. Це перша україномовна пісня, яка потрапила до найпопулярнішого світового тижневого чарту Billboard. І, до речі, «Шум» – це ще й перша пісня, яка українською мовою зазвучала на майданчику конкурсу Євробачення.
It's fully Ukrainian song which was sung in Eurovision. So let's make some noise.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All the best.
Весняночка, весняночка, де ти зимувала, й садочко на кленочку, сорочечко пряла, там у лісинаю з лісі сова вдо-до-доє, заспіваю співаночку, нехай вона чує. Заплетися, шуми барвіночком, я тобі співаю весняночку, сію, 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 конопилички, сію, 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 зеленесенький. Прийди, прийди, весняночко, та й не забарися, а ми вийдем на йолицю, будем любитися. Весняночка, паняночка, заглянь у віконце, заспівали співаночку, засвітило сонце. Нумо, нумо, заплетемо шома, заплетемо, гуляти підемо, сію, 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 конопилички, сію, 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 зеленесенький. Заплетися, шуми, заплетися, барвіночком шуми застелися, сію, 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 конопилички, сію, 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 зеленесенький. Весняночка, весняночка, де ти зимувала, й садочко на кленочку, сорочечко пряла, там у лісинаю з лісі сова вдо-до-доє, заспіваю співаночку, нехай вона чує. Заплетися, шуми барвіночком, я тобі співаю весняночку, сію, 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 конопилички, сію, 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 зеленесенький. Нумо, нумо, наробили шума, наробили, весну розподили, сію, 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 конопилички, сію, 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 зеленесенький.
Дякую. Дякую дуже, дякую, Катерино. Це фантастично. Я думаю, я сподіваюся, ви чули, і я переконана, що наші глядачі онлайн також плескали, коли слухали, а ще й пританцьовували. І я по секрету скажу, що на цій сесії зібрались всі поруч, прямо тут. Я вас ще раз вітаю. Ви неймовірний результат показали на Євробаченні. Ви вже трошки відіспались?
Ми в процесі.
В процесі? Так. Чи вже, можливо, запустився якийсь новий творчий процес, нові пісні?
Ну, творчий процес у нас і не зупинявся. Ми буквально завтра вже нарешті знову повертаємося на студію, бо було дуже багато організаційних моментів, які треба було вирішувати. Але творчий процес, ви знаєте, він у нас відбувається постійно, навіть коли ми працюємо, навіть коли ми їдемо в таксі по якихось справах.
Але тепер точно творчий процес буде частіше перериватися на якісь інтерв'ю для українських, для іноземних медіа.
Так. Зараз дуже багато інтерв'ю, дуже багато до нас уваги. Ми зараз намагаємося до цього звикнути, але ми кайфуємо від того, в якому моменті ми знаходимося.
Це, власне, той момент, коли ви, окрім артистів, стали ще й культурними дипломатами і стали представляти Україну на тому рівні, де, можливо, про нашу культуру раніше і не чули. Зокрема, ви, власне, в Європі заспівали українською. Європа вас дуже гарно прийняла. Як думаєте, от що спільного між культурами? Чому ці наші мотиви чіпляють європейські серця?
Ну, можливо, тому що ці мотиви, вони наші, і вони нас відрізняють від інших народів, адже, ну, це дуже...
That's what makes us unique and different, because it's an important part of our culture, our self-identification. And there is a lot of English music there, and Ukrainian music was something new to them, and we were really sincere when we were singing. So you mean that it was not because it was common, but because it was unique, and we shouldn't forget about our roots. And what's your impression about Eurovision? Because these songs are not so popular there. Our impressions on Eurovision, probably you cannot give us enough time for us to say everything we feel and what we thought. We had very warm welcome, and it was wonderful that we sang in Ukrainian, because some people didn't even know that we have our own language. Because if some Ukrainian music got into the world, usually it was not in Ukrainian, and so we got a lot of positive comments that we sang in Ukrainian, and we are very happy that this event happened. And it's a pleasure for us that you did that, you took this risk, and people had a very positive response. And maybe it's a wider question now. What is the role of culture diplomacy? I think this is a very important thing, because art, it's something that pulls people in a soft way. You can talk and try to deliver some thoughts, but art that pulls people in, and people give attention, and if you want to use some beautiful music to deliver your thoughts, it can work. And many people are wondering why many important social issues are represented in art now, because I think this is a very effective tool. It's not an easy burden, it's not an easy role that artists get, because now we are watching you really precisely, and yet tour on tanks, that was our answer out of context.
Okay. Тоді спитаю ще.
So I would like to ask you again about your plans. I understand that you are working on a new album, a new single. What is it going to be? It's going to be a release with a few songs. Maybe it will be an album, but now we are developing and working on a very important topic, and we don't know how many songs we can create for that. We might create an album, and so we are starting tomorrow, and we will have a few releases before. So we need to show everything that we've created, because we work not only on Eurovision song, but we created a lot of things, and we are ready to share now. That's amazing. That was Goa Band. Thank you very much on behalf of Ukraine for your performance. Katerina Pavlenko, Igor Grigoryak playing the guitar, Ivan, that was Ivan, and Igor is on the other side, Igor Didenchuk, and Taras Shevchenko. And we cannot have a performance without Taras Shevchenko in Ukraine. Thank you. So we are close to the end of our first day of our marathon, but we will have a very serious panel for the end. We will talk about different tools of pressure for those who are stepping away from democratic discourse, those who are violating human rights, and the importance of these violations. And unfortunately, it's becoming a common practice. And we discussed today about the situation in Belarus and Russia. And for this reason, we need to look for new, effective methods how we can punish those who are violating those rights. But we will have even more interesting discussions tomorrow. We are starting at 9 tomorrow. And we will have around 10 panels, for example. We will start talking about local communities' response to global hybrid threats. We will talk about small and big cities and towns. We expect that Vitaly Klitschko, the mayor of Kyiv, will join us. We will talk about legal wars, and we will have the representative of Venice Commission who will join us in this panel. Also, we'll have the whole series of Blitz panels about justice and justice reform. We will talk about fair justice for all, and we will have a Minister of Justice joining us. And of course, we will talk about fighting disinformation, and we will present a few interesting research, and also we will talk about global narratives, and we will have distinguished guests who made their names in disinformation. We will talk about transborder corruption, and as we today understood that corruption is always transborder, because always embezzle funds and assets, they are transferred to more comfortable spaces. And we will talk with Artem Sitnik, the head of NABU. We will talk about preventing political corruption, using effective control on declarations for public servants. And we will talk with the head of the National Agency on Preventing Corruption for this very interesting conversation. We will talk about civil society organization and law enforcement organizations. Is it possible for them to fight together against this transborder corruption? Also, we have a session on resilience of democracy through elections. We will talk to Olga Vazovska from Opora and other colleagues who are working in electoral laws and different election processes, and so they will share with us the influence of corruption on elections.
Also, we will have a panel dedicated to oligarchs and de-oligarchization. Darina Kalanyuk, Executive Director of Center for Fighting Corruption, is going to be a reporter there. And just as well, we also expect that tomorrow our team of Center for Counter-Corruption is going to tell us and update us on what's happening to Yanukovych's assets, which were arrested. They were the ones that we managed to take out of the country, and also from with the remaining property of the President SKP. And another perk of tomorrow is an in-depth conversation about Nord Stream 2 and the new Green Deal. Today with Mr. Zadkov, we had this very small teaser type conversation which announced this panel discussion. We heard the position of this German politician, but whether it matches the opinions of other representatives, our European partners, environmental scientists, activists, Ukrainian MPs, this is what we are going to discuss tomorrow in the end of the day. And now I would like to give the floor to the moderator of our final panel. As I have already said, it is going to be about the instruments of pressure on those who violate human rights in Ukraine and the world. What can be an efficient answer? Not just personal sanctions, not just a ban on going abroad. What other novel instruments could there be offered and applied for such politicians, governments and institutions? And I would like to give the floor to Alexandra Matvichuk, who is the head of board in the Center for Civil Freedoms. Alexandra, so what will your panel be about?
is Alexandra Matvichuk. I'm head of the board of Center for Civil Liberties. It's a Ukrainian human rights organization. And I have an honor to moderate today's discussion, personal sanctions, visa bans, what else? The effective response of the West to human rights violation and strategic corruption. I myself and a lot of human rights colleagues around the world fight for human rights for years. And we know for sure that one of the main enemies of human rights is total impunity. So today we will discuss how to fight with this enemy, how to fight with total impunity with such kind of instrument as personal sanctions. And we will discuss it together with our distinguished panelists. I'm happy to present today with us online Bill Browder, head of the Global Magnitsky Justice Campaign and author of Red Notice, Viola von Kramon-Taubadel, member of the European Parliament, Natalia Kolyada, strategic director of Creative Politics Hub and artistic director of Belarus Free Theatre, Paul Massaro, policy advisor of the Helsinki Commission of the US Congress, and a little bit later to the studio will join me my colleague Ilya Zaslavsky, a research expert at the Free Russia Foundation. And we will start our panel with the keynote address from the Eric Woodhouse, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Counter-Threat Finance and Sanctions in the US Department of State.
Good afternoon and good evening to those in Kyiv. My name is Eric Woodhouse, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Counter-Threat Finance and Sanctions at the U.S. Department of State. I'm pleased to address all of you today at this important dialogue on the place for sanctions and visa restrictions in combating human rights abuse and corruption. The U.S. government has numerous tools to counter these types of harmful activities. From foreign assistance to bilateral engagement, there are many programs and policies to help root out endemic corruption that may not be as visible as public sanctions or visa restrictions. Last week, President Biden released a national security study memorandum on the fight against corruption that for the first time establishes combating corruption as a core national security interest of the United States. We all know that corruption chips away at the foundations of democracy, steals from citizens, and empowers those seeking to undermine the rule of law. Implementing this memorandum will lead to bold, decisive action to combat global corruption and will make it harder for criminals to move stolen funds through the U.S. and international financial systems. While we continue to pursue all avenues in our anti-corruption work, I want to focus my remarks today on one particular tool, the Global Magnitsky Sanctions Program. The Global Magnitsky Sanctions Program, which is managed jointly and through close coordination by the Departments of the Treasury and State, authorizes imposition of financial sanctions and visa restrictions in connection with corruption and serious human rights abuse. In its implementation, which I oversee at the Department of State, we are driven by three goals. First, we seek to disrupt and deter serious human rights abuse and corruption abroad. Second, we seek to promote accountability for those who act with impunity. And third, we seek to protect, promote, and enforce long-standing international norms alongside our partners and allies. Our objective is to use this tool to pursue tangible and significant negative consequences for those involved in public corruption and serious human rights abuse. Further, we abide by certain principles as we carry out our sanctions regime in this area. We apply these sanctions globally because human rights abuse and corruption are global issues, and we do not single out particular countries or regions. Given the flexibility of our sanctions authorities, we strive to target individuals who operate at all levels of responsibility, examining those that directly engage in serious human rights abuse or corruption, as well as leaders or officials of entities whose members engage in such activity. We utilize this tool to address systemic public corruption and serious human rights abuse, such as acts connected to the PRC authorities in the Xinjiang region, or the endemic corruption exhibited by Bulgarian oligarchs and their networks that we designated last week. We also deploy it as a response to particular egregious acts, such as the murder of Jamal Khashoggi and the subsequent designation of Saudi Arabian individuals and an entity connected to his murder. Lastly, we do not see global Magnitsky or visa restrictions as a substitute for country-specific sanctions programs. The United States has a number of sanctions programs and other accountability tools to combat harmful activities. Often, these tools can be used to address corruption and human rights abuses. This is the case in Ukraine, where we have a number of other sanctions authorities that we use regularly to respond to Russian aggression against Ukraine, as well as to target those who undermine Ukrainian democratic processes or misappropriate state assets. In these situations, we do not see Global Magnitsky as a substitute for those programs. With these principles in mind, we work with our partners at the Department of the Treasury to prioritize actions that will have a meaningful effect in terms of disrupting and deterring human rights abuses or corruption, and promoting accountability for corrupt actors and human rights abusers, and protecting the U.S. financial system from misuse by these actors. We take time to consider the impact of an action, not only on the targeted individuals, but on the environment in which they operate. As part of this, we also consider how we can effectively exclude humanitarian-related trade, assistance, or activity from our sanctions prohibitions through broad carve-outs. While we are aware that sanctions may cause unintended consequences, we are also committed to working with partners to ensure legitimate humanitarian assistance continues to flow to those who need it. We track the reactions of other governments, the private sector, civil society, and the public as we conduct outreach to reinforce the consequences of doing business with human rights abusers and corrupt actors. As part of these efforts, our Treasury colleagues encourage foreign public officials, financial institutions, and business communities to freeze assets associated with the designated individuals and entities, and to investigate companies and associates that may be operating on their behalf. Ultimately, we hope that our actions move the needle in terms of promoting respect for human rights and combating corruption globally. As I observed earlier, sanctions are but one tool in the toolkit. They cannot and do not operate in a policy vacuum. Our efforts in implementing the Global Magnitsky Sanctions Program, just as the case is for all sanctions programs and other accountability measures, are reinforced with diplomatic engagement, foreign assistance, and other appropriate tools. This includes visa restrictions under Section 7031C of the State Department's Annual Appropriations Act that target corrupt government officials. The State Department's recent designation of Ukrainian oligarch Ihor Kolomoisky earlier this year has garnered significant media attention in Ukraine and globally. We also designated Moldovan oligarch Volodymyr Plahotniuk in 2020, among others throughout the region and across the globe. While combating global corruption is a top priority for the United States, we recognize governments can't do this alone. Civil society's role in exposing and fighting corruption, including through supporting the Global Magnitsky Sanctions Program, is incredibly important. Anyone who works on these issues in the U.S. government learns very quickly to appreciate your critical work. Your insight, access, and vantage points provide something we in the U.S. government do not always have readily available. Partners, like the organizers of this event, play important roles, including providing information for potential sanctions and visa restriction designations, sharing trends on the ground, and helping us build capacity and advocate for justice. Without reliable reporting on corrupt actors and practices from civil society organizations and journalists, our efforts would be far more difficult, if not impossible. While I cannot be there to join you in conversation today, I'm eager to learn of your insights and welcome further opportunities to discuss the ways in which the U.S. government can support efforts to combat corruption and counter human rights abuse. Thank you again for the opportunity to join you today.
Eric Woodhouse just mentioned about Magnitsky Act, and my first question will be to Bill Browder, head of the Global Magnitsky Justice Campaign and author of Red Notice. It has been 9 years since the adoption of Magnitsky Act. You have been one of the main drivers of this process. Let me ask you, are you satisfied with the way the idea of bringing the individual responsibility for gross human rights violation is being implemented today? How do you assess the impact of such measures, and what are the intermediate results of this process? Dear Bill, the floor is yours.
Gotta unmute there, Bill.
Unfortunately, we have some technical problems.
Hello?
Dear Bill, can you switch on the microphone? Because we
Can you hear me?
don't hear you.
Can you hear me? I've just switched on my microphone.
Now we hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. And thank you for inviting me here to this important gathering. And I was especially moved to listen to that speech from Mr. Woodhouse because 10 years ago, before the Magnitsky Act was passed, and I was trying to get after the murder of Sergei Magnitsky, and I was visiting the State Department at a much, much lower level. They didn't want to hear anything about sanctions. It was a different world. They had absolutely no interest in sanctioning Russia or Russians or anything that might upset bilateral relations. And I was almost kicked out of the office of the junior State Department employee when I suggested banning visas and freezing assets long before the Magnitsky Act was ever in place. And so if you ask me, am I satisfied? On one hand, listening to that speech, I'm immensely satisfied and proud as well that Sergei Magnitsky's sacrifice has led to this global program of targeting kleptocrats and human rights abusers, and it's being used all over the place and having a dramatic effect. That's on one hand. However, on the other hand, I have to say that in order for Magnitsky sanctions to work, and just to explain it very clearly, Magnitsky sanctions means freezing the assets and banning the visas of human rights violators. In order for it to work, it can't just be done by the United States. It has to be done by all countries that human rights violators and kleptocrats want to visit. And that is so far turned out to be a challenge for us because we have Magnitsky sanctions programs in the United States, in Canada, in the UK, in the European Union, but it's not always consistent. So for example, in the European Union, they can only sanction human rights abusers. They cannot sanction kleptocrats. We don't have any Magnitsky sanctions yet in Australia. It doesn't exist yet in Japan. And so in order for this to be a program that works, and in order for me to feel fully satisfied that the bad guys of the world can't find pockets to put their money in and travel to, we need to have this program be uniform around the world, and it needs to be implemented uniformly. So for example, in the case of the Bulgarian kleptocrats that Assistant Secretary Woodhouse mentioned, they've only been sanctioned by the United States. They haven't been sanctioned by other countries, and so that needs to be dealt with. There have also been examples where it has been used by everybody. So, for example, in the case of the Chinese genocide of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, all 4 major blocs, 31 countries sanctioned these people. And so that's I guess, the best example of a case that really has worked well. Let me just finish off by explaining to everybody why the Magnitsky Act is so powerful. And the reason that it's so powerful is that if a person gets sanctioned under the Magnitsky Act, every bank in the world has a database where they collect all information on sanctioned individuals. And the moment that a person is put on the US sanctions list and other sanctions lists, they get effectively fired by the bank where they keep their accounts. And so as a result of that, you effectively, if you're sanctioned under the Magnitsky Act, you become a financial non-person in the world. It's like a financial death. Not only will banks stop doing business with you, credit card companies will stop doing business with you. If you apply for visas to any country where you need a visa, and they do a Google search, they're going to find out you're on a sanctions list and won't grant you a visa. And so it's a horribly punitive thing. And I say horribly in a good way. It's, it horribly punishes people who have done very terrible things. And it's turned out to be a tool that has been very, very useful in situations where a country itself can't bring justice in a situation. And so, for example, South Africa had a group of oligarchs called the Gupta brothers. And they had stolen all sorts of money from the South African government in their friendship with the president of South Africa, the previous president. And the South Africans could never get their act together to prosecute these people. And all of a sudden, the US put them on the sanctions list and they become financial non-entities. And so, from my perspective, it's a very powerful tool. To sort of come back to your question, I'm satisfied, certainly. I'm a glass half full or type of person, or a glass half empty, I guess. I'm always looking for the next place where we can do work. I won't be satisfied until every country, every civilized country, every rule of law country has a Magnitsky Act and is using it broadly and in conjunction with all other rule of law countries. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Bill Browder. And my next question is to Viola von Kramer-Taubadel, member of the European Parliament. For some reason, EU global human rights sanctions regime doesn't provide any role for the European Parliament, just as there are no procedure for consulting with civil society. Given the European Parliament's experience in supporting human rights and democracy, does the EES plan to involve it in this process? Will clear guidelines be developed so that NGOs can provide evidence of perpetrator of gross human rights violations? How will the protection of NGOs or persons providing such evidence be organized? Dear Viola, the floor is yours.
Much, Alexandra, and thanks to everyone who helps to organize this extremely important debate this afternoon or this evening, wherever you are. Well, indeed, as Bill Browder has rightly said that, the consistency of the EU sanction regime is definitely not sufficient. And this is not only because the European Parliament is not involved, neither are any central NGOs being included or involved or consulted, but it is definitely also because we have a very heterogeneous, let's say, situation of interest of different head of states. It was not easy even to implement that, and that's why it has more loopholes than, for example, the US one. And also, I would say, when you look at the negotiations currently with and above Belarus, you see it took us more than 4.5 months to finally and come to a conclusion only after this terrible state of act by Lukashenko, after this hijacking of an airplane, but all the other terrible incidents which happened before and were created and produced by Lukashenko and his bandits were not sufficient to come to a swift and coherent and robust reply from the European Union, and that shows a bit the situation where we are in. We have definitely some of the member states, for example, Hungary and also some others who are very much reluctant when it comes to serious responses in terms of Russia or other oligarchic or kleptocratic states. Bill Browder has mentioned Bulgaria. So we will never find a situation when you need unanimity that we as European Union put sanction on one of our member states. This will be terrible, difficult. But nevertheless, that's why we are more than, let's say, dependent on the leading role and the role of the US in that sanction or in this implementation of sanctions. And I do hope that in the case of Belarus, in the case of Ukrainian oligarchs, we at least try to find a more or less common line on this. Even we are later, we are smaller, we are fewer, but nevertheless, in the end, I hope we can at least find a joint approach. Yes, with the ESS and the member states, it is not easy. Why the member states do not want any kind of a mechanism, automatic mechanism. They want to negotiate and to decide and to vote on each and every individual case. I'm a member of the INGE committee. This is the committee on foreign interference, on democratic elections in the European Union. And even there, now we discuss countermeasures on external actors who interfere in our democratic processes. And we have the same situation that it will be very difficult to have like a list of criteria when the ESS can implement automatically sanctions against those who interfere in our democratic processes. So it is a very difficult and a very lengthy debate when it comes to the European Council. That means all the 27 member states finding a joint solution. But as I said, we will not give up. We will start and we will fighting for a more swift and a coherent reply, especially when we have dictators right in our neighborhood as we face it now with Lukashenko.
Thank you very much for the complex answer. And I would like to invite to our discussion Ilya Zaslavsky, research expert at the Free Russia Foundation. Dear Ilya, I have a rather complex question for you. Since the occupation of Crimea and over the past 7 years, the West has imposed a number of sanctions against the Russian Federation for both armed aggression and mass human rights abuses within the country. But what is your personal attitude to the choice between personal sanctions and sanctions against the country? How does the Russian society perceive this sanctions pressure? Do you share the views that the imposed restriction didn't hit the economy as hard as they allowed the Putin regime to strengthen itself by mobilizing the population against a so-called external enemy? Dear Ilya, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexandra, and thank you to organizers for this great event and these great questions. I personally think that sanctions that were imposed on Russian aggression against eastern Ukraine and and in terms of annexation of Crimea are not enough. They just deterred Putin and the Kremlin from further aggressive actions, but they haven't changed their policy. However, these sanctions managed to at least temporarily prevent further aggression, and they did reduce resources available to Putin for his aggressive policy. So the policy hasn't changed, but the dictator has less resources available, including for his military. As for the choice between personal sanctions and, as you mentioned, sanctions against the country, I would not define industry-level sanctions as sanctions against the country necessarily. If they are, properly strategized, and if you implement them correctly, they may still hit the industry level sanctions can still hit the leadership of the country, the cash flows, but not necessarily the people. And personal sanctions are obviously useful and working only if they're implemented not superficially but fully. If they go after not just you know, bank accounts and visa bans, but if they really go after the network around an individual, if they are monitored properly and they prevent the person, like Rothenberg brothers, who have been avoiding sanctions imposed directly on them through relatives and then through friends and then through proxies. And it's a constant game of cat and mice, you know, catching evasive activity to circumvent sanctions. My overall conclusion on sanctions, personal sanctions imposed so far against Putin's oligarchic network is that not enough personal sanctions have been implemented and they haven't been enforced perfectly. I think better enforcement is still possible, both from the United States and European Union. As for your question on Putin's ability to mobilize population around the idea that any personal or industry level sanctions are not just against the Kremlin and him, but they're against Russia. Obviously, Putin's propaganda is very effective and a lot of resources are being, this is probably the only properly financed industry in Russia, or even over-financed, the propaganda machine. So people in Russia, inside Russia, are indeed brainwashed, and many started to equate Russia with Putin and Kremlin. And so when sanctions are imposed on Putin and Kremlin and specific oligarchs, and they're presented as, you know, anti-Russian, some people agree with that. However, I would not, you know, say that the whole Russian society agrees with that. There is definitely a big opposition in cities, in emigre communities, in diaspora, but also I think there is a large percentage of population who are just tired of propaganda, tired of brainwashing, and they are lukewarm. They are lukewarm to this notion. They are neither for Putin nor against him. They don't care about sanctions. So it's not an ideal position, but it's not something that Putin's propaganda machine wanted to achieve. Final point on you know, Putin's ability to create this image that external enemy is attacking Russia through sanctions and you know, compensating by driving oligarchs and these various officials to his control. I would not overestimate this idea, I think, and development. I think Putin has been abusing Russian resources and giving it to his friends with sanctions or without them. And his ability to mobilize oligarchs and criminals around him is not based on sanctions. It's based on compromat, on collective gang responsibility, as I call it, on mafia rules that he employs in his circle. And they are afraid of him and they depend on him not, I mean, sanctions could be a factor, but it's a secondary or tertiary factor. The main fact is that his security services are following these guys, bugging them. Any step out of the line, any sign of disloyalty is punished severely. And there is no private business. There is no market economy in Russia. So everything is based, all this business of people around Putin is based on tax favors, on special attitudes from the state and government to their businesses. So in a way, even before sanctions, Putin has already showed us that the system is based on anything but free market and actual commercial interest. So I wouldn't worry too much in the West about that factor. What I would worry about is, yes, we need to invest more in countering disinformation, both inside Russia and outside. We need to work with diaspora. We need to we need to implement sanctions that are really hitting this circle around Putin and Putin himself. And if we can, we should try to implement industry sanctions that are not hitting, salaries of common people as much as they hit the actual cash flows of oligarchs who receive profits. I think that's actually possible. And the example with sanctions in Iran and Belarus over the last decade show that when carefully thought through, this industry-level sanctions can actually not only reduce resources available to the aggressive policy, but can actually reverse aggressive policy to some extent. Overall, I encourage Western policymakers to widen personal sanctions, include enforce Kremlin list from CAATSA, Countering American Adversaries for Sanctions Act, and not just sanction 3 or 5 actual oligarchs, but step up the number to 300, for example. That would really send a message to Putin and his criminal buddies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilya. And the next question to Natalia Kolyada, Strategic Director of Creative Politics Hub and Artistic Director of Belarus Free Theater. Worse than the capture of the plane with the Belarusian journalist Roman Protasevich probably is only a video where Roman, with obvious traces of tortures, voices the text written by special services. How do you assess the coordination of efforts of different countries to impose sanctions against the Lukashenko regime? At one time, Belarus was the third country to circumvent sanctions against Russia for a number of products. Which countries now support the regime with policy of non-interference? And do you share the fear that sanctions no longer affect the situation in Belarus and only push Lukashenko into Putin's arms? Dear Natalia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you tonight. Of course, the matter of our gathering is not that happy one. And if we talk about Roman and the question about sanctions, how I evaluate sanctions, I guess the answer is exactly there. Because hijacking of the airplane happened only because Lukashenko and his clique feels completely unpunishable. He understands that neither EU, UK, United States do enough in order for him to feel pressure. Also, it's necessary to understand that sanctions have to be put in place not only against Belarusian Lukashenko, but also against Putin and his clique. And it has to be a joint effort. If we talk here about Belarusian situation and why I consider sanctions that are imposed as a complete failure, very simple. In May, July, we provided the strategy to EU, United States, and United Nations, and requested to have preliminary sanctions put in place as before the 9th of August elections in 2020, there were 1,000 people who got arrested already. So it was a very clear message to all democratic leaders of the world that it will be a major violence against people in Belarus. But right before the 9th of August, I got reply that we even already prepared a letter of condemnation because we expect that elections will be falsified. That's a reply that you get from politicians because they've been dealing with summer holidays and yes, of course, with COVID, but it's necessary for world leaders to deal also with global issues as dictators. Then we got to the point of 3 rounds of sanctions that been absolutely symbolic and allowed Lukashenko simply to regroup and nothing else. The 3rd round of sanctions that took place in December was a shock for Belarusian society because, again, it was at the very symbolic level. We provided information to Brussels outlining how Lukashenko money bags work, explaining how they have to be sanctioned, and it's necessary to sanction all money bags at once. It's not necessary to sanction one person and expect that something will get changed. Lukashenko system of money bags, the whole Lukanomics, is built up as a mob, as mafia, that is very liquid one. And if you sanction one person, then it means one thing, that all those assets will be transferred to family members, to other names, and they will continue to work. So if we talk about American situation, we have Belarus Democracy Act since 2006, how to freeze assets, how to have visa ban. And for now, we are expecting America to put sanctions in place, but tough sanctions in place. That includes money bags of Lukashenko, that includes Russian propagandists. For that, we need a new executive order that we've been pushing even with Stephen Biegun, when he was still at his place, and with George Kent, that they insist on new executive order that have to be put place by White House. In order, it will include the ability to sanction businessman supporters who may not have committed human rights violation or election fraud. They must include Russians, oligarchs, they must include disinformation angle, those who are not at the 2006 version. Treasury, who has all the information that I personally passed, and all money bags, the whole system, how it works, but nothing is happening. They're very slow. The reply that we get, we're understaffed. So while we're dealing with the major dictatorial issues of hijacking airplane, with Russian propaganda, with Russian interference into all possible levels of life all over the world, and clearly they currently work together, Lukashenko and Putin, still we get the answer, we're understaffed. EU suddenly decided to move from their 4-step strategy, wait and see, a pragmatic equidistant, decisive continued downgrading of relationship, and near total freeze of the relationship. Till the hijacking of the airplane, EU was at the stage wait and see. The question is, for what to wait and what to see? 35,000 people got arrested. For today, we have more than 500 political prisoners. Only 4,000 cases are submitted to UN on torture and rape. And non-stop, we get from Brussels one particular question and the idea, give us a more trigger. So I guess hijacking of the airplane is enough of a trigger to understand what we've been saying for 27 years of dictatorship, when our friends who got kidnapped and killed in 1999, whose bodies are not found, those who did that, they're still in power and they control the whole major violence now in Belarus. For 27 years, we're trying to put all necessary financial and economic sanctions in place in order to stop that. Unfortunately, we meet the same situation, wait and see. So the question is whether EU is ready to face what is already happening. Lithuania stopped 4 groups of immigrants because Lukashenko promised last week that he will floor Europe with refugees. Currently, Lithuania increased double border control twice and requested EU to get frontier service in order to help them to control immigrants. So the question is whether, when we talk about Belarus, pushing Belarus into Putin's hands, for 27 years, this is the status quo. European Union non-stop repeating itself, saying that Belarus is under control of Russia. For 27 years, we have people who get arrested, who get kidnapped, killed, And we continue to have that red herring situation. So what EU must do, not only EU, UK, who just included finally into Magnitsky Act, the unit how to sanction and how to freeze assets of money bags. And United States, they must join, move as a joint front in terms of human rights and put human rights first, not business profits. And they need finally to put their fear of Russia aside, or otherwise, exactly what will be happening next time, they will be ready to shoot the plane, not just to hijack it. So the question, what EU, US, UK wants, to continue those conversations or act?
Thank you very much, Natalia. And a small announcement that Viola von Kramon-Taubadden has to leave us earlier, so I'm really grateful, Viola, for participation in this discussion. And now I have a question to Paul Massara, Policy Advisor of the Helsinki Commission, the US Congress. We are faced with the following tactics of Russian companies in Crimea. When they get on the sanction list, they create subsidiaries with different names and calmly continue their work. Therefore, in addition to the impose of sanctions, it's very important to comply with the sanctions regime. If there is a periodic review of how sanction works or how other, and which other instrument we can use in this regard. Dear Paul, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks so much, and it's really wonderful to be here and really terrific panel. I think the first thing I'd say to that question is, way back to the beginning, do what Bill says. We need other countries to adopt this sanctions platform and this sanctions mechanism. It's going to be a lot harder to do this if we have full coverage. So it's really important that we leave sort of no rock unturned, no safe haven for this stuff. But to speak more broadly, I think this kind of gets to the need for a full-on paradigm shift in the way that we see kleptocratic cash. This is easy because there are just all these anonymous vehicles available, anonymous financial vehicles. It's easy because there are enablers all over the place willing to help out with this stuff. So this kind of gets down to the real meat and potatoes reform agenda. Last Congress, and this was probably discussed at some point today, it was huge news last December, the Congress banned anonymous shell companies in the United States, which are of course behind so much money laundering and sanctions evasion. And I think that that's really what this question gets down to is, what are we going to do about sanctions evasion? And of course, sanctions evasion is very closely related to money laundering, because that's what you're doing usually. You're laundering your cash so that you can get around these sanctions. So this comes down to the need for a fully transparent and accountable global financial system. And that's going to take some really serious reform. And that means going to take Congress to act even further. Of course, the abolishing anonymous shell companies in the United States is a huge step. Now we are pushing very strongly for executive implementation of that. That's what we're waiting for now to get this rule in place. In the EU, there is the fifth money laundering directive that also requires beneficial ownership transparency. In the United Kingdom, they have a public beneficial ownership registry available, although there's sorts of issues with all of these. For example, in the EU, enforcement remains a pretty significant problem, and there was recently some great reporting on who's implemented and how and where we're still lacking. And then, of course, there's the issue of enablers, as I mentioned, where you have basically this entire industry of individuals, gatekeeping individuals, which include lawyers, accountants, auditors, whatever else, who happily take dirty money to set up these subsidiaries, these shell companies, all this sort of stuff, and makes it impossible to really enforce sanctions like you want to see them enforced. So it's very, very difficult so long as there are no due diligence obligations for these enablers. It should not be okay, either normatively or legally, for these individuals to take dirty money. They should be shamed in their peer group. They should be shamed by the populace, but then also it should be very much illegal. They should be scared that that the cops are going to come after them. And currently in the United States, the only industries, the only institutions that have to do any sort of due diligence on their clientele are banks, and then a handful of title insurers in certain cities, but absolutely nothing for lawyers, lobbyists, accountants, auditors, whatever. Some other countries have this in place, but are very poor at enforcement. The UK, for example, has it in place, but rarely enforced. There's a great TI UK report on this called At Your Service that I very much recommend. But in any case, this reform agenda is really critical to stop sanctions evasion, which is why we just recently, last week, announced the formation of a counter-kleptocracy caucus, a caucus against foreign corruption and kleptocracy in the United States that will focus on working on a whole host of reform initiatives, many of which are going to be announced over the next few weeks. We've labeled June Counter-Kleptocracy Month. We have a Twitter handle at KleptoCaucus and so on and so forth. So we're having a lot of fun with this. What you need to do, you need to build a fun bipartisan platform to fight kleptocracy, and that's what we're doing. But be on the lookout for a whole handful of bills coming down the line that will address a lot of these issues, because it really is a reform issue too. So we've talked a lot about enforcement here, and enforcement is extremely necessary and so important, but we also need to get the legal and financial system in a place that we have transparency, accountability, and responsiveness, which is going to be a huge challenge. And I think that was exemplified by the passage of beneficial ownership transparency in the United States. The last reform had been the Patriot Act in 2001. So this was 20 years later, and we're still waiting for the implementation of many parts of the Patriot Act, such as real estate professional AML, anti-money laundering obligations. So real estate professionals are in fact supposed to be covered under the United States, and it's well known that real estate in the United States is a huge end destination for dirty money. So I'd really request that you all join us at the launch of the Counter-Kleptocracy Caucus on June 10th at 4 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's this Thursday. And then finally, one tool that hadn't been mentioned that I do want to mention, because it is all about targeting kleptocrats, is good old-fashioned law enforcement and extraterritorial criminal law enforcement by the DOJ and civil asset forfeiture. So Igor Kolomoisky, of course, has faced now 3 civil asset forfeiture claims in the United States for his properties allegedly purchased with dirty money in Cleveland. And the Kleptocracy Initiative at DOJ has just done a fabulous, fabulous job. And we really need to see other countries adopting similar models where we have cops that are dedicated to recovering dirty money that's been hidden in the country. So that's one last thing I kind of want to give a shout out to. DOJ the Department of Justice has been way ahead of the curve in the fight against kleptocracy. That was back in 2010 that they started the Kleptocracy Initiative. So it's really, really important that we think about the role of law enforcement as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you, dear Paul. And we know that sanctions should be one element of the strategy. But do we have the Western strategy for Russia, for China, for Belarus? I will ask to answer Ilya Zaslavsky and then Natalia Kolyada to this question. Dear Ilya, please.
So the question is, do we have enough sanctions, right? Are they working? My overall question is, we have good intentions in place. We at least have some, elementary unity among Western policymakers that, something needs to be done. So, but the acknowledgement process is still lagging behind. We need not just this symbolic unity. We need realization that this is kleptocracy led by the Kremlin in Eurasian region. That's how I would formulate it. That Russia is really driving corruption throughout post-Soviet space, but now also globally, from South America, Venezuela, to Eastern Europe, to interfering in elections in all major democracies, including through corrupt channels. So this question is existential, and that's existential for liberal democracy in the West. And so I think only after acknowledging this, we would go to realization in the West that we need sanctions implemented for example, against Russia on the same level as were implemented against Iran. So with Iran, it was clear to policymakers in the West that it was an existential question, because otherwise they would get, you know, nuclear weapons that could reach US allies and possibly be used against the US itself. And that's why we really had proper, really high level sanctions, including a ban on oil and gas exports, double technology, ban of Iranian banks. So yes, we still way behind that with Russia. And I don't know what else. I completely agree with Natalia Kalida. What else should Putin and Lukashenko do for the West to wake up and to realize this is an existential question for liberal democracy in the long term? But apart from sanctions, obviously, sanctions is not the only policy. We need, as a unified West, we need an updated containment strategy. We need to contain mafia state, which employs intelligence channels, employs a global financial network. We need containment that blocks all these different channels and parts of kleptocracy and expert of kleptocracy. So many of these measures would include, counter measures. Everything that Paul Massara described. Stop anonymous offshore companies, stop this ability to throw money and to undermine democracy in a legal way. But I would also, at the end of my comment, really encourage positive steps as well. We really need to step up people-to-people contacts. We have to fight for Belarusian youth, for Russian youth, for other post-Soviet, young people. We have to really fight for Ukraine. Ukraine is an important ally of US. It's an important ally of a European liberal model. But also it's an important litmus test for the rest of post-Soviet space. If Ukraine succeeds as a liberal democratic state, then Russians and other post-Soviet people will have a beacon to look at and to follow. If Ukraine is allowed to fail, then everyone will be depressed, and everyone will think that the West is weak and there's nothing to do. So there is almost, I would say, a personal democratic interest of each Western country for Ukraine to succeed. And finally, we should fight for Russian-speaking diaspora throughout the world, because if you leave it untouched and you just allow it to be on its own, trust me, Putin will insert his propaganda machine and will employ Russian-speaking diasporas in every Western countries. We saw that in Germany, where a disproportionate percent of Russian-speaking population supports Alternative for Deutschland. And I could give you a zillion examples like that. But so to answer your question, we need both aggressive and cooperative measures in this upgraded containment strategy.
Thank you, dear Ilya. And the same question, do we have the Western strategy for Belarus? I will address to Natalia Kalida. And because we are running out of time, I will ask her to keep your answer short. Dear Natalia, please.
There is no strategy. We understand that, again, I would briefly repeat that it's 27 years and we get to the same place where we were 27 years ago. Unfortunately, people continue to be tortured, killed, and nothing is happening. The West continues to express only condemns and concerns. But we got to the point that there is no time for condemns and concerns. And it's exactly what Ilya Zaslavsky is saying. Started from last March, we talk about existential crisis. It's about death and life situation. And Ilya is talking about if Ukraine will succeed. And when I'm talking about our situation, I say that use Belarus as a pilot project, establish democracy there. Clearly, people in Russia will stand up, because we already saw that Belarusian model working in Russia when people started to stand up for Alexei Navalny. When we manage to get rid of Putin and Lukashenko, we will manage to stabilize Ukraine, because the war will be over. We need to talk about geopolitical knot. It's not possible to resolve one country and think that everything will be stabilized. We are talking about the geopolitical knot. If it's not resolved, there will be no stability in Europe. There will continue that Russian interference. Besides, we could say that dictatorship is contagious. And we saw the last 4 years in the United States how Trump is acting. We see what's happening in the UK with Russian interference report here, but no reaction by the UK government. So the question is about democracy. And it's exactly what we felt last year and continue to feel, that it's exactly complete failure of democracy and liberal values. We are left alone to deal with dictators, and it means one thing, that now we could expect that people will be continued to be killed, and the West will continue to release their consents and condemns. As 49ers coach of San Francisco said to his players, don't tell me, show me. That's exactly the thing. Show me that you are able as democracy to move as a joint movement, not just continue with consents. Do it now, act now.
Thank you, Natalia. And my next question is to Bill Browder. We in Ukraine are fighting for 7 years to release so-called Kremlin's hostages. I mean 105 political prisoners in Russia and occupied Crimea, as well as more than 200 civilians, hostages, and prisoners of the war in the occupied Donbas. According to your large experience, what you will advise us to do in this regard, how we can effectively to use this leverage of personal sanctions in order to influence to the situation? Dear Bill, we don't hear you. Please switch on your microphone.
As you rightly point out, the Kremlin takes hostages like any crude kidnapper would for effectively criminal reasons. And your experience, the Ukrainian experience with hostage taking, is very much consistent with Kremlin hostage taking in many other scenarios. Putin is a criminal, he's a mafia boss, and he's a thug. And the only thing he understands is raw power. He understands when there are consequences for his actions. And so Ukraine needs to, like any other victim of hostage taking, and there are so many others, there's American hostages right now, and in Russia as well. There's several American hostages. There's hostages of all different types. And the only thing that one can do is raise the price for Putin to be taking those hostages. And what does that mean specifically for Ukraine? Well, one thing Ukraine can do, which Ukraine hasn't done, Ukraine doesn't have a Magnitsky Act. I've been trying for a number of years to get Ukraine to do a Magnitsky Act. And, Ukraine should, before going begging to other countries for help, Ukraine should have a Magnitsky Act and have the exact same people that the United States has sanctioned on their Magnitsky list. That would be a good start that you can do internally. But in terms of fighting Putin, he only understands one thing, which is consequences and personal financial consequences. And so the best way of dealing with this situation is to create personal financial consequences for him. What does that mean? It means creating personal financial consequences for oligarchs who look after his money. And Alexei Navalny made it very clear who these oligarchs are. When he went back to Russia, he made a list of 35 oligarchs who are effectively sitting in front of Putin's money or financing his regime, and that's a good place to start.
Thank you very much, Bill. And we will start our round of conclusion remarks. And I would like to pass the floor to Paul Massaro and ask him to conclude discussion, but also to touch upon one tiny question, not tiny, but direct to him. Apart from sanctions, what other effective tools are there to put pressure on regimes that grossly violate human rights? Dear Paul, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, I'm always emphasizing just what an embarrassment of riches for reform there are in this space. We've really left the barn door open for 30 years. There's dirty money, there's co-opted, you know, former Western officials, there's co-opted, you know, enablers all over the place. And I mean, it's just, I've sometimes said, you know, even in its diminished state, the amount of influence that Putin can yield in DC or London for sure would make Brezhnev blush. You know, I mean, we're talking about a completely different world here where dirty money and that sort of networked corrupt influence is just huge and can actually result in policy outcomes such as the lack of response to Belarus, the lack of response to Belarus, to Lukashenko pulling a plane out of the sky, kidnapping 100+ Americans and Europeans, and pulling a journalist off the plane with his girlfriend. I mean, it's just like it blows the mind that there hasn't been a really serious reaction to this. Rather, you know, more, as Natalia said better than I ever could, more concerns and condemnation, you know. And I mean, all of this is the result of these networks that are embedded all over the United States and the European Union and so on and so forth. And it just doesn't take a lot to get a veto in, you know. There's just so many opportunities to veto a smart policy action within the United States or within the European Union or within the UK. So I mean, it's once these things are embedded, the problem becomes how do we dislodge them? And that's what we really have to do right now. And that is the paradigm shift I'm talking about. That is the embracing counter-kleptocracy as the agenda of the 21st century, as American identity. You know, America has a great history of fighting corruption. You know, in one sense, it was founded as a country against corruption. It was a revolution against corruption, you know. And I mean, we need to re-embrace that American ethos against corruption, that democratic ethos against corruption. What is democracy but an accountable form of government? It's against corruption, you know. And we need to have all this, embrace this, make it the top policy priority. And that is how we are going to solve this, because it's going to take a policy change for sure, but it's also going to take a narrative change. It's going to take a point where if you're a lawyer or an accountant or a business executive or whatever, doing business with Lukashenko or doing business with Putin or doing business with Xi is just not it's just not acceptable. It's just not something you do. And once we're there, that's when we've really won.
Thank you, Paul. And we have 1 minute per each panelist for concluding remarks. And I will pass the floor to Bill Browder.
Okay, hi. So hopefully my microphone is on this time. Well, thank you for organizing this great event. And it's really an honor and a pleasure to be with my friends and colleagues on this panel, who have all we all have different angles towards the same objective. And the objective is that, you know, we're living in a different world than we lived in 30 or 40 years ago. The Khmer Rouge didn't go on vacation to Saint-Tropez, but you know, the dictators of Russia and Belarusia and Kazakhstan and various other places, they do go on vacation to Saint-Tropez, and they value keeping their money in British banks and buying foreign property, buying villas on the Côte d'Azur and sending their girlfriends on shopping trips to Milan. And we have an opportunity, we have real leverage in this situation, and we have an opportunity to use that leverage. And as Natalia said, you know, all this talk is just talk. We need to take action, and the action is very straightforward, and we know who these people are. And I really, you know, I think we're just at the beginning of the whole Magnitsky movement, and I'm hoping that in time it all becomes harmonized, formalized, and very pedestrian, that people who do bad things can expect to be put on the Magnitsky list. And it's not even a big deal where we even hear about it so much. The only people who hear about it are the ones sanctioned as they're licking their wounds and realizing that their financial lives are over. And so, it's been 10 years since we started this campaign, and it's accelerated. It's turned into an international movement, and I expect that many more things will happen, and many more bad guys will find themselves wishing that this tool never existed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And 1 minute for concluding remark by Natalia Kolyada.
It's a great pleasure for us to discuss all of it and all those details in order to make it happen. And with reflections over the last year in Belarus, I understand that when world leaders allowed for Lukashenko, Putin to continue their existence, feel unpunishable, currently we got to the point when we need to have, as I call it, political death from 1,000 cuts. So we need to put into place an action plan, and obviously sanctions one of those cuts, but those cuts have to be put in place right away, not get into the EU strategy wait and see, because the only thing that you will see, it's more death and corruption that will spread all over the world. And we need to insist that business people who are not interested in human rights will invest into civil society in countries like Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, in order to build up safe markets for their businesses, even they don't care about human rights. First of all, get rid of dictators, then establish your safe markets. Before that, Maia are not allowed in. So 1,000 cuts now in place have to be put.
Thank you, Natalia. And 1 minute for Ilya Zaslavsky for concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. And I wanted to praise your conference for being, as I understand, the first oligarch-free event on corruption in Ukraine, which is great. And civil society in Ukraine deserves praise. Without you, Maidan would not have happened. Without you, there would not be check on the power, and you speak truth to power, both inside your country and in European Union and in the US. And we should, everywhere in the West, we should really look to this example and learn from you, not only the other way around. As specifically on oligarchs, I'm so glad your conference is free of this. And to my concluding remarks, get more names sanctioned in the West. And I recently wrote a report which Kremligarchs Biden administration should sanction. And I would prefer to call them Kremligarchs when we speak about Russia, because they're really not independent from the Kremlin. And this would be Alpha Bank Kremligarchs, that would be Transmash Holding oligarchs, and others. And with Belarus, it would be Dmitry Rybolovlev, who helped to prop up Lukashenko, and now Mikhail Gutseriev, who is really providing a lifeline to Lukashenko, and many other names. But we should really stop looking just at these circles and these names which everyone talks about, Rotenberg, Kovalchuks. We should really get beyond this and speak about new names and add dozens and dozens of new names to sanctions. Otherwise, it's, as Natalia said, just concerns and condemnations and frowns. It's unbelievable that this is continuing so many decades after these dictators showed their true nature. Thank you, and good luck with this conference. I hope it continues.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for the whole distinguished panelists for their essential and important inputs. And I must admit, as a human rights defender, that in our world, in the many places of our world, there are a lot of people who are not work for human rights. They are fight for human rights every day. And sometimes the struggle, it seems, that has no sense because we faced with the whole state machine. But we have to continue our struggle honestly, and the result, even unexpectedly, be achieved. Thank you very much, and we will finish the first day of Democracy in Action Conference.
Corruption is probably the most known word in Ukraine. But what do Ukrainians think about corruption? Let's have a closer look at the data from the recent anti-corruption poll to find the answers. For 75% of Ukrainians, corruption remains one of the top concerns, while 63% believe it is highly prevalent in society. Simultaneously, Ukrainians are intolerable of corruption. The share of those who think it should not be justified hits 75%. When asked about corruption, most of Ukrainians think first of all grand and political corruption, hidden in the offices of the deputies and top officials. Still, the share of those who think that the prevalence of corruption throughout governmental bodies, with the exception of police, has dropped. But in real life, the share of those who admitted to have faced corruption personally during the previous 12 months fell to 16%. COVID and less contact among people oust traditional person-official interactions. Across the country, experiences of corruption differ from oblast to oblast. Only in 7 oblasts, respondents reported increased levels of corruption, while the rest claimed the same or lower levels. Who has the will to overcome corruption? Citizens, media, and NGOs. However, many are discouraged as they feel anti-corruption fatigue and think their efforts are futile. More than a half vest responsibility for countering corruption in the president and his office. Ukrainians are increasingly confident that this is the responsibility of the specialized anti-corruption bodies like the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, National Agency for Prevention of Corruption, or the Higher Anti-Corruption Court. Feel this is incomplete? Get a bigger picture at engage.org.ua. Corruption is probably the most known word in Ukraine. But what do Ukrainians think about corruption? Let's have a closer look at the data from the recent anti-corruption poll to find the answers. For 75% of Ukrainians, corruption remains one of the top concerns, while 63% believe it is highly prevalent in society. Simultaneously, Ukrainians are intolerable of corruption. The share of those who think it should not be justified hits 75%. When asked about corruption, most of Ukrainians think first of all grand and political corruption, hidden in the offices of the deputies and top officials. Still, the share of those who think that the prevalence of corruption throughout governmental bodies, with the exception of police, has dropped. But in real life, the share of those who admitted to have faced corruption personally during the previous 12 months fell to 16%. COVID and less contact among people oust traditional person-official interactions. Across the country, experiences of corruption differ from oblast to oblast. Only in 7 oblasts, respondents reported increased levels of corruption, while the rest claimed the same or lower levels. Who has the will to overcome corruption? Citizens, media, and NGOs. However, many are discouraged as they feel anti-corruption fatigue and think their efforts are futile. More than a half vest responsibility for countering corruption in the president and his office. Ukrainians are increasingly confident that this is the responsibility of the specialized anti-corruption bodies like the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, National Agency for Prevention of Corruption, or the Higher Anti-Corruption Court. Feel this is incomplete? Get a bigger picture at engage.org.ua.